Chapter 881. Before Sido Hong, there were 4 other names. It won't be long before I surpass you, said Sido Hong softly. At this moment, a hearty laugh rang out. Sido Hong, I didn't expect you to come so early. As soon as he finished speaking, a black-robed man arrived at the burial sword peak. Dugi Yun had arrived. Dugi Yun and Sido Hong were both rising stars. Their potential was publicly recognized as monstrous. Dugi Yun was different from Sido Hong. He came from a large sect and had received the full support of the sect. Last time, Dugi Yun had created 75 sword scars on the burial sword heavenly wall, ranking 7th. But this time he had made a comeback. He was determined to break his own record. Dugi Yun, experts were lonely. To be able to step on the path to the peak, having a few opponents was something to be gratified about. Although Sido Hong and Dugi Yun were competitors, the two of them were very close to each other. Sido Hong, you've improved quite a bit during this time, said Dugi Yun with a grin. You're not bad either, said Sido Hong. As expected, Dugi Yun didn't waste any words. He directly stepped forward and began to display his sword arts. His exquisite sword arts made Fong Chun sigh with emotion. In the end, when Dugi Yun put away his sword, 84 sword scars had appeared on the burial sword heavenly wall. 84 sword scars ranked 4th. This was Dugi Yun's result. The entire burial sword peak was in an uproar once more. Sido Hong was very calm about this. It seemed he had already expected this result. Only 84 sword scars. Dugi Yun looked at the sword scars on the burial sword heavenly wall and said helplessly. The entire burial sword city was overshadowed by Dugi Yun and Sido Hong's radiance. All the other martial artists were overshadowed. Not long after, Dugi Yun and Sido Hong left together. In their eyes, the other martial artists weren't worthy of their attention. After the two of them left, there were still a few martial artists who tried to break through the burial sword heavenly wall. But their results weren't very good. Brother Fong, go try it, whispered the scholar as he glanced at Fong Chun. Aren't you going? Fong Chun asked. The scholar chuckled and arrived in front of the sword burial sky wall ahead of Fong Chun. Seeing an unfamiliar face, the surrounding cultivators all revealed looks of disdain. Another new warrior. Someone in the crowd said. It was abnormally difficult for new martial artists to leave behind sword scars on the sword burial heavenly wall. However, the scholar ignored the crowd and brandished the long sword in his hand. Suddenly, a vast amount of sword chi surged out. Swooshin' exquisite and peerless sword technique was displayed. The long sword in his hand directly bombarded the sword burial skywall. Suddenly, everyone heard the sound of metal clashing. After the sword chi dissipated, some sword marks shockingly appeared on the sword burial heavenly wall. What? A newcomer managed to leave behind a sword mark on the burial sword heavenly wall? Quick, count how many sword scars there are. Many martial artists scanned the sword burial sky wall with their souls and instantly discovered the sword mark left behind by the scholar. Soon after, their eyes were filled with shock. Heavens, a newcomer who came to the sword burial sky wall for the first time actually managed to leave behind 50 sword scars. Is he the next Lu Jingyan? Cried out a martial artist. 50 sword scars was considered a high level in the sword burial prefecture. On the ranking list, the scholar was ranked 60th. There were countless sword cultivators in the sword burial prefecture. To be able to enter the top 100 was enough to see the scholar's talent in the sword Dao. Those martial artists who had originally ridiculed the scholar all changed their attitudes. This was the first time he had left behind 50 sword scars on the sword burial skywall. His potential was shocking. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before he could compare to Sido Hong and Dugi Yun. At this time, many martial artists came to befriend the scholar. As for the scholar, he ignored them and walked in front of Fong Chun. He grinned. Brother Fong, it's your turn. Fong Chun smiled and walked in front of the sword burial skywall. Seeing that it was yet another newcomer, everyone was flabbergasted. Just what was going on today? Sido Hong and Dugi Yun had come before, but now even a newcomer was so stunning. There seems to be a vast amount of sword chi within the sword burial skywall, muttered Fong Chun. The closer he got to the sword burial skywall, the faster Fang Chun discovered that the golden heart was beating. Furthermore, the golden heart was absorbing the sword chi within the sword burial skywall. This, Fang Chun was a bit puzzled, but he still took out the hidden star sword. Boom! Sword intent erupted. Fang Chun used the 5 elements sword art. A 5-colored sword blade instantly appeared and smashed into the sword burial skywall. Dong! When the 5-colored sword blade smashed into the sword burial skywall, the entire sword burial peak trembled. The sword burial sky wall was filled with sword chi. Countless sword scars appeared on the sword burial sky wall. At the same time, a strange aura was emitted from the golden heart. It drilled into the 5-colored sword blade, causing the power of the 5-colored sword blade to become incomparably powerful. At this moment, Fang Chun seemed to have entered an ethereal state. His mind was filled with the aura of Sword Tao. As for himself, it was as if he was in a vast sea of Sword Tao. The Sword Tao is broad and profound. In an instant, Fang Chun's comprehension of Sword Tao became deeper and deeper. It was also at this moment that the sword burial sky wall emitted a thumping sound, shaking the entire sword burial province. Inside the sword burial immortal palace, the tall and short old man was reporting to the palace master about Fang Chun. Palace master, Fang Chun is really surprising. He actually became the city lord of the 5-element sword city in such a short time, said the short old man with a smile. This child's potential is the best I have ever seen. I have already sent him to the sword burial sky wall. Perhaps he can surpass Lu Jingyun in one fell swoop, said the tall old man. The palace master nodded slightly. His gaze pierced through the clouds, as if he could see the scene of the sword burial sky wall. He is currently attacking the sword burial sky wall, said the palace master. However, as soon as the palace master finished speaking, the entire sword burial prefecture began to tremble. That was especially true of the sword burial peak. Countless cultivators were shocked. Just what had happened? Why had the sword burial peak suddenly begun to tremble? Palace master, what is it? Asked the tall old man hastily. The palace master jumped to his feet. His face was filled with an excited smile. 99 sword scars, muttered the palace master to himself. In the next moment, he vanished. The 2 old men carefully digested the palace master's words. Their expressions immediately changed. The palace master said 99 sword scars. Could it be that he's talking about Fang Chun? To be able to shake the entire sword burial province. Could it be that Fang Chun really managed to create 99 sword scars? As they spoke, the 2 old men also vanished. At this moment, on the burial sword peak, Fang Chun put away the hidden star sword. His body was surrounded by wild sword chi. After their shock, many cultivators looked at the sword burial sky wall. What they saw became the deepest memory in their hearts. 99 sword scars. Wasn't this something that only existed in legends? It had actually appeared. The sword burial sky wall had existed since ancient times. The more sword scars one left on the sword burial sky wall, the more tyrannical one's talent in the sword Tao would be. It was rumored that anyone who could leave behind 99 sword scars would be able to enter the legendary sword burial immortal palace in the future. The last person who had managed to create 99 sword scars was the current palace master of the immortal palace. Now, 99 sword scars had appeared once more. Finally, after a moment of deathly silence, a cultivator cried out, 99 sword scars? Am I seeing things? Heavens, who is he? How can he create 99 sword scars? His potential is comparable to the palace master of the immortal palace. He's too monstrous. Even Lu Jingyun isn't worth mentioning in front of him. The palace master of the immortal palace stood calmly above the clouds, flanked by 2 old men. Palace master, this child's potential is so heaven-defying. Can he compare to you back then? Asked the short old man. Back then, palace master, you also created 99 sword scars, shocking the entire sword burial province. I didn't expect that after so many years, there would be someone from the younger generation who could reach such a level. It's too incredible. The tall man sighed. The palace master of the immortal palace looked calm, but his eyes were filled with unconcealable shock. Chapter 882. Back then, he had only managed to create 99 sword scars. But now, although Fang Chun had also created 99 sword scars, he had done it much more easily than back then. Most importantly, he had discovered some small cracks on the sword burial heavenly wall. He had created 99 sword scars with one sword strike, and had almost caused a crack to appear in the sword burial heavenly wall. That kind of potential was much greater than his own back then. A 12th level tribulation cultivator truly lives up to his reputation, said the palace master after a long time. Then he prepared to leave. Palace master, Fang Chen's actions will definitely cause dissatisfaction among some cultivators, said the short old man. The palace lord's figure disappeared, leaving behind a sentence. Let him deal with it himself. The palace master's actions were meant to temper Fang Chun. After everyone on the burial sword peak recovered from their shock, the news spread like a whirlwind through the entire burial sword city. Martialists started to emerge one after another in some parts of the burial sword city. What? Someone managed to create 99 sword scars? Just who is it that has surpassed Lu Jingyan? 99 sword scars. For a time, countless cultivators at the top of the rankings began to appear. One figure after another began to climb up the sword burial peak. The first to arrive was the 10th ranked expert. But because of Sidu Hong and Fang Chun, his name had dropped to 12th. Who created 99 sword scars? Asked the 10th ranked expert. When the crowd heard this, they quickly opened up a path. The 10th strongest person looked at Fang Chun. You created 99 sword scars? Fang Chun nodded in response. That person stared at Fang Chun, his heart trembling slightly. Not long after, the top 10 cultivators on the rankings began to appear. Even Situ Hong and Dugu Yun, who had just left, appeared once more. This brat managed to create 99 sword scars. Situ Hong and Dugu Yun were both shocked. Just at this moment, two figures appeared, causing a commotion. Third-ranked Tuoba Yulong and second-ranked Lu Wudao. The appearance of these two people caused a commotion. Someone surpassed Lu Jingyun and became the number 1 expert on the buried sword peak, said Tuoba Yulong as soon as he reached the top. I didn't expect that someone could surpass Lu Jingyun. I want to see who this person is. As they spoke, the two of them turned to look at Fang Chun. For a time, the entire sword burial sky wall was filled with wind and clouds. Countless martialists were looking at Fang Chun. Fang Chun suddenly became the center of attention. However, as the crowd glanced at Fang Chun, a soaring aura instantly filled the place. Lu Wudao and Tuoba Yulong glanced at each other, then looked into the distance. Lu Jingyun, the number 1 expert on the list, had appeared. Who was it that created 99 sword scars? Asked Lu Jingyun from atop the burial sword peak. Lu Jingyun's aura was extremely dense. Even Tuoba Yulong and Lu Wudao didn't dare to fight him. Lu Jingyun, you've become even stronger, Lu Wudao said. Your cultivation base broke through? Asked Tuoba Yulong. The other experts also looked at Lu Jingyun. Lu Jingyun was the number 1 genius of Buried Sword City. He wasn't very old, but his cultivation base had reached the heaven-defying 8th level of the true martial realm. Now that he had appeared, did that mean his cultivation base had reached the 9th level of the true martial realm? As expected, Lu Jingyun didn't hide anything. He directly said, I was just lucky to break through. Crash! The entire Buried Sword Peak was in an uproar. Countless martialists were shocked. Lu Jingyun's cultivation base had actually reached the 9th level of the true martial realm. He was simply too monstrous. Lu Jingyun ignored the crowd's discussion and turned to Fang Chun. You were the one who created 99 sword scars. Fang Chun nodded. He could feel the pressure coming from Lu Jingyun. Too weak, said Lu Jingyun. Fang Chun's 99 sword scars only represented his heaven-defying potential, but his strength was incomparably weak. Your potential is heaven-defying. You created 99 sword scars, but your strength is very weak, said Lu Jingyun. Fang Chun stared at Lu Jingyun and said, You have cultivated longer than me and have more resources than me. If we were at the same level, I wouldn't be afraid of you. Hearing this, the crowd secretly admired Fong Chen's courage. He was the first person who dared to speak to Lu Jingyun like this. If we were at the same level, you wouldn't be afraid of me. Hearing this, Lu Jingyun smiled. Back then, he had relied on a pair of iron fists and a long sword to establish his current status. Lu Jingyun was invincible in the same level. Potential doesn't represent cultivation base. Lu Jingyun emphasized again. After saying this, Lu Jingyun thought for a moment and said, I'll give you 3 years. After 3 years, I hope you can fight with me. In an instant, Fong Chen's mind was filled with an invincible belief. He clenched his fists and stared at Lu Jingyun. He said word by word, I don't need 3 years. In 1 year, I have the confidence to defeat you. Fong Chen's words were too arrogant for the crowd. Even Lu Jingyun stopped in his tracks and carefully sized up Fong Chen. Are you sure you can fight with me in a year? Asked Lu Jingyun. Fong Chen nodded heavily. At this moment, the golden heart was beating rapidly, giving Fong Chen great confidence. All right, in a year, no matter what your cultivation base is, I will fight with you. After saying this, Lu Jingyun left the burial sword peak. He had come this time to see the genius who could create 99 sword scars. However, after seeing it, he was a little disappointed. This person relied on his heaven-defying potential and was incomparably arrogant. It was ridiculous to think that he could defeat him in a year. In the eyes of Tuoba Yulong and the others, Fong Chen's words were incomparably laughable. They simply didn't take it seriously. After seeing a cultivator with 99 sword scars, they all began to challenge each other. Lu Wudao, in a year, Lu Jingyun will fight here. I also formally challenge you to a battle. 1 year from today, we will fight on the Burial Sword Peak. Among the younger generation of Burial Sword City, the only ones who could firmly suppress Tuoba Yulong were Lu Wudao and Lu Jingyun. There was no need to say anything about Lu Jingyun. Tuoba Yulong didn't even have the courage to challenge him. However, he was very confident in facing Lu Wudao. All right, we will fight here in a year. Lu Wudao laughed heartily. Duguyun, in a year, you and I will also fight here, said Sidohong. Duguyun nodded and floated away. Countless warriors on the Burial Sword Peak were extremely excited about the battle between these few people. Normally, it wasn't easy to see these geniuses, but in a year, they would all fight here. Just thinking about such a grand occasion made them incomparably excited. The next few battles were also very important, but they weren't as shocking as Tuoba Yulong and the others. As for the battle between Lu Jingyun and Fong Chen, everyone only treated it as a joke. What kind of joke was that? No one believed that Lu Jingyun could defeat Lu Jingyun in a year. No, to be exact, there was only one person who believed it, and that was the palace master of the Sword Burial Immortal Palace. The entire Burial Sword City was crazily spreading the news of Fong Chen's 99 sword scars and his battle with Lu Jingyun. However, the Sword Burial Immortal Palace was incomparably quiet. After hearing the news, the palace master's face had a trace of a smile. Palace master, Fong Chen is a little reckless. 1 year isn't enough for him to stand shoulder to shoulder with Lu Jingyun, said the tall old man. Yeah, Lu Jingyun has already reached the 9th level of the true martial realm. In a year, he might even enter the profound king realm, said the short old man. The two of them weren't optimistic about Fong Chen either. Although Fong Chen was a genius who hadn't matured was nothing to be afraid of. Lu Jingyun had already matured. Lu Jingyun's potential is very good. At such a young age, his cultivation has already reached the 9th level of the true martial realm. If he can really reach the profound king realm in a year, he will be the youngest profound king realm martial artist in the Sword Burial Prefecture, said the palace master. However, Fong Chen's potential is far more heaven-defying than you can imagine. The palace master recalled the situation of the Sword Burial Heavenly Wall and was incomparably excited. Perhaps Fong Chen can create a miracle. He triggered the 12th level tribulation, comprehended the true intent of the void, and created 99 sword scars in the Sword Burial Heavenly Wall. Chapter 883. Fong Chen had only just arrived in Sword Burial City, but he had already caused such a huge commotion. Of course, other than the palace master of the Sword Burial Immortal Palace and the two city lords of Sword Burial City, no one knew that Fang Chun was the one who had triggered the 12th layer tribulation. The Sword Burial Immortal Palace greatly valued Fang Chun. In a certain courtyard of the city lord's mansion, the scholar was looking at Fang Chun in shock. Although it had already been several days, his shock still hadn't dissipated. "Brother Fang," the scholar was shocked, but he couldn't say anything. Fang Chun didn't say anything. He was flipping through a booklet about Sword Burial City. This booklet had a very detailed description. Suddenly, Fang Chun's gaze locked onto a certain page of the booklet. Sword art competition. Fang Chun looked at this page and felt a little puzzled. The title of this page was called Sword Art Competition. Seeing Fang Chun's puzzlement, the scholar looked over and said, "Brother Fang, you wouldn't be thinking of going here, right? You know about sword art competition?" "Of course I do. There's probably no one in Sword Burial City who doesn't know about it." The scholar felt a bit helpless. Could it be that this fellow only had cultivation in his head? Then the scholar began to explain the sword art competition to Fang Chun. This so-called sword art competition was actually just a way to sharpen one's sword arts. There was a sword art plaza in Sword Burial City. There was a martial stage in this plaza. Martial artists who wanted to sharpen their sword arts could go on the stage. On the martial stage, they would only use their sword arts to fight. There was a very powerful seal on the martial stage. As long as you stood on the martial stage, your spiritual chi would be sealed and you wouldn't be able to use it. It was a pure sword art competition. After Fang Chun finished listening, his interest was piqued. "Let's go take a look." Fang Chun raised his head. "All right." The scholar immediately agreed. The two of them soon arrived at the Sword Art Plaza. Fang Chun was now a famous person in Sword Burial City. As soon as he arrived, he was recognized. "Isn't this person Fang Chun?" "Who is Fang Chun?" "You don't even know Fang Chun?" "The martial artist who blasted out 99 sword scars in the Sword Burial Heavenly Wall." There was a commotion in the swordsmanship square. All the cultivators' gazes landed on Fang Chun. Fang Chun and the scholar arrived at the swordsmanship square. Bang on the martial arts practice platform, two warriors were exchanging swordsmanship. Just as Fang Chun arrived, one warrior was suddenly sent flying by the other. The warriors standing on the martial arts practice platform happened to see Fang Chun. "Isn't this our Burial Sword City's genius? How about it? Do you want to give it a try?" The burly man grinned as he held a sword in his hand. Fang Chun nodded and stepped onto the stage. "Fang Chun, although you blasted out 99 sword scars in the Sword Burial Heavenly Wall, you may not be able to win this swordsmanship duel." The burly man grinned. Fang Chun took out the star-hidden sword and found that the spirit chi was sealed. "Take this." The burly man growled as he waved the long sword in his hand. His swordsmanship was very exquisite. However, Fang Chun stood motionless. When the long sword in the burly man's hand was about to touch him, he suddenly moved. The star-hidden sword stabbed at the burly man in a strange posture, directly forcing the burly man to retreat. At the same time, Fang Chun displayed the 5 elements sword technique. Although he did not have the support of spirit chi, with Fang Chun's current strength, the power unleashed was abnormally strong. Bang, bang, bang. In one exchange, the burly man was sent flying by Fang Chun. Seeing this, all the martial artists in the Sword Arts Plaza exclaimed in surprise. Worthy of being the #1 powerhouse on the Sword Burial Heavenly Wall list. This exquisite swordsmanship is really powerful. A martial artist cried out. In the following time, Fang Chun had been using his swordsmanship to fight other powerhouses. Unknowingly, it was already getting late. After Fang Chun defeated the last martial artist, he returned to the City Lord Mansion with the scholar. Today's battle made Fang Chun's reputation soar again. He defeated 18 martial artists in a row, and it was with pure swordsmanship. Only at this time did everyone know that Fang Chun not only had heaven-defying potential, but his swordsmanship was also so superb. When he returned that night, Fang Chun entered a state of epiphany. After waking up, his sword's soul strengthened a lot. Fang Chun was very happy. If it continued like this, Sword Soul would definitely evolve into Sword Heart. In the next few days, Fang Chun would go to the Sword Arts Plaza every day. However, very few people wanted to challenge him. Gradually, the number of martial artists who challenged Fang Chun became fewer and fewer. Until 5 days later, Fang Chun stood on the martial arts stage, but no martial artist came to challenge him. This made Fang Chun very speechless. No one, Fang Chun said to himself. On the Sword Arts Plaza, many martial artists shook their heads. Fang Chun's swordsmanship was very magical and fierce and overbearing. They were not Fang Chun's opponents. However, just as Fang Chun was waiting for a challenger, suddenly there was a noise on the Sword Arts Plaza. Fang Chun raised his head and looked over. He recognized the person at a glance. It was the original 10th powerhouse on the Sword Burial Heavenly Wall list. Fang Chun, let me fight you. This person was very jealous of Fang Chun's potential. He heard that Fang Chun was honing his swordsmanship at the Sword Arts Plaza and specially came to challenge Fang Chun. Fang Chun, your potential is heaven-defying, but in terms of swordsmanship, I am the strongest. After speaking, the 10th powerhouse instantly displayed his swordsmanship. Crash! Countless streaks of sword chi turned into raindrops in the sky. These raindrops contained a vast amount of sword chi. What swordsmanship is this? Fang Chun was a little puzzled. It was the first time he had seen this swordsmanship. Many cultivators below also exclaimed in surprise. Drizzle swordsmanship. The 10th powerhouse had once obtained an ancient sword Dao inheritance in an ancient relic, and then cultivated the drizzle swordsmanship. Therefore, his strength also skyrocketed. When the drizzle swordsmanship was displayed, it was as if the sky was full of raindrops. It was very frightening. When the 10th powerhouse displayed the drizzle swordsmanship, Fang Chun clearly felt that the golden heart in his body was beating rapidly, absorbing the aura of the drizzle swordsmanship around him. After discovering this scene, Fang Chun's eyes flickered. In an instant, the two of them fought. The battle between the two of them was very intense. This Fang Chun's swordsmanship is so exquisite. After fighting for a quarter of an hour, the 10th powerhouse secretly thought to himself. At this time, Fang Chun nodded with satisfaction. The golden heart had been fully absorbed, so the battle could be over. Let's end this. Fang Chun shouted in a low voice. Suddenly, countless sword lights burst out from the hidden star sword in his hand, stabbing at the 10th powerhouse from tricky angles. Bang! Bang! Although the 10th powerhouse desperately tried to resist, he was still blasted away. At this time, the 10th powerhouse realized that Fang Chun had been hiding his strength. The 10th powerhouse's face kept changing. Finally, he cupped his hands to Fang Chun and said in a deep voice, I accept my defeat. After the 10th powerhouse left, there was an uproar in the swordsmanship square. Even the 10th powerhouse was defeated? Was Fang Chun's swordsmanship that strong? After the 10th powerhouse left, Sidu Hong appeared not long after. He was in the top 10 of the Buried Sword Sky Wall list. After hearing that the 10th powerhouse had been defeated, Situ Hong wanted to see Fang Chun's swordsmanship. After a quarter of an hour, Situ Hong's defeat caused a great uproar. Looking at Situ Hong's back, Fang Chun's face showed a trace of smile. If he could use spiritual chi, he might not be Situ Hong's opponent. But with just his swordsmanship, he was not afraid of Situ Hong. The reason why the fierce battle lasted for a quarter of an hour was because the golden heart was absorbing Situ Hong's sword chi. Dugi Yun will fight you. After Situ Hong left, Dugi Yun came. After a quarter of an hour, Dugi Yun was also defeated. After defeating Dugi Yun and Situ Hong, Fang Chun's reputation soared. The entire Buried Sword City was talking about Fang Chun's name. After Dugi Yun left, Fang Chun waited for a while. When no one came again, he returned to the city lord's mansion. The news about Fang Chun's swordsmanship spread throughout the Buried Sword City. At a certain moment, Tuobi Yulong and Lu Wudao said that they wanted to challenge Fang Chun's swordsmanship. This news also caused a great uproar. After Fang Chun heard it, he immediately responded that he was ready to fight at any time. In the Buried Sword Immortal Palace, the palace master smiled when he heard the two old men's report. This kid was born to cultivate the way of the sword. After a long time, the palace master of the immortal palace grinned. Fang Chen's talent in the sword Dao was too amazing. The more he heard about Fang Chen's deeds, the more the palace master was sure that Fang Chen was the most likely genius to be recognized by the Buried Sword Emperor in the history of the Buried Sword City. Therefore, no matter what, he had to fully support Fang Chen. Even Tuoba Yulong and Lu Wudao can't help it. This kid's swordsmanship is really high, said the short old man. Tuoba Yulong and Lu Wudao will fight tomorrow. I wonder if they can defeat this kid, said the tall old man. The two of them shouldn't be a match for Fang Chen, said the palace master slowly. Only he knew that Fang Chen's swordsmanship had already reached the Divine Connection realm. The Divine Connection realm was the highest level of swordsmanship. Whether a cultivator could cultivate their swordsmanship to the Divine Connection realm required great talent and all kinds of opportunities. It had to be said that Fang Chen's appearance had shocked the palace master of the Buried Sword Immortal Palace. Palace master, why are you so sure? Asked the two old men. The Divine Connection realm. When the palace master of the sword burying Immortal Palace said those words, the expressions of the two old men changed drastically. The Buried Sword Immortal Palace stood aloof in the Buried Sword City, but they were always paying attention to Fang Chen's every move. The entire Buried Sword Province had become restless because of Fang Chen's arrival. Chapter 884. The next day, Fang Chen arrived at the Swordsmanship Plaza as promised. His swordsmanship was constantly improving through the duels. Most importantly, the Golden Heart was undergoing a transformation. Every time the Golden Heart transformed, it would bring great benefits to Fang Chen. Fang Chen was looking forward to this transformation. The Swordsmanship Plaza was already packed with people. Even some of the older generation true martial experts had come out of seclusion to watch the battle between Fang Chen, Lu Wudao, and Tuoba Yulong. Although Fang Chen's swordsmanship was exquisite beyond compare, many cultivators still believed that Lu Wudao and Tuoba Yulong would be able to end Fang Chen's legend. When Fang Chen arrived, the entire Swordsmanship Plaza was in an uproar. Countless gazes looked at Fang Chen. He's Fang Chen, the genius who blasted out 99 sword scars on the Sword Burial Sky Rampart. The youngest city lord in the history of the Five Elements Sword City. This kid's bearing is extraordinary. No wonder his swordsmanship is so powerful. Although Fang Chen might not be able to defeat Lu Wudao and Tuoba Yulong in the upcoming duels, no one was stingy with their praise for Fang Chen. All the cultivators were praising Fang Chen. It was truly extraordinary for such a young cultivator to have such high achievements. Most importantly, this person's identity was extraordinary. He was the current city lord of the Five Elements Sword City. Just this identity alone was enough to make countless cultivators revere him. Fang Chen stood on the stage, waiting for Tuoba Yulong and Lu Wudao to arrive. Before long, Tuoba Yulong and Lu Wudao arrived together. Fang Chen, you're early. Tuoba Yulong grinned. Lu Wudao looked at Fang Chen expressionlessly. Which one of you will go first? Asked Fang Chen with a nod. Tuoba Yulong and Lu Wudao were both surprised when they heard this. Soon after, Tuoba Yulong roared with laughter. It doesn't matter which of us goes first. We'll end your victory. Tuoba Yulong's meaning was obvious. Either of them could defeat Fang Chen with pure sword skills. Fang Chen didn't say anything. Anything he said now would be superfluous. He would only know after the battle. Indeed, when Tuoba Yulong saw this, he leaped up and stood on the martial arts stage. Fang Chen, I'm very impressed by your potential, but swordsmanship isn't determined by potential alone. Tuoba Yulong looked at Fang Chen and said in a deep voice. The next moment, a sword appeared in Tuoba Yulong's hand. Then, Tuoba Yulong unleashed an exquisite swordsmanship. His wrist trembled slightly, and the body of the sword vibrated continuously. Sword shadows instantly appeared and hovered in front of Tuoba Yulong. At the same time, Tuoba Yulong roared and controlled the sword shadows to attack Fang Chen. Five Elemental Swordsmanship. Fang Chen's attainments in swordsmanship were extraordinary. He wasn't at a disadvantage in the battle against Tuoba Yulong. The battle between the two instantly entered a white-hot stage. 3 minutes later, Lu Wudao, who was below the martial arts practice stage, revealed an astonished expression within his eyes. How can this kid's swordsmanship be so strong? Originally, Lu Wudao had thought that Tuoba Yulong would be able to defeat him without him making a move. He knew very well that Tuoba Yulong's swordsmanship was only a step away from reaching the divine realm. Among the younger generation of the Sword Burial Prefecture, apart from Lu Wudao and Lu Jingyun, no one was his match. But now, Tuoba Yulong's swordsmanship was actually unable to suppress Fang Chun. After observing for a long time, Lu Wudao shook his head slightly. He had underestimated Fang Chen's swordsmanship. Lu Wudao really couldn't imagine how exactly Fang Chun had cultivated. A martialist who wasn't even 30 years old had at most cultivated for a dozen years. There was only one explanation for being able to cultivate to such a level. His potential was too heaven-defying. He was born to be a sword cultivator. On the martial arts stage, the more intense the battle became, the more astonished Tuoba Yulong became. His opponent was using the 5 elemental swordsmanship, while his was clearly a little stronger than the 5 elemental swordsmanship. However, despite having the advantage in terms of swordsmanship, he was actually unable to suppress Fang Chun. The two of them fought intensely for a quarter of an hour. Fang Chun was still able to withstand Tuoba Yulong's swordsmanship with ease. This made the latter feel very speechless. At a certain moment, Tuoba Yulong shouted loudly. Suddenly, the number of sword silhouettes around him increased to 108. Then, those sword silhouettes fused together to form an enormous sword silhouette. This huge sword shadow contained Tuoba Yulong's highest understanding of swordsmanship. It was also his most powerful sword. Upon seeing this, Fang Chen's eyes flickered and he finally stopped hiding. It's time to end this. Originally, Fang Chun had wanted to stall for time and let the Golden Heart continue to absorb the aura of Tuoba Yulong's swordsmanship. However, it seemed like the battle would have to end prematurely. Swoosh! The hidden star sword in Fang Chen's hand suddenly drew a strange trajectory. In the next moment, a majestic aura surged from his sword. This scene made all the martialists on the martial arts stage turn pale with fright. Heavens! What kind of swordsmanship is this? Even Lu Wudao, who was standing in front of the martial arts practice stage, trembled. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Divine swordsmanship. Lu Wudao finally discovered that Fang Chen's swordsmanship had actually reached the divine level. It was no wonder that Tuoba Yulong couldn't suppress him. It turned out that Luo Yunyang had been hiding his strength all this time and had only erupted with his full strength now. Thinking of this, Lu Wudao looked at Fang Chun and sighed. Tuoba Yulong was going to lose. Sure enough, as soon as Lu Wudao's voice fell, a loud sound rang out. Immediately after, Tuoba Yulong's body was sent flying. The sword art stage was dead silent. All the martialists stared blankly at Fang Chun on the martial arts stage. Was he a god? Why was he so powerful? Fang Chun held the hidden star sword in his hand and looked at Lu Wudao as if he was hinting that it was his turn. Lu Wudao took a step forward and stared at Fang Chun. I really didn't expect that there would be someone among the younger generation who could cultivate swordsmanship to the divine level. This Lu admires you. Among the younger generation, there was almost no one besides Lu Jingyun who could earn his admiration. Now, there was one more person, and that was Fang Chun, the divine level of swordsmanship. Everyone in the square was shocked when they heard this. Even the true martial realm experts of the older generation exclaimed in surprise. The divine level of swordsmanship was the highest level of swordsmanship. Only those monstrous geniuses could cultivate their swordsmanship to the divine level. At this moment, all the martialists were looking at Fang Chun with eyes full of respect. Hearing Lu Wudao's words, Fang Chun felt a little regretful. It seemed like the Golden Heart couldn't continue absorbing the sword aura. Lu Wudao had said that his swordsmanship had reached the divine level. Perhaps no one would dare to challenge him anymore. However, just as Fang Chun was about to give up, Lu Wudao spoke again. This Liu has studied the sword Dao for so many years, and I have always wanted to cultivate my swordsmanship to the divine level. Unfortunately, I am only one step away. Liu Wudao said slowly, I hope that Brother Fong can fight with me with all his strength and let me experience the wonders of the divine level of swordsmanship. Sure. Fong Chen grinned and agreed immediately. Liu Wudao stood on the martial arts stage, and the square was silent. Crash! Liu Wudao knew that he was no match for Fong Chen in a duel of swordsmanship, so he made the first move. Bang! Bang! In the blink of an eye, a colorful battle broke out on the martial arts stage. Both of their swordsmanship had reached the pinnacle level, and the duel was exceptionally exciting. Fong Chen was shocked as he fought. Although Liu Wudao's swordsmanship hadn't reached the divine level, it was very close. It would be difficult to defeat Liu Wudao. However, Liu Wudao became braver as he fought. Feeling the aura of the divine level of swordsmanship, his heart was filled with joy. At the same time, a door seemed to have opened in his mind, and he seemed to have touched the threshold of the divine level of swordsmanship. In the clouds and the void, the tall and short old men were quietly watching the scene. The divine level of swordsmanship. It's too heaven-defying for someone of the younger generation to have such achievements, the tall old man said. The short old man nodded slightly. Back in the ancient sword continent, this kid wasn't so outstanding. Chapter 885. The battle in the Sword Art Square had finally come to an end. Fong Chen defeated Liu Wudao with his sword technique at the Divinity Realm. Liu Wudao, who had been defeated, was not angry. Instead, he laughed heartily. Brother Fong, this battle with you has allowed me to deeply feel the wonders of the godlike swordsmanship. I believe that it won't be long before I can also step into the godlike swordsmanship realm. Liu Wudao grinned and laughed. Fong Chen also nodded lightly at Liu Wudao. The Golden Heart had absorbed a large amount of sword qi during the battle with Liu Wudao and seemed to have begun to transform. Brother Fong, I'll go back first. Come find me if you need anything. Liu Wudao turned and left after saying that. Fong Chen also quickly returned to the City Lord Mansion. As soon as he returned to the City Lord Mansion, Fong Chen quickly returned to the courtyard and sat down cross-legged. At this time, the golden heart in his body had undergone a huge change, as if it was transforming. Fong Chen's body was surrounded by golden aura. The sword soul in his mind was also constantly revolving. The golden giant sword of the Dharma idol instantly floated above his head. The entire courtyard was filled with a vast aura. Suddenly, an image appeared in Fong Chen's mind. He was walking when the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds and a thunderstorm. When he raised his head to look at the sky, a golden giant sword suddenly tore through the void and rushed toward him. Then he lost his intuition. When he woke up, his heart had turned golden. All of this was like a dream. However, Fong Chen knew that this was something that he had experienced personally. Moreover, that golden giant sword was the most fundamental reason why Fong Chen had transmigrated to the ancient sword continent. Fong Chen also did not know why such an image appeared in his mind. Could it be related to the transformation of the Golden Heart? Dong, 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 the Golden Heart was beating rapidly. It was as if it wanted to leave Fong Chen's body. He could not control it. At a certain moment, an ancient sigh seemed to have crossed the river of time and appeared in Fong Chen's ears. What is this? Fong Chen's heart was filled with shock. When this sigh was heard, the speed of the Golden Heart's heartbeat became even more intense. At this moment, Fong Chen was shocked to find that the golden giant sword had been swallowed by the Golden Heart. The sword spirit had been swallowed by the heart. Even the spiritual spiral in his sea of qi had been devoured by the Golden Heart. Fong Chen's mind began to blur, and in the end, he lost his intuition. However, before he lost his intuition, Fong Chen felt that the Golden Heart was devouring his body. After an unknown amount of time, Fong Chen suddenly woke up. No! Fong Chen roared loudly, his forehead full of sweat. After he finished shouting, he was shocked to discover that his body was completely unharmed. What happened? Fong Chen was puzzled. Before he lost his intuition, he clearly felt that the Golden Heart was devouring everything. So why was his body fine now? This made Fang Chun very puzzled. He even thought that it was a dream. Immediately, Fang Chun released his Dharma power. Suddenly, the golden giant sword floated above his head, emitting a dazzling golden light. Then, Fang Chun checked his mind and found that his soul was intact. The only thing that had disappeared was the sword's spirit. The sword's spirit disappeared, so the golden heart really did devour everything. Fang Chun was even more puzzled. Fang Chun tried hard to calm his excitement and looked at the golden heart. At this moment, the golden heart was already different from before. There was a sword in the golden heart. This is when Fang Chun saw the sword, he instantly realized that it was the sword heart, the fifth step of the sword principle. At this moment, Fang Chun finally knew why the sword spirit had disappeared. It turned out that he had unknowingly reached the fifth step of the sword principle and condensed the sword heart. The sword-shaped heart was in the shape of a sword. It had merged with the golden heart and became stronger. I condensed the sword heart. Fang Chun grinned. Then, Fang Chun checked the golden heart. He found that the golden heart had undergone a great change. First of all, the change in its aura. Previously, the golden heart was very gentle and calm. But now, the aura emitted by the golden heart was domineering and fierce. The golden heart has undergone a transformation. What benefits has it brought me? Fang Chun was very curious. At this moment, Fang Chun found that there was more information in his mind. Fang Chun looked carefully. The information recorded turned out to be a sword move. A sword move. Fang Chun muttered to himself. After reading all this information, Fang Chun's heart trembled even more. The information introduced that this sword move was created by the owner of the golden giant sword when he was in the condensing reality realm. This move was created when I was condensing my Dharma power. This was the introduction of this sword move. This sword move was called the Golden Light Dragon Slaying. Just who is the owner of the golden sword? A long time ago, Fang Chun had guessed that the owner of the golden sword was definitely an almighty expert. Now it seemed that this person was definitely an almighty expert from another realm, and a peerless expert at that. After thinking about it for a moment, Fang Chun no longer pondered over it. He began to ponder over the golden light dragon slaying. Fang Chun stood up. Holding the hidden star sword, he began to cultivate according to the chant of the golden light dragon slaying. Swish! However, just as Fang Chun was cultivating, a terrifying golden light shot out of the hidden star sword. It shot into the monastery's pavilion, instantly destroying it. Fang Chun was dumbfounded. He hadn't even started cultivating, but he had already learned it. I know. It must be because of the golden heart. Fang Chun muttered to himself. The golden light dragon slaying was just a simple move, but it contained the truth of the sword Tao. The golden heart gave Fang Chun an increasingly mystical feeling. Thinking of the mysteries of the golden heart, Fang Chun was no longer shocked. Then Fang Chun continued using the golden light dragon slaying. Golden light soared into the sky, filling the air with a majestic aura. Fang Chun's heart shook. This golden light dragon slaying was a very simple sword move, but it contained a profound philosophy. Power. Use absolute power to blow apart everything. That was Fang Chun's understanding of the golden light dragon slaying. The golden light dragon slaying had caused Fang Chun's strength to soar. At this time, the tall elder arrived in front of Fang Chun's monastery. The two old men looked at each other in dismay. Fang Chun, are you cultivating? Asked the short elder. Fang Chun awkwardly said, I didn't control my power well. Did your cultivation base break through? Asked the tall elder. Fang Chun shook his head. His cultivation base hadn't broken through, but his power had increased. The two elders chatted with Fang Chun for a while, and then told Fang Chun something very important. The God-burying sword prison was about to open. This time, the sword burial immortal palace was prepared to let Fang Chun enter the God-burying sword prison to temper himself. This was the first time Fang Chun had heard of the God-burying sword prison. The God-burying sword prison is a danger zone in the sword burial prefecture. Normally, No one can enter it unless the palace master personally opens it, said the tall elder. The god-burying sword prison has a total of 18 layers. There are extremely dangerous life forms inside, as well as the corpses of experts who died 10,000 years ago, said the short elder. Fang Chun was startled. Could it be that the god-burying sword prison was where those experts who had invaded the sword burial prefecture were buried? As expected, Fang Chun was even more convinced after hearing the two elders' words. The god-burying sword prison was a place where those experts were buried. Although the god-burying sword prison is incomparably dangerous, it also has great opportunities. Those experts who invaded the sword burial prefecture all left behind inheritances after their deaths. Anyone who obtains them will benefit greatly. The reason why our sword burial prefecture has so many sword experts is because of the god-burying sword prison. The tall elder continued. Every now and then, the palace master will open the god-burying sword prison and select some true martial realm experts with the greatest potential to reach the profound king realm to temper themselves. Any cultivator who comes out of the god-burying sword prison will have their strength soar. Of course, there are also many geniuses who have died inside, said the short elder. Fang Chen's heart trembled. Back then, the sword burial prefecture had been filled with experts, but they had all died in the end. And their corpses were all inside the god-burying sword prison. This was the terrifying part of the god-burying sword prison. Chapter 886. The god-burying sword prison was actually a prison for the sword burial state. It was a prison for imprisoning the dead. There were countless skeletons in the prison. As time passed, some terrifying creatures were born in the dark prison. The skeletons that could not disperse with resentment made the god-burying sword prison extremely dangerous. However, the entire god-burying sword prison was extremely sturdy. Unless the palace master of the immortal palace opened it, even the most powerful experts could not break it open. Supposedly, the further one went in the god-burying sword prison, the greater one's fortuitous encounters would be. Some people were even able to soar into the sky and directly step into the legendary mysterious king realm. Of course, this was only a small number of martial artists. Every time the god-burying sword prison opened, the sword-burying immortal palace would personally select people. Not everyone was qualified to enter the god-burying sword prison. Only those who were recognized by the sword-burying immortal palace could enter. Under normal circumstances, they were the best in the genuine martial realm. The martial artists who entered the god-burying sword prison were not restricted by age. As long as their cultivation was in the genuine martial realm, they could enter. However, most of the martial artists who were selected to enter the god-burying sword prison were at the peak of the genuine martial realm. A small number of them were the best in the younger generation. This time, the decision to let Fang Chun enter was made after a long discussion. At first, the palace master was not willing to let Fang Chun take the risk. With Fang Chen's potential, it would not take long for him to grow. At that time, he would have a greater chance of entering the god-burying sword prison. However, after careful consideration, the palace master still made such a decision. The palace master of the sword-burying immortal palace would personally open the god-burying sword prison in a month. During this month, he had to cultivate well. After the tall and short city lords left, Fang Chen's heart trembled. The thought of the god-burying sword prison made him excited. A month later, now he was not sure how many martial artists would enter the god-burying sword prison. However, Fang Chun also realized that his strength was not considered strong. He still needed to increase his strength. Only a few experts knew about the god-burying sword prison. Other martial artists did not know about it. Even some mysterious king realm experts did not know about it. After Fang Chun learned of this, he did not make a big deal out of it. Instead, he continued to work hard on his cultivation. The atmosphere in the entire Burial Sword City was very solemn, as if it was the eve of a storm. In the headquarters of a certain sect in Burial Sword City, a man in a green robe was sitting on a stone bench and drinking tea in a luxurious courtyard. In front of him, there were two young warriors. "Brother Dugu, your cultivation has increased again." The two martialists cupped their hands at Dugu Yin. A year later, I want to reach the top of the sword burial heavenly wall. Dugu Yun's ambition was huge as he spoke with confidence. The two martial artists chuckled and raised their cups to drink tea. Just as Dugu Yun finished speaking, his body suddenly trembled. Then, his complexion turned ashen. There was a hint of displeasure between his brows. "Brother Dugu, what's wrong?" the two cultivators hurriedly asked. "Someone killed my spirit pet," Dugu Yun said coldly. His voice was filled with rage. The two martial artists were shocked. Just who had dared to kill Dugu Yun's spirit pet? Although the two of them weren't very strong, they had a good relationship because they came from the same place as Dugu Yun. The Qingyun realm had 3 continents: the ancient Sword Continent, the Cloud Pool Continent, and the Shengxian Continent. The 3 of them had come from the Shengxian Continent. Back on the Shengxian Continent, the 3 of them had already entered the true martial realm. They had become well-known figures of the Shengxian Continent's younger generation. Even in the face of experts from the older generation, they had no fear. As a result, the 3 of them had been brought to the burial sword prefecture by the emissary. After arriving, they were directly cut off from the Shengxian Continent. However, the 3 of them liked the cultivation environment very much. They dreamed that one day their strength would reach a certain level and they would be able to return to the Shengxian Continent. "Brother Dugu, who killed your spirit pet?" asked the tall and thin martial artist. "Who would dare to touch your spirit pet in the Shengxian Continent?" asked the tall and sturdy martial artist. Dugu Yun's sect was the Shengxian Continent's #1 sect. It was so powerful that countless other sects had to bow their heads to it. Before coming to the burial sword prefecture, Dugu Yun's spirit pet had been left behind in the Shengxian Continent. "Visitors from the outside," said Dugu Yun solemnly. His spirit pet was connected to his spirit pet. Before it had died, it had sent him a message. The visitors from the outside had directly suppressed his sect. His spirit pet had only been able to resist for a moment before it had been killed. Damn it! Dugu Yun was infuriated. His entire body was filled with a vicious aura. He had an urge to rush back and kill those visitors. Visitors from the outside? How did they come to our Shengxian continent? The two martial artists were puzzled. Dugu Yun shook his head. He also didn't know. Visitors from the outside? Will our Shengxian continent be destroyed? Asked the two martial artists worriedly. Crash! Dugu Yun suddenly stood and walked out of the courtyard. In just a moment, he arrived at the city master's mansion. Just as Dugu Yun arrived, another martialist arrived as well. He was Sidu Hong. Dugu Yun, what are you doing here? Sidu Hong looked at Dugu Yun and asked. I've come to find the city master, said Dugu Yun with an unkind expression. Coincidentally, I've also come to find the city master, said Sidu Hong. The guards of the city master's mansion helped the two of them report their arrival. They quickly received a reply that the city master had summoned them. Within the garden, the two city masters were sitting in a pavilion playing chess. Dugu Yun and Situ Hong came to the garden. Greetings, city master, said the two of them together. Even the city masters were still playing chess. The tall old man was holding Shirako. With a light tap of his finger, he placed it on the chessboard. Old gal, you're too dishonest. The short old man was a bit speechless. He directly put down the black piece in his hand. Your chess skills are really too bad, the tall old man said. Dugu Yun and Sidu Hong had been waiting for the two city masters the entire time. When the two city masters finished playing chess, they turned around to look at the two of them. Why have the two of you come to the city master's mansion? Asked the tall old man. City master, I wish to enter the god burying sword prison, said Dugu Yun in a low voice. Hearing that, the two old men looked at each other. Then they looked at Sidu Hong and asked, what about you? I also wish to enter the god burying sword prison, said Sidu Hong. Hearing that, Dugu Yun was a bit surprised. Sidu Hong's goal was actually the same as his. Give us a reason, asked the short old man. City master, my hometown, the Shengxian continent, is in imminent danger. I wish to enter the god burying sword prison to find an opportunity to break through to the profound king realm and return to the Shengxian continent, said Dugu Yun. Surprisingly, Sidu Hong's reason was actually the same as Dugu Yun's. However, Sidu Hong's hometown was the Yunza continent. After Sidu Hong finished speaking, Yun glanced at him. Foreign visitors. The two old men's eyes flickered when they heard this. Then, the tall old man said, "Both of you can return for now." Hearing that, Sidu Hong and Yun had no choice but to return. A day later, a piece of news that made everyone excited spread throughout the sword-bearing city. A month later, the top 10 geniuses on the sword-bearing heavenly wall would be able to enter a secret realm. Although the Immortal Palace did not say what the secret realm was, some of the geniuses had already guessed it. The god-burying sword prison was about to open. Hearing that, the happiest people were Yun and Sidu Hong. The two of them immediately went into seclusion to prepare to enter the god-burying sword prison. In a courtyard of the city master's mansion, Fang Chun was observing the little mouse. Since coming to the sword-bearing state, the little mouse's strength had increased too rapidly. Fang Chen's cultivation had only reached LV5 true martial realm, but the little mouse's cultivation had already reached LV8 true martial realm. Could it be that the little mouse is related to the sword-bearing emperor? A bold idea appeared in Fang Chen's mind. He was also shocked by his own idea. Chapter 887. The little mouse's body glowed with a purple light. It blinked its eyes at Fang Chen as it swallowed the purple crystals in its mouth. As its strength increased, the little mouse's teeth became harder. It could swallow anything. This caused Fang Chen to be very surprised. "Boss, I'm going to prepare," the little mouse said. Fang Chen nodded, and the little mouse entered the special interspatial ring. A month later, the little mouse would enter the god-burying sword prison with Fang Chen, so it had to prepare in advance. Fang Chen's days in the city lord's mansion were more leisurely. Even the scholar was basking in his limelight. If it was an ordinary cultivator, it would be very difficult for them to enter the sword-burial city. However, Fang Chen was the city lord of the five-element sword city, so he didn't need to worry about that. One day, Fang Chen was shopping with the scholar. All of a sudden, he was stopped by three people. Azura sword sex Lu Tianzi, Gu Yiming, and Shi Ming glared angrily at Fang Chen. "Kid, I finally met you," Shi Ming said coldly. "It's time to settle the grudge we had at the registration office," Gu Yiming said coldly. Lu Tianzi's eyes flickered with killing intent. "Kid, do you dare to enter the sacred battle stage with us?" The sacred battle stage was the only place in the sword burial city that the city lord's mansion allowed disciples to exchange pointers. The city lord's mansion wouldn't interfere even if those who stepped on the sacred battle stage died. Lu Tianzi and the other two wanted to harm Luo Bairin and the other three, but their plan was foiled by Fang Chen. Lu Tianzi himself was sent flying by Fang Chen's punch. He thought the guards would cripple Fang Chen's cultivation. However, the guards didn't punish Fang Chen. Instead, they told Lu Tianzi and the other two to scram. Lu Tianzi couldn't forget this humiliation. Recently, Lu Tianzi had been cultivating in seclusion. His cultivation had finally reached LV8 of the true martial realm. Even Gu Yiming and Shi Ming had reached LV7 of the true martial realm. The three's strength had increased greatly, so they naturally wanted to take revenge. However, he had never been able to find Fang Chen. Now that he had found him, how could he let him go? "Get on the sacred battle stage," Fang Chen asked as he looked at the three of them, as if they were idiots. "That's right. If you have the guts, follow us to the sacred battle platform. If not, the three of us will continue to harass you," Shi Ming threatened. The scholar at the side could not hold it in any longer. "I say, you three idiots, how dare you challenge Fang Chen?" The scholar laughed loudly. "Who are you? You have no right to speak here," berated Gu Yiming. The scholar shook his head slightly. His eyes were filled with mockery as he continued to ask, "The three of you challenged Fang Chen. Do you want to go to the sword burial sky wall to take a look?" Sword burial heavenly wall. The three of them were puzzled. Why do they have to go to the sword burial sky wall? "The person you want to challenge is the #1 expert on the sword burial sky wall. I really admire your courage," the scholar sneered. In the scholar's view, the three of them challenging Fang Chen was no different from courting death. You really don't know how to brag. Although the three of us have never been to the sword burial sky wall, when did the #1 spot ever fall to this trash?" Shi Ming disdainfully said. That's right. The #1 expert has always been the Sword Burial Prefecture's heavenly genius, Lu Jingyan. How laughable. If you don't dare to agree, then you don't dare to agree. You actually came up with such an inferior excuse, sneered Lu Tianzi. The three of them had been in seclusion this entire time and had only just come out. They had no idea what had happened recently. There was no need to even mention the sword burial skywall. The scholar still wanted to say something, but Fang Chun stopped him. Since the three of you want to die, then let's meet on the sacred battle platform. After saying that, Fang Chun swaggered off. Seeing Fang Chun's arrogant back, the three of them sneered. Let's go to the sacred battle platform. The sacred battle platform was located at the center of Sword Burial City. It wasn't too far from the plaza. Normally, there wouldn't be anyone on the sacred battle platform. When Fang Chun arrived on the sacred battle platform, there was still a sea of people on the other side of the plaza. Not long after, Lu Tianzi and the other two also arrived. Lu Tianzi leaped up onto the sacred battle platform with a long sword in his hand. He coldly stared at Fang Chun as he icily spoke. What last words do you have? Hurry up and say them, or you won't have the chance to do so later. Lu Tianzi's body emitted a terrifying killing intent. The three of you can come together, said Fang Chun. I alone am enough to deal with you, said Lu Tianzi. You are my match. If the three of you come together, you might be able to live for a bit longer, said Fang Chun calmly. Below the sacred battle platform, Gu Yiming and Shi Ming were infuriated. Brat, are you courting death? With the three of us, you'll die without a burial ground. Arrogant, he's too arrogant. Gu Yiming and Shi Ming couldn't stand Fang Chun's arrogance and leaped onto the sacred battle platform. The three of them stared at Fang Chun. Brat, you'll definitely die today, said Lu Tianzi. If the three of them joined forces, this brat would definitely die. On the plaza, cultivators were having a sword duel. All of a sudden, a voice rang out. Someone's fighting on the sacred battle platform. This voice caused many warriors in the swordsmanship square to turn their heads and look at the source of the voice. With a single glance, the entire plaza was in an uproar. It's Fang Chun. He's on the sacred battle platform. And it's 1 against 3. Let's go take a look. Instantly, all the cultivators in the plaza rushed to the sacred battle platform. In an instant, the plaza was empty. Seeing so many people rushing over, the smile on Lu Tianzi's face became even more radiant. Brat, with so many people here to witness your death, you should be proud. Fang Chun lightly shook his head. Lu Tianzi still couldn't see through it. Too stupid. Stupid, Fang Chun said softly. Hearing this, Lu Tianzi and the other two were instantly enraged and attacked. The three of them cultivated the Azura sword skill, which focused on killing, sharp, and overbearing. Furthermore, the three of them executed a joint attack, sword formation, the moment they came up, trapping Fang Chun. Let's try the power of the golden light, dragon slaying. Fang Chun muttered to himself. Rumble. On the sacred battle platform, sword chi soared to the sky. Fang Chun took out the hidden star sword. Golden light surged around his body. In the next moment, the late-stage body refinement realm energy rushed into the hidden star sword. The hidden star sword slashed at Shi Ming. It seemed simple, but Shi Ming couldn't dodge it. Not good. When the sword light neared, Shi Ming felt something was wrong. He screamed and tried to dodge, but it was too late. Puchi! A sword slashed Shi Ming into 2 halves, killing him on the spot. Shi Ming, Lu Tianzi, and Gu Yiming roared. At the same time, the two of them increased their attack power, crazily attacking Fang Chun. Below in the crowd, the scholar looked at Fang Chun in shock, his eyes full of envy. Lifting light as heavy, this sword move has already reached the level of returning to the origin. Puchi, another golden light, slashed down, splitting Gu Yiming's body in 2. At this moment, Lu Tianzi realized something was wrong. Fang Chun was like a demon, approaching him. Your strength. Fang Chun's cultivation was only at LV5 true martial realm, but the strength he displayed was enough to scare Lu Tianzi, who was at LV8 true martial realm. Didn't you want to kill me? Fang Chun walked in front of Lu Tianzi and grinned. Azura sword skill. At this moment, Lu Tianzi ignited his soul and displayed the strongest Azura sword skill, wanting to injure Fang Chun. However, the only response he got was a golden sword light. Puchi, the golden light dragon slaying, didn't have any fancy moves, it was just a simple slash, but Lu Tianzi, who was at LV8 true martial realm, couldn't dodge it. Lu Tianzi's body was instantly split in two. When Lu Tianzi died, he heard the mocking voices below the sacred battle stage. These three idiots, they actually dared to challenge Fang Chun. He regretted it, but there was nothing he could do. 3 slashes, 3 true martial realm experts were killed. At this moment, Fang Chun let everyone know that he didn't only have heaven-defying potential, he was also very strong. Fang Chun stood quietly on the sacred battle stage with the hidden star sword in his hand, his eyes looking around. Immediately, cheers came from below. With Fang Chun's current strength, he was comparable to Dugu Yun and the others. Everyone was looking forward to the battle a year later. The Golden Light Dragon Slaying. From the name, it could be seen that this move focused on strength. When cultivated to the peak, 1 slash would have the power to slay a dragon. 1 slash to slay a dragon. That kind of strength was extremely strong. Chapter 888. The 3 most outstanding geniuses of the Ashura Sword sect died, tragically under Fang Chun's hidden star sword. Lu Tianzi and the rest would never have imagined that the person who killed them was the same Gu Jian who was almost severely injured by Lu Tianzi in the Golden Sword City's battle arena. However, none of this mattered anymore. With just 3 strikes, he killed 3 people consecutively. One of them was even Lu Tianzi, who was in the 8th level of the true martial realm. This feat caused Fang Chun's name to spread across the entire sacred battle arena. The scholar below the sacred battle platform laughed uproariously as his eyes were filled with shock. It seemed like the city lord of the 5-element sword city was indeed extraordinary. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Fang Chun kept his hidden star sword and prepared to walk down the sacred battle arena. However, at this moment, an angry roar resounded across the sky. Suddenly, a figure tore through the void and descended on the sacred battle arena. Abruptly, the entire sacred battle platform was filled with a tyrannical aura. Even Fang Chun, who had lifted his foot, was unable to advance any further. So strong. Fang Chun thought to himself as sword chi surged around his body. Die! As soon as the figure landed, he pointed his finger ferociously, wanting to kill Fang Chun. Seeing this, Fang Chun was shocked and immediately used his true intent of the void. His body merged into the void, but he was shocked to find that the power of this finger was too strong. Just the power of the finger was enough to force him to reveal himself. Voila! Fang Chun, who had just merged into the void, reappeared in a flash. His face was incomparably solemn. He didn't understand who this person was and why he wanted to kill him. However, he was already certain that this person was a profound King Realm expert. The aura and pressure around him was too strong. Old Li stopped. Just as the finger glow was about to touch Fang Chun's body, another shout suddenly rang out. Then, a stream of spirit chi instantly shot out, directly shattering the finger glow and resolving Fang Chun's crisis. Then, 2 figures appeared. The dignified flying celestial finger, Li Ryu, actually attacked a true martial realm martial artist. At the critical moment, 2 old men appeared and helped Fang Chun resist that terrifying attack. This sudden turn of events caused an uproar among the crowd below the sacred battle platform. When they saw who it was, their hearts were filled with shock. Flying celestial finger, Li Ryu. Who would have thought that this expert would also appear? Flying celestial finger. Why is Li Ryu here? Reportedly, that flying immortal finger, Li Ryu, came from the Azura Sword City. Furthermore, he has a complicated relationship with the Azura Sword sect. Could it be that the flying immortal fingers Li Ryu has come for Lu Tianzi and the others? This is going to be troublesome. Flying immortal finger Li Ryu is famous for being protective of his own people. Many martial artists were discussing among themselves. It was clear that flying immortal finger Li Ryu was quite famous in Burial Sword City. That's not necessarily the case. Even the elusive city lord has appeared. Even flying immortal Leroyu would have to give him some face. When the crowd saw the two city lords appear, they were shocked. An ordinary battle on the sacred battle platform had actually drawn out 3 old monsters. Although the flying immortal finger Leroyu wasn't as old as the two city lords, his strength was comparable to theirs. He could be considered a peak expert in the Burial Sword province. He killed my junior. How can I let him off? The flying immortal finger Leroyu was blocked by the two city lords. He glared at them. Old Lee, this is the sacred battle platform. Don't tell me you don't know the rules here, said the short city lord. Burial Sword City's rules were strict. Even profound kings couldn't casually break the rules. Stepping onto the sacred battle platform meant death. It's been a long time since my Azura Sword Sect juniors have entered Burial Sword City. It wasn't easy for a few to come, but they were all killed by this brat, said the flying immortal finger Leroyu. Clearly, he wasn't going to let this matter rest. Those who knew the flying immortal finger Leroyu knew that he was infuriated. You can't touch him, said the tall city lord. His attitude was firm. What kind of joke was this? Fong Chun was someone the palace master had taken a liking to, and he was about to enter the god Burial Sword prison. How could something happen to him now? So you two old fellows are determined to stop me? The flying immortal finger Leroyu's aura surged. The tall city lord nodded. Seeing this, the flying celestial pointed at Leroyu. Her eyes flickered as she glared at Fong Chun and said, I will not let this matter rest. After saying that, he turned and left. He also knew that with the two city lords present, he couldn't do anything to Fong Chun. At this time, Fong Chun clenched his fists. He sighed inside. Everything depended on strength. The flying immortal finger Leroyu was powerful. Even though he had broken the rules, the two city lords hadn't said anything. Furthermore, he had even put down his threats. If his strength reached a certain level, even if he slaughtered the entire Azura Sword sect, the flying immortal finger Leroyu wouldn't dare to make sound. Thinking of this, Fong Chen's eyes blazed. He had already made up his mind to enter the legendary god Burial Sword prison. He had to find opportunities to raise his cultivation base. His potential was greater than anyone else's. It was just that he had cultivated for a shorter time. To be able to survive the 12th layer tribulation, what else couldn't he do? Just as Fong Chun was thinking, the tall city lord turned to Fong Chun and said, The flying immortal finger Leroyu is very protective of his people. You killed 3 of them this time, so he will definitely hold a grudge. Be careful. Thank you for your help, city lord. Fong Chun cupped his hands in thanks. This time, if it weren't for the city lord, he would have been seriously injured. He hadn't expected the flying immortal finger Leroyu. All right, you can go back, said the short city lord. Fong Chun nodded his head and left the sacred battle platform. In the battle on the sacred battle platform, Fong Chun shone brightly. He killed 3 people with 3 swords. For a time, everyone thought that his strength was enough to be ranked in the top 10 of the younger generation in Sword Burial City. Of course, there were still some people who objected. Fong Chun didn't care about this. After the battle on the sacred battle platform, he also knew his true strength. He could easily kill a LV8 true martial realm martial artist, but he couldn't kill a LV9 true martial realm martial artist. I'm still not strong enough, Fong Chun said to himself. If the outside world knew what Fong Chun was thinking, they would definitely vomit blood. Being able to easily kill a LV8 true martial realm martial artist with a LV5 true martial realm cultivation base was something that even Lu Jingyun, the former #1 expert on the Sword Burial Skywall, couldn't do. Being able to easily kill an opponent who was 3 levels higher than him, such potential was too heaven-defying. Of course, this kind of thing was very normal for Fong Chun. He was the only martial artist who had passed the 12th tribulation in 10,000 years. Just this heaven-defying talent alone was enough for him to fight those who were above his level. In the garden of the Sword Burial Fairy Palace, Fong Chun's growth is still a bit slow. The Palace Lord muttered to himself as he drank tea. Palace Lord, Fong Chun has only been in the Sword Burial state for a year. It's already very good that he has grown to this level, the tall Sun City Lord said. Yes, killing a LV8 true martial realm martial artist with an LV5 true martial realm martial artist. If he can come out of the god burial sword prison alive, he might reach the mysterious king realm, the short Sun City Lord said with a smile. Hearing this, the palace lord shook his head slightly. He raised his head and looked at the void with his pitch-black eyes, as if he could see through the entire sword burial state. He's a 12th tribulation martial artist. His future achievements won't be limited to the mysterious king realm. In the eyes of ordinary people, Fang Chen's growth was simply heaven-defying. However, in the eyes of a 12th tribulation martial artist, Fang Chen's growth obviously couldn't meet the palace lord's requirements. After all, every 12th tribulation martial artist was a heaven-defying existence of an era. Fang Chen's potential hadn't been fully explored yet. Palace Lord, do you think Fang Chen can really get the recognition of the Sword Burial Emperor? The tall Sun City Lord suddenly asked. The short Sun City Lord also looked at the Palace Lord, waiting for an answer. I don't know if he will succeed or not, but in the entire Sword Burial State, he's the most likely one to succeed. The Palace Lord of the Sword Burial Fairy Palace muttered to himself. Hearing this, the tall and short Sun City Lords fell into silence. Fang Chen's appearance had given them too much hope. Chapter 889. There was less than a month until the opening of the buried God Sword prison. All the cultivators were preparing. Perhaps this was their only chance. As for Fang Chen, he had been cultivating in the City Lord's mansion. On the third day after killing Lu Tianzi, Fang Chen suddenly woke up from his cultivation. What's wrong? The little mouse was anxiously standing in front of Fang Chen. It was surrounded by a purple halo. Boss, just now my bloodline was trembling. It was as if something was attracting me, the little mouse said anxiously. Fang Chen was stunned when he heard this. The little mouse's bloodline was an ancient bloodline. Something that could make it tremble was definitely not ordinary. Furthermore, Fang Chen had a faint feeling that the little mouse's origin might be related to the buried Godsword prison. Where is the attraction? Asked Fang Chen. It's outside the city, said the little mouse. Fang Chen nodded and left the city lord's mansion with the little mouse. Using the true meaning of void, it didn't take long for them to leave the buried sword city. Outside the buried sword city was a desolate plain. It's up ahead. Through its bloodline, the little mouse could sense where the thing that was attracting it was. Fang Chen continued forward with the little mouse. Before long, the two of them arrived in front of a mountain range. Boss, the attraction is getting stronger and stronger, said the little mouse. Fang Chen's eyes flickered as he stared at the mountain range in front of him, thinking. Within the buried sword city, in a luxurious restaurant, there was a table near the window, and a cultivator was sitting next to it. He looked at Fang Chen's back, his eyes flickering with killing intent. He waved his hand, and a cultivator hastily walked over. Go back and report to Lord Li that the target has left, said the cultivator. Yes. Before long, the flying immortal Li Ruyu learned that Fang Chen had left. That kid left Burial Sword City. Flying immortal pointed at Li Ruyu and asked in confusion. Yes, not long ago, the subordinate said in a low voice. Flying celestial finger, Li Ruyu nodded and said, All right, got it. After saying that, he waved his hand and said, Let Blood's shadow kill him. Outside the Burial Sword City, in a mysterious mountain range. This mountain range was surrounded by a strong sword aura. It seemed to be very special. After weighing the pros and cons, Fang Chen decided to enter the mountain range. With Little Mouse leading the way, Fang Chen quickly entered the mountain range. The mountain range was very wide, and there were countless towering trees inside. The ground was overgrown with weeds. Can you feel it? Fang Chen asked. Little Mouse nodded his head heavily. His body moved quickly, and Fang Chen followed closely behind. Not long after Fang Chen and the Little Mouse entered the mountain range, a blood-red figure quickly flew over. Sky Burial Forest? The blood-red figure sneered. This is where you'll be buried. After saying that, he rushed into Sky Burial Forest. Under Little Mouse's lead, Fang Chen rushed into the depths of Sky Burial Forest in the blink of an eye. At this time, the little mouse felt that the attraction was getting stronger and stronger. Its blood kept beating. "Boss, this way." Little Mouse looked around and found a huge canyon hidden in the mountain range. Its face was filled with joy. Soon after, it brought Fong Chun into the canyon. After entering the canyon, they found that it was like a battlefield. "What's going on?" Fong Chun looked at the dilapidated canyon and was a little surprised. The mountain range outside was lush and verdant, but this canyon was dilapidated as if it had experienced a war. While Fong Chun was surprised, Little Mouse came to a corner of the canyon and found a bone. When it saw the bone, the little rat's blood started to churn rapidly. A myriad of thoughts flashed through its mind. Why does it feel so familiar? Little Mouse picked up the bone and muttered to itself. It was a hand bone that was about to rot. It was obvious that it had gone through the baptism of time. "What did you find?" Fong Chun walked closer and asked. Little Mouse showed the hand bone to Fong Chun, but the latter didn't find anything. "What's so special about this hand bone?" Fong Chun asked. Little Mouse's eyes flickered, and its little paws tightly held the hand bone. Suddenly, a purple light surged around its body. In the next moment, the hand bone fused with its little paws. "I finally found you." At this moment, a sinister voice sounded. Suddenly, a blood-red figure appeared and stared at Fong Chun. When he looked at Little Mouse, his heart trembled. That is, although he didn't know what the hand bone in Little Mouse's paws was, his intuition told him that it was extraordinary. "Put down the hand bone." Blood Shadow roared and his aura surged as he punched out. Seeing this, Fong Chun used the Golden Light Dragon Slaying Sword. The Golden Sword light collided with the fist light. Crack! Shui Ying's fist radiance was too powerful. Just a light collision was enough to shatter Fong Chun's sword radiance. Not good. Seeing this, Fong Chun cursed inwardly. With a thought, he put Little Mouse into a special spatial ring. Then, his body flashed, and the true meaning of the void appeared. Blood Shadow shattered the Golden Light Dragon Slaying Sword light with one punch. It was enough to show that his opponent was a LV9 genuine martial realm martial artist. Why would a LV9 genuine martial realm martial artist want to kill me? Fong Chun didn't understand. "You can't escape." Shuang sneered and continued to throw punches. The surrounding space became extremely chaotic. Crash! Fong Chun's figure appeared from the void and stared at Blood Shadow. "Who are you? Why do you want to kill me?" asked Fong Chun coldly. "Who I am isn't important. What's important is that someone wants your life," said Blood Shadow. Fong Chun's expression changed. Flying a mortal finger, Leroy, "You only know now?" Unfortunately, it's too late. Blood Shadow didn't give Fong Chun a chance. He used his strongest attack and instantly enveloped Fong Chun. Fong Chun wanted to use the true meaning of the void, but the surrounding space was a bit chaotic. Blood Shadow didn't give him chance. Bang! The Golden Light Dragon Slaying Sword was once again shattered by Blood Shadow. At this time, Blood Shadow's sword was about to fall. "No!" Fong Chun let out a low roar. His soul ejected, and he used the God Attraction Art. Immediately, his soul spear shot towards Blood Shadow. Caught off guard, Blood Shadow was forced back by the God Attraction Art. Fong Chun seized this opportunity to quickly escape the canyon. When he escaped the canyon, he didn't hesitate to use the true meaning of the void and leave this dangerous place. After Blood Shadow destroyed the soul spear, he came out of the canyon and found that Fong Chun had already disappeared. He took out a bug the size of a thumb from his bosom and let the bug smell the remnants of Fong Chun's scent in the air. He then said, "Track him down." After saying that, the little bug disappeared. Fong Chun's speed was very fast. However, he left behind some inconspicuous aura along the way. Blood Shadow's little bug had been following Fong Chun the entire time. In the process of escaping, Fong Chun panicked and didn't know where to go. About an hour later, Fong Chun's figure flashed. He stood on a tree and prepared to rest. The flying immortal finger actually sent someone to kill me. Fong Chun thought to himself. However, he had already used the true meaning of the void to escape for so long. There shouldn't be any problems. At this time, Fong Chun raised his head and looked around. Fong Chun was startled. This place seemed to be the belly of the mountain range. The air was very stifling. So stifling. What's here? Fong Chen muttered to himself. He had often heard of some of the secrets of the burial sword state. Roar! Just as Fong Chen was thinking, the roar of a beast resounded through the sky. Then Fong Chen saw a demonic beast open its bloody mouth and charge at Fong Chen. Without hesitation, he used the golden light dragon slaying. Poochie the hidden star sword stabbed into the demonic beast's mouth. Blood immediately flowed out. Roar! The demonic beast was infuriated. It wanted to devour Fong Chen's body, but its mouth was heavily injured. Its body was constantly rolling. Fong Chen took advantage of this opportunity to stand on the demonic beast's head. He circulated his strength and sent the demonic beast flying. Bang! The demonic beast's huge body fell to the ground. The hidden star sword was finally pulled out of its mouth. It regained its freedom. Chapter 890. The little bug did not even have a chance to resist before it was devoured by the beast. At the same time, Shuiying, who was following the little bug's trail, suddenly stopped in his tracks. What's going on? Suddenly, Shuiying sensed that his connection with the little bug had been severed. There was only one possibility in this situation, and that was that the little bug had died. Damn it! Thinking of this, Shuiying was enraged and continued to move forward. Although the beast attack was fierce, it was still killed by Fong Chen. It seems that this mountain range is more dangerous than I thought, Fong Chen muttered to himself. After killing the beast, Fong Chen continued to go deeper. Since he was already here, he might as well explore more carefully. In the special interspatial ring, Little Mouse finally finished devouring the hand bone after 2 hours. At this time, a purple light surged around its body and its aura instantly soared. In the next moment, it appeared from the interspatial ring. It broke through. Fong Chen looked at Little Mouse with an excited smile. Roar! At this moment, Little Mouse let out a low roar, and the purple light around its body instantly spread out and turned into a monstrous aura. Finally, a huge purple rat shadow condensed behind it. Roar! Seeing Little Mouse use its special ability, Fong Chen was also quite excited. After fusing with the mysterious hand bone, Little Mouse became even more powerful. Sensing the aura of its special ability, Fong Chen was a little surprised. At this time, in the mysterious sword burial immortal palace, the palace master suddenly stood up and looked into the distance with his pitch-black eyes. Palace master, what happened? The tall and short city lords hurriedly asked when they saw the situation. This aura. The palace master only said a few words and disappeared in an instant. In the next moment, the palace master appeared in the sky above the sky burial forest and immediately discovered Fong Chen and Little Mouse. This is seeing the purple rat shadow behind Little Mouse. The palace master's old face was a little shocked. He saw that the purple shadow behind Little Mouse was constantly absorbing the surrounding spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and its body was still growing rapidly. Seeing the purple light on Little Mouse's body, the palace master's body trembled with excitement. Roar! After a roar, Little Mouse's power was instantly released. Then, the special ability was retracted, and Little Mouse returned to its original appearance. Boss! Little Mouse's reward this time, and was very excited. Now that you're using your innate ability, even I wouldn't dare to fight you head-on. Fong Chen grinned. However, just as the little mouse was about to speak, a large hand suddenly reached out and instantly enveloped the human and mouse. When Fong Chen came to his senses, he realized that he was no longer in the mountain range. Instead, he was in a palace. Where's this place? Fong Chen was puzzled. Little Mouse stood on his shoulder and looked around. Young friend, long time no see. At this moment, a hearty laugh was heard. Immediately, Fong Chen saw the palace master of the sword burial fairy palace. Palace master. It was Fong Chen's first time seeing the palace master in person, and his face was full of surprise. After seeing the palace master, Fong Chen knew that the big hand was from the palace master. However, he did not know why the palace master had brought him here. This is the sword burial fairy palace, the palace master said with a smile. May I know why the palace master has brought me here? Fong Chen asked directly. The palace master's gaze fell on Little Mouse. At this moment, there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. Palace master, Fong Chen softly reminded him. When the palace master heard Fong Chen's voice, he withdrew his gaze from Little Mouse and pointed at the stone stool next to him. Sit. Fong Chen nodded and sat on the stone stool. After sitting down, the palace master immediately said, Fong Chen, do you know the origin of Little Mouse on your shoulder? Hearing this, Fong Chen was startled and looked at the palace master with a burning gaze. Could it be that the palace master knew the origin of Little Mouse? As expected, the palace master's next words set off a storm in Fong Chen's heart. Not only do I know, but I'm also very familiar with it, said the palace master. Please tell me, palace master, Fong Chen hurriedly asked. Fong Chen had always been suspicious of Little Mouse's origin. When the palace master brought him to the Sword Burial Immortal Palace, Fong Chen was even more convinced that Little Mouse was related to the Sword Burial Prefecture. You should know the origin of the Sword Burial Prefecture, said the palace master softly. Back then, the Sword Burial Emperor had a spiritual pet. Then, the palace master sank into his memories. The Sword Burial Emperor was an almighty in the universe. His strength was so great that no one knew about it. Back then, the Sword Burial Emperor had a pet that looked exactly like Little Mouse. Palace master, are you saying that Little Mouse is the Sword Burial Emperor's pet? Fong Chen was shocked when he heard this. The palace master shook his head slightly. After the Sword Burial Emperor died, that pet also died. This Little Mouse should be the descendant of that pet. This was the first time Fong Chen had heard of the Little Mouse's origin. He was shocked. Palace master, could you be mistaken? Asked Fong Chen. The palace master shook his head. No, their race is unique. Do you know that in the endless universe, there's a race that can be called a heaven-defying race? Fong Chen shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. This was because he didn't know anything about the outer realms. The outer realms are vast. It's not something you or I can imagine. Even profound kings can only be considered the weakest cultivators in the outer realms. Those extremely powerful cultivators can destroy a continent or a star with a flip of their hand. Those experts are the true rulers of the endless universe. However, in the outer realms, other than the powerful humans, there are also some extremely powerful races of demonic beasts. One of them is the heaven-devouring divine rat race that shakes the entire universe. Heaven-devouring divine rat. Fong Chen's heart trembled slightly when he heard this. Shakes the firmament of the universe. In the vast universe, there are millions of demonic beast races. To be able to stand out among so many demonic beast races was enough to show how powerful they were. And this heaven-devouring divine rat race could actually shake the universe. Because in the entire universe, there's only one member of the heaven-devouring divine rat race that was born with the universe. When the palace master said this, he couldn't suppress the shock in his eyes. Only one? Could it be the Little Mouse? Fong Chen was astonished. The innate ability of the heaven-devouring divine rat clan is simply too heaven-defying. They can devour anything and any supreme treasure in the universe. The heaven-devouring divine rat that followed Emperor Zongjian back then could even devour stars. Palace Master said. Fong Chen's heart was in turmoil. Were the heaven-devouring divine rats so powerful? He turned his head to look at the little mouse on his shoulder. He couldn't help but think that the little mouse seemed to be able to devour anything. The heaven-devouring divine rat is a freak in the universe. The reason why Emperor Zongjian was able to shake the universe was because of the heaven-devouring divine rat. The palace master continued. However, in the end, Emperor Zongjian still died because he offended a powerful enemy. The palace master's words completely overturned the little mouse's position in Fong Chen's heart. The heaven-devouring divine rat race was actually so freakish that they could devour anything. Devouring a star, this kind of extravagance was too shocking. Perhaps even the Qingyun domain could be devoured by the heaven-devouring divine rat with just one mouth. And this little friend of yours is the descendant of the heaven-devouring divine rat that followed Emperor Zongjian, said the palace master. Fang Chen opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He looked at the little mouse in shock. Such a petite rat was actually the heaven-devouring divine rat that made the entire universe tremble in fear. The heaven-devouring divine rat's innate ability was too heaven-defying. It was almost impossible for them to reproduce. However, the appearance of the little mouse made the palace master realize that the heaven-devouring divine rat that followed Emperor Zongjian had a descendant. The heaven-devouring divine rat. Fang Chun swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Chapter 891. The bloodline was very pure. In other words, the godly rat bloodline in Little Mouse's body was comparable to that of the one who had followed Emperor Zongjian. Fang Chun was extremely shocked when he thought of this. The godly rat bloodline could devour everything. A godly rat bloodline that reached its peak was extremely terrifying. Fang Chun, perhaps this is the will of heaven. Back then, Emperor Zongjian had the only godly rat bloodline in the universe. Now, after so many years, you also have the only godly rat bloodline in the universe. The palace master stared at Fang Chun and said word by word. When they discovered that Fang Chun had the godly rat bloodline, Fang Chun and the palace master were both shocked. That was a godly rat bloodline. When it reached its peak, it could even devour stars and everything. Even the top experts in the universe would not want to face such power head-on. Fang Chun tried hard to calm his excitement and stared at Little Mouse carefully. The latter blinked and seemed to be thinking about something. Even though Fang Chun had already guessed that the Little Mouse had an extraordinary background, he was still surprised. However, he was still shocked when he learned that Little Mouse was the only godly rat bloodline in the universe. Little Mouse had not grown up yet. Once it grew up, it would definitely be able to intimidate everyone. Fang Chun, your growth trajectory is very similar to that of Emperor Zongjian. This time, the God-burying sword prison might be an opportunity for you. The palace master said in a deep voice. Fang Chun nodded heavily. You should go back first. Also, don't leak the news of the godly rat bloodline. The palace master reminded him. In fact, the palace master was a little worried. Even in the extraterritorial region, no one had seen the godly rat bloodline. Fang Chun left the sword-burying immortal palace with shock in his heart. Everything that had happened today had made him feel extremely shocked. He was extremely shocked. This was the first time he had heard of something in the extraterritorial region. What realm had Emperor Zongjian reached? And that heaven-devouring divine rat. Just how tyrannical was it? The palace master smiled faintly as he watched Fang Chun leave. Never would I have imagined that the heaven-devouring divine rat from back then would actually leave behind such a pure descendant, said the palace master. He had clearly seen the little mouse unleash its innate divine ability. Although it wasn't strong enough now, once it grew up, it would definitely be incomparably heaven-defying. I hope that you will be able to obtain the recognition of the buried Sword Emperor, said the palace master. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this time, Fang Chun cultivated while searching for information about the heaven-devouring divine rat. However, what disappointed Fang Chun was that there was almost no news about the heaven-devouring divine rat in the outside world. Apart from the palace master, even the two city lords of Burial Sword City knew nothing about it. In this way, Fang Chun was relieved. At least he didn't have to worry about others being greedy for the little mouse. Today, the entire Burial Sword City was extremely lively. The reason for that was because the legendary God-burying sword prison was about to open. Early in the morning, countless martial artists had gathered at the square in front of the City Lord Mansion. Seeing that Fang Chun had arrived, Dugi Yun and Sidu Hong greeted Fang Chun. Fang Chun walked over to them. There are so many people. Fang Chun could feel that the martial artists in the square had very strong auras. Some of them had even reached the limit of the true martial realm. Of course, there are many people when the God-burying sword prison opens, said Sidu Hong. Brother Fang, we of the younger generation are at a disadvantage after entering the God-burying sword prison, said Dugi Yun. The fighting strength of the younger generation was definitely not as strong as those old monsters who had been living in seclusion. Some martial artists had been trapped in the true martial realm for a long time and had been studying. Although they had no hope of entering the mysterious king realm, their fighting strength had reached the quasi-king realm. Most of the martial artists who had entered the god-burying sword prison were in the true martial realm. In other words, quasi-king experts were the strongest fighting strength. At a glance, there were about 100 people in the square. Most of these martial artists were in the LV9 true martial realm. Only a small number of martial artists had not reached the LV9 true martial realm. Fang Chun and the rest of the younger generation stood together. Compared to the other older generation monsters, their strength was on the weaker side. Just as Fang Chun was talking to Sidu Hong and Dugi Yun, Lu Jingyun and the others arrived. Among the younger generation, only Lu Jingyun had the strength to contend with the older generation's monsters. After 15 minutes, all the martial artists had arrived. Those who were able to come to the square were all qualified to enter the god-burying sword prison. When all the martial artists had arrived, a ripple appeared in the void and the palace master appeared. "It's the palace master of the sword-burying deity palace," someone exclaimed. The palace master of the sword-burying deity palace was elusive. It was impossible to see him on a normal day. Unexpectedly, he appeared this time. It seemed that the palace master attached great importance to the opening of the god-burying sword prison. In an instant, the noisy square fell silent. The palace master stood on the rostrum and looked around. He then said in a deep voice, "Everyone, the god-burying sword prison is extremely dangerous. If you're not careful, you will lose your life. If you want to leave now, it's not too late," the palace master said. Hearing the palace master's words, many martial artists shook their heads. What a joke. Not just anyone could enter the god-burying sword prison. Among the crowd on the square, there were some martial artists who had reached the limit of the true martial realm. They knew that they had no hope of reaching the mysterious king realm, so they wanted to enter the god-burying sword prison to fight. Even if they could not break through to the true martial realm, they could die without regrets. Of course, there were also some martial artists who wanted to get lucky and obtain all kinds of opportunities. In short, there were all kinds of thoughts. There are a total of 200 people entering the god-burying sword prison this time. They are all in the true martial realm of the sword-burying prefecture. I hope that you will gain something in the god-burying sword prison. After the palace master finished speaking, he led the crowd and left the sword-burying city. "Brother Dugu, do you know where the god-burying sword prison is?" On the way, Fang Qin asked in a low voice. The god-burying sword prison is said to be in the extreme north of the sword-burying prefecture. "There is an endless ocean there," Dugu Yun said. "That's right. That ocean is called the Land of Death. Any true martial realm cultivator that enters, it will definitely die. Unless the god-burying sword prison opens, we true martial realm cultivators will be able to enter it safely," Situ Hong said. Fang Qin's heart trembled. He was slightly curious about the endless ocean. Of course, he was even more curious about the legendary god-burying sword prison. The sword-burying city was a little far from the endless ocean. As they advanced, they formed groups to prepare for the god-burying sword prison. "Brother Fang, you've only been in the sword-burying city for a short time. I have some things to tell you so that you won't offend someone you shouldn't offend and lose your life," Situ Hong suddenly said. "Oh." Fang Qin looked at Situ Hong in confusion. "There are countless true martial realm cultivators in the sword-burying prefecture, but there are 8 people that even mysterious kings don't want to offend," said Situ Hong. "That's right. Their cultivations have reached the limit of the true martial realm. They're even stronger than quasi-kings," said Dugi Yun in a low voice. 8 peak true martial realm cultivators? Fang Chun was shocked. They were even stronger than quasi-kings and could contend with mysterious kings. The 8 of them have been trapped in the true martial realm for several thousand years. Because they can't enter the mysterious king realm, they've been studying the true martial realm, which led to them reaching the limit of the true martial realm. Situ Hong continued, "When you enter the god-burying sword prison, you have to hide far away if you encounter them. Their lifespan is almost up, so they'll go crazy when they start killing." Fang Qin nodded. Cultivators that were about to reach the end of their lifespan would indeed go crazy when they encountered an opportunity. After all, they would die even if they reached the end of their lifespan. They might even be able to enter the mysterious king realm. However, Fangshan also knew that it was basically impossible for them to enter the mysterious king realm after being trapped in the true martial realm for several thousand years, unless they obtained some heaven-defying treasures in the god-burying sword prison. The 8 of them are. Yun told Fang Chun their names, telling him to be careful. Fang Chun secretly remembered the names of these 8 people. Peak true martial realm cultivators. They were the strongest people entering the god-burying sword prison. Chapter 892. Reaching the limit of any cultivation realm was something that ordinary people could not do, especially those in the true martial realm who could reach the limit and not advance any further. It was no wonder that they could challenge Mystic Kings. The 8 extreme martial artists had surpassed many quasi-kings. Among the 200 or so people present, there were many quasi-kings. However, they were all in awe of the 8 ultimate powerhouses at the forefront. Even a quasi-king expert would not be able to resist them. Moreover, they were martial artists who were nearing the end of their lifespans. Once they went crazy, even quasi-kings would not dare to fight them. Fangshan glanced at them and looked away. Everyone remained silent for the rest of the journey. The closer they got to the endless ocean, the heavier the atmosphere became. The god-burying sword prison was the most mysterious prison in the entire burial sword state. Countless martial artists were both curious and fearful of it. When they were about to enter the god-burying sword prison, everyone had an indescribable feeling in their hearts. Under the lead of the palace master of the sword-burying immortal palace, the mighty crowd walked for 6 hours before arriving at the endless ocean. Everyone stood at the edge of the ocean. Strong winds blew past, causing their robes to flutter. Looking at the vast ocean, Fang Chun sighed in his heart. Although he had not seen the forbidden area of the ocean outside the ancient sword continent, it was probably much weaker than the endless ocean. In the boundless ocean, waves were surging and waves were constantly rising from the ocean. The air above the endless ocean was filled with a powerful aura. Ordinary martial artists would not be able to withstand it. Let's go. As soon as the palace master finished speaking, he raised his hands. Immediately, the water in the endless ocean spread in 2 directions, forming a path in the ocean. Everyone followed behind the palace master and entered the endless ocean. Immediately, everyone's faces turned pale. They felt an enormous pressure on their bodies. What a strong gravitational force. Fangshan could not help but sigh in the crowd. There was a strong gravitational force in the endless ocean. This gravitational force was several times stronger than the outside world. If not for the palace master leading the way, even quasi-kings would not be able to move forward easily. Fang Chun raised his head and carefully observed the many martial artists. He realized that other than the 8 ultimate powerhouses who were walking at the front, the other martial artists looked a little embarrassed. A true martial realm martial artist would find it difficult to withstand such gravity, Situ Hong said in a deep voice. The endless ocean is known as a forbidden land for martial artists. It's not just for show, Yin said. The surrounding seawater surged with raging waves, but not a single drop of seawater spilled out from the path they were walking on. Everyone knew that this was the palace master's doing. Fang Chun looked at the palace master walking at the front, his heart trembling. Exactly what level did the palace master of the sword burial immortal palace reach? It was simply too terrifying. While the seawater continued to surge, everyone resisted the gravity and moved forward with great difficulty. From time to time, they would encounter some powerful sea demons. However, when these sea demons sensed the palace master's aura, they would all flee. Fang Chun could clearly sense that the strength of these sea demons was definitely comparable to a human Mystic King realm expert. It's really dangerous in the endless ocean, Fang Chun thought to himself. After walking for about 15 minutes, the group arrived at the depths of the ocean. At this moment, the gravity increased again. Some of the weaker martial artists could no longer stand. This was because the palace master was resisting most of the gravity. If the palace master was not around, it was hard to imagine how strong the gravity would be. This is the entrance to the God Burial Sword Prison. The palace master suddenly stopped and looked ahead. At this moment, there was a huge whirlpool in front of everyone. Within this whirlpool, there was an awe-inspiring aura constantly emitting. The closer they were to the whirlpool, the stronger the gravity. And the legendary entrance to the God Burial Sword Prison was within this whirlpool. Why was the God Burial Sword Prison built here? Fangchen was a little puzzled and immediately asked. The dark turmoil back then was too tragic. There were countless deaths and injuries. Those martial artists who died were powerful extraterritorial realm experts. Even if they died, their resentment would still remain. If not controlled, it would bring disaster to the sword burial state, Du Guiyun said. There are countless extraterritorial realm experts buried in the God Burial Sword Prison. It's too dangerous, so it could only be built in the deep sea. With the strong pressure and the means of the Sword Burial Fairy Palace, we can suppress it, Situ Hong said solemnly. The God Burial Sword Prison was too dangerous. If they were not careful, the resentment inside would escape, and that would be troublesome. When they arrived in front of the whirlpool, even the 8 ultimate warriors' faces changed slightly. Palace Master, is this the entrance to the God Burial Sword Prison? One of the 8 ultimate warriors asked. When everyone heard this, they looked at the Palace Master. The Palace Master nodded and said, "That's right. This whirlpool is the entrance." The Palace Master looked at the whirlpool and said, "I will open the whirlpool later, and the God Burial Sword Prison will appear automatically. Quickly enter it." When everyone heard this, they nodded. Then, the Palace Master shook his wrist, and a terrifying aura surged out from his body. Then, the Palace Master used a special method to stop the whirlpool from rotating. Seeing this, everyone exclaimed. The Palace Master's method was too domineering. He actually stopped the whirlpool from rotating. The gravity in the whirlpool was strong enough to crush a boundary king expert to death. Rumble. After the whirlpool stopped, a deafening sound resounded through the entire endless ocean. In an instant, all the sea demons in the endless ocean prostrated themselves in the water, their hearts filled with fear. After so many years, the God Burial Sword Prison appeared once again. Fangchen opened his eyes wide and looked at the whirlpool that had stopped rotating. In the whirlpool, a vast prison gradually appeared. When the sword prison appeared completely, it occupied the entire endless ocean. Looking at the majestic prison, Fangchen's heart trembled. The aura that was emitted from the prison almost suffocated him. What a strong aura! A decaying aura was emitted from the prison, and everyone retreated. The Palace Master looked at the God Burial Sword Prison and nodded slightly. Then, he shook his wrist, and a bright light shot into the entrance of the God Burial Sword Prison. Suddenly, the God Burial Sword Prison stabilized in the endless ocean. Fang Chan raised his head and stared at the huge God Burial Sword Prison with his dark eyes. He was extremely shocked. The entire God Burial Sword Prison was so tall that he couldn't see the end of it. There were countless complicated patterns on the God Burial Sword Prison. Those runes were extremely complicated, and they were emitting a frightening power. Everyone looked at the God Burial Sword Prison from afar and was shocked. This is the legendary God Burial Sword Prison, the prison where countless extraterritorial gods are buried. Too powerful. Just the aura that it emits is suffocating. This is even with the Palace Master present. Many martial artists were shocked. The 8 ultimate powerhouses at the forefront exchanged glances with one another, and a hint of madness appeared in their eyes. Dong! Under the control of the Palace Master, a staircase appeared in the God Burial Sword Prison. The staircase extended from the entrance of the God Burial Sword Prison to everyone's feet. Then, the door of the God Burial Sword Prison opened. Instantly, countless crazy roars could be heard coming from the entrance, as a terrifying dark aura spread across the place. Seeing this, the Palace Master snorted and shook his wrist to form a complicated seal. Then, the entrance of the God Burial Sword Prison calmed down. "All of you enter quickly," the Palace Master said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the 8 ultimate powerhouses led the crowd into the God Burying Sword Prison like a swarm of bees. Fang Chan followed the crowd and entered. Dong! After everyone had entered, the door of the god burial sword prison closed and gradually disappeared into the whirlpool. In the blink of an eye, the whirlpool started to rotate again, and the endless ocean returned to its original state. The palace master stood in front of the whirlpool quietly and was thinking about something. After a long while, the palace master sighed and said, "I hope you guys can give me a surprise." Chapter 893. The palace master stared at the whirlpool. Suddenly, an angry roar came from the whirlpool. The palace master's expression changed. "It's been so many years. Is he still alive?" After saying that, the palace master of the immortal palace did not stay any longer. With a flash, she left the endless ocean. As for Feng Chun and the rest, they entered the god-burying sword prison. They would only know if they experienced it themselves. More than 200 true martial realm experts entered the god-burying sword prison. The sword-burying prefecture became peaceful. Some of the weaker true martial realm experts also started to become active. Many true martial realm experts entered the god-burying sword prison but never returned. This was their chance to rise. The sword burial immortal palace stood quietly on top of a mountain peak, as if it had existed since ancient times. At a certain moment, a piece of news was quietly spread out, instantly reaching every city. In the sword arena of Golden Sword City, Elder Xian was in the middle of a discussion with the other mysterious kings. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly, and he bade farewell to the other mysterious kings and directly walked into an underground palace. "Ancestor, why are you looking for me?" Elder Xian asked in a low voice as he knelt on the ground. Just now, the ancestor, who had been in seclusion, sent him a message asking him to come quickly. After so many years, this was the first time the old ancestor had been so anxious. Something very important must have happened. "I'm going to the sword-burying immortal palace. From now on, you'll be in charge of the sword arena." The ancestor's hoarse voice entered Elder Xian's ears. "Ancestor, you?" Elder Xian was confused. The ancestor was only going to the sword-burying immortal palace. Why did it seem like he was saying goodbye? He was worried. "Take care of the sword arena." After saying that, the patriarch's figure disappeared. "Ancestor." Elder Xian wanted to ask more, but the ancestor was nowhere to be seen. At the same time, the same thing was happening in the other cities. In the Azura Sword sect of Azura Sword City, which was adjacent to Golden Sword City, the sound of a bell rang through the sky. When the Azura Sword sect's martialists heard the sound of the bell, their expressions turned extremely grave. The sound of the bell was extraordinary. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't ring easily. It would only ring when the Azura Sword sect was in danger. But this time, it was ringing incessantly. Something big must have happened. "What's going on?" the Azura Sword sect's disciples asked. At this moment, the sect leader of the Azura Sword sect arrived at the entrance of a cave in the forbidden area of the sect. "Ancestor, why did you summon me?" asked the Azura sect master urgently. From now on, the Azura Sword City, the Azura Sword sect's master. Patriarchs from countless cities in the Sword Burial Prefecture left for the Sword Burial Immortal Palace. On this day, the Sword Burial Prefecture was in an uproar. A dozen old Azura Immortal Palaces Immortal Palace. These old men were like people who were about to die. Their skinny bodies looked like they would be blown away by the wind at any time. However, if the outside world knew the identities of these old men, they would definitely be shocked. Immortal, immortal, immortal dark was immortal, 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 the immortal. These profound kings had led their subordinates to fend off the foreign invaders during the chaos that had plagued the sword burial state. Although he was lucky enough to not die in the end, he was left with a lingering illness that could not be cured. "Old he, you're here too. Ha, old five, long time no see. You old bastard, you're not dead yet." The dozen or so old men gathered together once again. Everyone was very happy. These people were all brothers who had fought side by side. It's a pity that old Six is dead. Otherwise, us brothers would be able to reunite. Hearing this, everyone fell into silence. The atmosphere was incomparably heavy. The old Six that everyone was talking about was the commander of the five-element Sword City. He had fought alongside them and died in battle. Yeah, what a pity for Six's brother, someone else said. If Fang Xin were here, he would definitely be shocked. The sixth brother that everyone was talking about was the mighty figure in the three-legged, two-eared cauldron that was found outside the Five Elements Academy. Just as everyone was talking, the palace lord of the immortal palace suddenly appeared. Everyone, palace lord. The old men all cupped their hands and bowed. The palace lord was also an expert who had experienced the chaos of the darkness. They were incomparably respectful. Palace lord, why have you called us here? Asked the patriarch of Golden Sword City's Sword Arena. That's right, palace lord. Why are you in such a rush this time? Asked the patriarch of the Azura Sword Sect. Everyone, I'm sure you all know that the God-burying sword prison has opened, said the palace lord slowly. Everyone nodded. The opening of the God-burying sword prison would affect the entire sword burial province. How could they not know? That dark creature is getting more and more irritated, continued the palace lord. Hearing this, the dozen or so old men all fell into silence. After a long while, someone said, Palace lord, let us old men do something for the sword burial province. That's right. We're willing to go kill that dark creature. The strongest group of people in the sword burial province had gathered in the sword burial immortal palace. They were discussing important matters. As for Fang Chun and the others who had entered the God-burying sword prison, they had no idea. In a vast wasteland, everyone was standing quietly. The 8 ultimate martial artists were at the front, looking around. Is this the God-burying sword prison? After a long while, someone finally asked. The answer was yes. They had already entered the God-burying sword prison. However, Fang Chun felt that it was a bit strange. It was rumored that there were countless foreign gods buried in the God-burying sword prison. But why was it that after entering the God-burying sword prison, they didn't find anything? They couldn't even sense a trace of dark energy. Why can't I sense any danger? Asked someone. That's the most dangerous and terrifying part. Finally, one of the 8 ultimate martial artists, an old man holding a fan, spoke. Fang Chen looked over and recognized him at a glance. He was one of the 8 ultimate martial artists, the Sword Breaker. The reason he was called the Sword Breaker was because he liked to personally break his opponent's sword after defeating them. Over time, the title of the Sword Breaker appeared. There are a total of 18 levels in the God-burying sword prison. Each level is more dangerous than the last. This is only the first level, said another of the 8 ultimate martial artists. There's no danger in the first level. Let's go. With that, the 8 ultimate martial artists moved together and disappeared instantly. Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. In the eyes of the 8 ultimate martial artists, they were like ants. Even some of the quasi-kings were nothing in the eyes of the 8 ultimate martial artists. Brother Fang, how about we move together? Du Yun, who was beside Fang Chun, asked in a low voice. Fang Chun nodded his head in agreement. The God-burying sword prison was full of mysteries. Fang Chun didn't dare to be careless. As they spoke, more than 200 martial artists dispersed. For the 8 ultimate martial artists, the first level wasn't very attractive. However, for ordinary martial artists of the real martial arts realm, it was very attractive. Everyone spread out to look for opportunities. Of course, there were also some powerful martial artists who were looking for the entrance to the second level. Countless extraterritorial gods were buried in the 18 levels of hell, as well as powerful dark beasts. It was extremely dangerous. As Fang Chun and the others walked on the wasteland of the first level, a voice came from the depths of the God-burying sword prison. Humans have finally come in. This voice was filled with a sinister smile. Children, treat them well. As this voice sounded, an extremely cold aura came from the depths of the God-burying sword prison. Countless dark beasts hidden in the dark were ready to make a move. The resentment of some extraterritorial experts who had died also became active. At this time, the atmosphere outside the God-burying sword prison was extremely tense. Within the sword-burying immortal palace, many dark and chaotic commanders dragged their dying bodies toward the endless ocean. They were lucky to have survived back then, but they were unable to recover from the illness. As time passed, their bodies became weaker and weaker. Moreover, their time was almost up. The only thing they could do for the sword-burying state was to do their last bit. For the sword-burying state. Chapter 894. God-burying sword prison. First level. When Fang Chun and the others were separated, they finally encountered something strange. Darkness covered the sky, and the entire first level was filled with an extremely eerie aura. Swoosh! In a wasteland somewhere, Fang Chun, Yun, and Sidu Hong were walking quickly. Suddenly, a black shadow swept out from the darkness. Dark demonic beast. Situ Hong roared loudly. An extremely sharp sword, Qi, burst out from his body in an instant. He then started to fight with the dark demonic beast. At this moment, Fang Chun finally saw the so-called dark demonic beast. "This is the dark demonic beast," Fang Chun said. He took out the hidden star sword and executed the golden light dragon-slaying sword, attacking the dark demonic beast. Fang Chun used the true meaning of void to launch sneak attacks on the dark demonic beast, while Sidu Hong and Yun faced it head-on. Soon, the dark demonic beast was killed by the three of them. Phew! Looking at the dark demonic beast's body falling, Situ Hong revealed a smile on his face. "Brother Fang, you actually have the true meaning of space," Yun said with a smile. It seemed like he had made the right choice. Choosing a teammate like Fang Chun, who had the true meaning of space, would save him a lot of trouble in the future. Is this dark demonic beast born from absorbing the dark demonic Qi in the god-burying sword prison? Fang Chun asked. Situ Hong nodded and said, "The dark demonic beast has absorbed a large amount of dark demonic Qi. Its body has a strong corrosive aura. Normally, it can fight against those of a higher cultivation level." Hearing this, Fang Chun's heart moved slightly. They had just entered the first level of the god-burying sword prison, and they had already encountered the dark demonic beast. Moreover, Fang Chun sensed that the dark demonic beast's combat power seemed to be very strong. "This is only the first level. With our strength, we can pass through it easily," Yun said confidently. In the first level of the god-burying sword prison, experts of the real martial arts realm were buried. As for experts of the mysterious king realm, they were basically buried in other levels. As soon as Yun finished speaking, he walked in front of the dark beast's body. He reached out his hand and directly inserted it into the dark beast's body. He grabbed its heart of darkness and took it out. "This is the heart of darkness," Yun said in a low voice. Fang Chun saw that on Yun's palm, there was a heart that was emitting a dark light. It was very tempting. The heart of darkness contains a large amount of aura. To us martial artists, it is considered a great treasure, Situ Hong explained. "This heart of darkness is mine. The rest will be yours," Yun said as he put away the heart of darkness. Fang Chun nodded in agreement. After all, this was only the first dark demonic beast. In the days to come, they would definitely encounter many more. After the three of them finished their discussion, they continued on their journey. Whoosh, whoosh. The vast wasteland was filled with a dark aura. In the darkness, there were countless dark demonic beasts. However, the dark demonic beasts on the first level were generally not strong. It was not a problem for them. After about a day, more than 200 martial artists had basically entered the second level. Fang Chun and the other two also arrived at the entrance of the second level. At the entrance, there was a huge dark demonic beast body. It looked like it had been killed by other martial artists. With the 8 ultimate warriors in front of us, we basically don't have to worry about the guarding demonic beasts, Sido Hong said with a grin. Yun and Fang Chun looked at each other, and then the three of them entered the second level. In a day's time on the first level, the three of them worked together to kill 30 dark demonic beasts. Each of them received 10 hearts of darkness. When they arrived at the second level, the dangerous aura was obviously much stronger than that of the first level. At this time, casualties began to appear among the 200-odd martial artists. Fang Chun and the other two encountered a dark demonic beast at LV8 True Martial Realm. The dark demonic beast's strength was comparable to a human martial artist at LV9 True Martial Realm. Roar! The dark demonic beast roared at Fangchun and the other two. Then, a monstrous aura emerged from its body, and it instantly swept towards the three of them. The three of them had a tacit understanding. Sidu Hong and Dugi Yun worked together to fight it head-on, while Fangchun continued to use the true meaning of the void to launch a sneak attack. Whoosh! Chapter 895. There were a total of 18 levels in the God-burying sword prison. This reminded Fangchun of the many web novels he had read on Earth. There were stories about the 18 levels of hell. The more sinful a person was, the lower he would be when he died. It was the same for the 18 levels of the God-burying sword prison. The strength of the dark beasts would increase with each level. It was said that as long as one was strong enough, one would be able to pass through the first 3 levels. However, from the 4th level onwards, one not only had to be strong, but also had to be well-rounded. This was the 2nd level. It was only there to train the warriors. The real danger was not here. However, even so, there were still some warriors who died. After killing the mutated dark beast, Fangchun and the others continued to move forward. At the same time, on the 2nd level of the wilderness, countless warriors were killing the dark beasts with all their might. As for the 8 ultimate powerhouses, they cut through all obstacles and quickly arrived at the entrance of the 3rd level. At the entrance of the 3rd level, there was a mutated dark beast. This mutated dark demonic beast possessed an extremely powerful aura. This dark beast has a middle-grade heart of darkness, one of them said. Let me do it. Another person took a step forward, took out a long sword, and gently swung it. Instantly, a crack appeared in the sky. Poof! The dark beast did not even have the chance to defend itself. It died instantly. After that, the 8 ultimate powerhouses entered the 3rd level one after another. As for the middle great heart of darkness, the 8 ultimate powerhouses did not even bother to take it out. The 8 ultimate powerhouses were too strong. Their strength surpassed all the quasi-kings. Not long after they entered the 3rd level, a large number of quasi-kings arrived. When they saw the middle great heart of darkness, they fought over it. In the end, a quasi-king with a slightly stronger strength snatched the middle great heart of darkness and entered the 3rd level. After that, a large number of quasi-kings entered the 3rd level as well. Of course, in other areas of the 2nd level, there were also some warriors who encountered some major dangers. On the ground somewhere, a warrior was killing dark beasts with all his might. He was very unlucky to encounter 3 dark beasts at once. Moreover, their strength was extraordinary. Poof! A dark demonic beast instantly bit off one of his arms. The other dark demonic beast bit off one of his legs. I'm not convinced. The martialist roared unwillingly. He had thought that he would be able to obtain a fortuitous encounter after entering the God-burying sword prison and soar into the sky. He didn't expect that he would die here after just reaching the 2nd level. He hated the heavens for being unfair. Poochie under the siege of the 3 dark, monstrous beasts, this martial artist instantly fell. If Fangchun and the others were present, they would have discovered that this person was from the younger generation, one of the top 10 powerhouses in the sword burial celestial wall. At the same time, similar situations occurred in other places on the 2nd level. If it was just a single dark demonic beast, the martial artist wouldn't be afraid at all. However, if they were to form a group, no matter how powerful they were, they would not be able to withstand them. Fangchun's group of 3 was quite lucky. After all, Fangchun possessed the tyrannical true meaning of void. The 3 of them killed a large number of dark demonic beasts and arrived at the entrance to the 3rd floor. He took a look and saw that the darkness demonic beasts at the entrance of the 3rd floor had already been killed. Go in, Situ Hong said. Then, the 3 of them entered the 3rd level. Arriving at the 3rd level, the 3 of them detected a trace of a strange aura. This 3rd level is not simple, Dugian said. Fangchun's group of 3 moved forward quickly. Not long after, they encountered the attack of a mysterious demonic beast. This demonic beast was not a dark demonic beast, but its strength was comparable to a dark demonic beast. Rumble. Most importantly, the attacks of the 3 of them were not worth mentioning at all to this demonic beast. What physical attack immunity? Fong Chen's group of three cried out involuntarily. This was the first time the three of them encountered such a mysterious demonic beast that was immune to physical attacks. This meant that no matter how strong the three of them were, it was useless. They couldn't even break through the demonic beast's defense. Damn it, since it was immune to physical attacks, then they could only use soul attacks. Whoosh! Fong Chun took the lead to use the God Attraction technique, while Sito Hong and Dugu Yun also used their soul attacks. Because Fong Chun was a soul cultivator, his soul attacks were much stronger than Sito Hong and Dugu Yun. Bang! Fong Chen's soul spear hit the demonic beast's body and finally had some effect. However, it also thoroughly angered the demonic beast. Roar! The demonic beast roared, and its big claws suddenly bombarded the soul attacks of the three of them, instantly shattering their attacks. Then, the demonic beast emitted a terrifying aura and suddenly rushed towards the three of them. We can't fight it head-on, Situ Hong roared. Immediately, the three of them looked at each other and instantly fled in different directions. The three of them could not fight against this demonic beast that was immune to physical attacks. So, the best way was to escape. Whoosh! Whoosh! The three of them fled in three different directions. Only in this way could they have a chance to survive. However, what made Fong Chen depressed was that the demonic beast was actually chasing after him. In the blink of an eye, Situ Hong and Dugu Yun disappeared. Behind Fong Chun, the demonic beast was still chasing after him. Damn it! Fong Chen could not help but curse. Just as the demonic beast was about to catch up, Fong Chun used the God Attraction technique again, causing the demonic beast to pause for a moment. His figure instantly disappeared. Suddenly, the little mouse said, "Boss, we've already gone far enough. There's no need to run anymore." Fong Chen was startled and a little puzzled. The little mouse jumped on a Fong Chen's shoulder and slowly said, "Boss, those two fellows have already left. Let me deal with this ugly demonic beast." "Are you sure?" Fong Chen asked. The little mouse nodded. Fong Chen stopped and turned his head to look at the demonic beast that was chasing after them. The little mouse jumped to the ground with a whoosh. Then, a purple light appeared around its body and condensed into a huge purple mouse phantom behind it. Innate ability. Seeing the little mouse use its innate ability, Fong Chen grinned. Whoosh! The demonic beast that was in the middle of chasing suddenly felt a huge, attractive force. Immediately, a hint of fear appeared in its eyes. Roar! The demonic beast roared, wanting to break free. However, the little mouse's innate ability was really too powerful. Crash! Under the little mouse's innate ability, the demonic beast was instantly sucked into the purple mouse phantom's bloody mouth. Crack! The demonic beast that was so powerful that even Fong Chun had to flee became the little mouse's meal. Then the little mouse put away its innate ability and spat out a heart. "Boss, this is for you." The little mouse handed the heart to Fong Chun. Fong Chun received the heart, his heart trembling. "Your innate ability is truly becoming more and more powerful," praised Fong Chun. "Of course." The little mouse smiled. The heaven-devouring divine rat was truly too powerful. The more he interacted with the little mouse, the more he could sense its tyrannical innate ability. Just what is this demonic beast? It's actually immune to physical attacks. Fong Chen was a bit puzzled. According to what I know, this demonic beast should belong to a special race in the Outerverse called the Golden Devil Race, said the little mouse. Golden Devil Race? Asked Fong Chun. The Golden Devil Race can be considered a large race in the Outerverse. This member of the Golden Devil Race is just a weak demonic beast, said the little mouse. Members of the Golden Devil Race are naturally immune to physical attacks. They can be considered a tyrant in the universe. All of this came from the little mouse's inherited memories. Boss, you could try and see if eating this Golden Devil Race member's heart will also make you immune to physical attacks, suddenly said the little mouse. Fong Chun was startled. Then his eyes widened, and he directly swallowed the Golden Devil Race member's heart. Suddenly, a powerful aura was emitted from his body. What power? Fong Chen muttered to himself. In the blink of an eye, the power of the heart spread out. At this time, Fong Chen clearly felt his body change. "Try and attack me," said Fong Chen. When the little mouse heard this, it immediately waved its little claws and attacked Fong Chen. Slash! Its claws slashed across Fong Chen's body, but it didn't leave behind any injuries. Chapter 896. He really was immune to physical attacks. This was what Fong Chen was thinking. He was incomparably excited. If he really was immune to physical attacks, then he wouldn't have to fear quasi-kings. Combined with his true meaning of void, it was simply too heaven-defying. Let's try again. Fong Chen wanted to confirm whether this was an illusion or not. Seeing this, the little mouse once again waved its claw, and it immediately slashed across Fong Chen's body. Ah! A miserable shriek came from Fong Chen's mouth. After being struck by the little mouse's claw, several wounds had appeared on his body. More importantly, he had actually been sent flying by the little mouse. Damn, I wasn't immune to physical attacks. Fong Chen spat out a mouthful of blood and stood up. He couldn't help cursing. The little mouse spread its claws, expressing its helplessness. "Boss, what's going on?" Just now, he was immune to the first attack. Why wasn't he immune to the second one? What was going on? Fortunately, the little mouse's attack wasn't too heavy. It was only a few superficial wounds. Fong Chen circulated his spiritual qi, and his injuries quickly healed. At this time, Fong Chen began to ponder. Just what was going on? Why was he immune to physical attacks at the beginning, but not later on? Could it be that there's a time limit? Fong Chen's mind lit up. It was a pity that he didn't have any extra golden devil hearts. Otherwise, he could give it a try. Let's go. Fong Chen's face was filled with helplessness as he brought the little mouse away. At this time, in an empty space on the third floor, Sidu Hong and Dugi Yun, who had split up to escape, once again gathered together. Their faces were filled with regret. "I wonder if Fong Chen can dodge the demonic beast attack," Sidu Hong muttered to himself. "Brother Fong has a space-related true meaning. He should be able to escape," Dugi Yun said. At that time, the situation had been urgent, and the two of them had been unable to do anything. After thinking for a moment, Sidu Hong and Dugi Yun left, preparing to enter the third floor. Inside the third level, there were even more martial artists who died or were injured. There were more than 200 martial artists, but more than 50 of them had died on this floor. Fong Chen brought the little mouse to search for the Golden Devil Clan's demonic beasts. Unfortunately, the Golden Devil Clan's demonic beasts were too rare to be found. However, just as Fong Chen was about to enter the fourth floor, the golden heart suddenly beat rapidly. Immediately after that, Fong Chen sensed a special aura. "There's movement." Fong Chen raised his head and looked into the distance. Darkness covered the land, and he couldn't see anything clearly. However, he could clearly sense that the source of the rapid beating of the golden heart came from the land shrouded in darkness. Let's go and take a look. Fong Chen could be considered to be a daring expert. With the help of the little mouse's innate ability, as long as he didn't encounter an extremely powerful demon beast, he would be fine. In the blink of an eye, Fong Chen arrived at the land shrouded in darkness. This was a small hill. The area around the small hill was completely shrouded in darkness. On the small hill, there was a skeleton. Fong Chen's heart skipped a beat. This was the first time he had seen a skeleton in the god-burying sword prison. This skeleton must be an expert who had died in the dark turmoil back then. This skeleton had been baptized by the passage of time and had become extremely rotten. However, Fong Chen could vaguely sense a terrifying aura from the skeleton. The skeleton was constantly emitting a dark aura. Fong Chen suddenly realized that the dark aura surrounding the small hill was actually emitted from the skeleton. As he approached the skeleton, the golden heart beat faster. What's inside the skeleton? Fong Chen's heart was filled with doubts. He came to the small hill and reached out to touch the skeleton. Crack! When Fong Chen's palm came into contact with the skeleton instantly shattered. An ancient voice came from within the skeleton. "You're right. Scam." Fong Chen only heard those two words. However, he did not understand what the skeleton meant by those words. After the skeleton shattered, the dark aura instantly surged. In the next instant, the dark aura drilled into Fang Chen's body. Fang Chen felt like he was about to suffocate. The dark aura was extremely domineering. Boss, the heart of darkness. However, at this moment, the little mouse shouted loudly. Immediately, Fang Chen swallowed all the heart of darkness he had obtained. The moment the heart of darkness entered his body, it instantly melted. A dense dark aura instantly spread out. This dark aura instantly absorbed the dark aura from before. Then, it was completely melted by Fang Chen's body. At this moment, some information appeared in Fang Chen's mind. True meaning of darkness. Fang Chen's heart trembled. He didn't expect this skeleton to actually possess the true meaning of darkness. And the information that appeared in Fang Chen's mind was an introduction to the true meaning of darkness. The true meaning of darkness was a high-level true meaning. If he could comprehend it, his cultivation would definitely skyrocket. How can I comprehend the true meaning of darkness? Fang Chen was puzzled. The purpose of entering the God-burying sword prison was to raise one's cultivation. If he could comprehend the true meaning of darkness, his strength would definitely increase. Fang Chen had never come into contact with the true meaning of darkness, so he didn't know where to start. However, just as he was looking at this information, he suddenly thought of the heart of darkness. If I devour a large amount of the heart of darkness, will it help me comprehend the true meaning of darkness faster? Fang Chen muttered to himself, "Your thoughts coincide with mine. No matter what, we should give it a try." Ancestor Bronze's voice sounded. Hearing this, Fang Chen's face revealed a trace of a smile. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. There were indeed opportunities everywhere in the God-burying sword prison. This was only the 3rd level, and he had encountered such a great opportunity. Fang Chen calmed himself down and left the small hill. He brought the little mouse and entered the 4th level. Because the 8 extreme powerhouses were extremely fast, they didn't have to worry about not being able to enter the next level. After entering the 4th level, Fang Chen immediately felt that the air was extremely oppressive. What a dense aura of darkness. Fang Chen said in a low voice. Fang Chen wasn't in a hurry to explore the 4th level. Instead, he brought the little mouse to collect enough heart of darkness and, of course, the heart of the golden demon race. Time passed bit by bit. The 8 extreme powerhouses had already entered the 5th level. Most of the quasi-kings had also entered the 5th level. Only Fang Chen remained on the 4th level. The higher the level, the greater the opportunities, but also the greater the danger. However, everyone's thoughts were simple. That was to follow the 8 extreme powerhouses closely. If there was any danger, the 8 of them would deal with it. However, Fang Chen didn't have such thoughts at all. The little mouse's special ability allowed him to be fearless of the dark beasts on the 4th level. In a day, Fang Chen and the little mouse worked together to kill 10 dark beasts. These 10 dark beasts all had mid-grade heart of darkness, and their strength was comparable to a LV9 true martial realm martial artist. If Fang Chen were to act alone, it would be difficult for him to kill one of them. However, with the little mouse's special ability, it was a different story. As soon as they encountered a dark demonic beast, Fang Chen would execute his true intent of void to attract the dark demonic beast's attention before it could even attack. As for the little mouse, it would execute its innate ability. After continuously using its special ability for a day, the little mouse's body began to weaken. "Boss, I can't use my special ability for the time being," Little Mouse said in a low voice. "Rest well." Fang Chen nodded. The little mouse's special ability was too heaven-defying, so every time it was used, it would consume a large amount of energy. Being able to use it 10 times in a row was already the limit. The little mouse returned to the interspatial ring to rest, while Fang Chen took out 10 hearts of darkness and prepared to devour them. At this moment, in a dark corner, 2 men stared at the 10 hearts of darkness in Fang Chen's hand with greedy eyes. This kid actually has 10 heart of darkness. Moreover, they are all mid-grade heart of darkness, one of them said, licking his dry lips. "Shall we attack?" the other man asked. It's his bad luck to meet us, the ice and sky twin stars. The man from before laughed sinisterly. As they spoke, the two men walked out from the dark corner. Kid, hand over your hearts of darkness, and we can spare your life. Chapter 897. The Ice Sky twin stars were somewhat famous in the sword burial prefecture. The older generation's true martial experts were lacking in talent, but they had cultivated to the 8th level of the true martial realm over the years. If the two of them worked together, they wouldn't be afraid of a 9th level true martial expert. Seeing this, Fang Chun put away the heart of darkness as a cold glint flashed across his eyes. You want my darkness heart? Asked Fang Chun. Brat, hand over the darkness heart obediently, or you'll definitely die. Don't think we're afraid of you, just because you left 99 sword scars on the sword burial heavenly wall, said the other. Talent doesn't represent strength. The two of them recognized Fang Chun. After all, he was quite famous in the sword burial city. The Ice Sky twin stars, muttered Fang Chun. What if I don't hand it over? Sneered Fang Chun. You're asking for it. Are you courting death? Are you forcing us to attack? Once we attack, you'll definitely die. The Ice Sky twin stars believed that Fang Chun had no other choice but to hand over the darkness heart. However, Fang Chun had chosen a different method, which was to fight. Whoosh! Fang Chun's figure disappeared as he executed the true intent of void. The Ice Sky twin stars had long anticipated that Fang Chun would display spatial-type true intent. Wild sword chi emerged around the two people's bodies, forming the strongest defense. The void was torn apart, and a hidden star sword shot out. The golden light, dragon slaying, was immediately used. Bang! The star-hidden sword fiercely collided with the long swords of the twin stars of ice and sky. The powerful force directly pressed down. This brat is so strong, said the Ice Sky twin stars. Bang! Bang! After forcing back Fang Chun, the Ice Sky twin stars unleashed their strongest attacks. Fang Chun used the true intent of void to battle together with the Ice Heaven twin stars. Boss, hold on for a bit. The little mouse transmitted from within the spatial ring. He was currently devouring violet crystals to recover his strength. Once he recovered, he would be able to use his innate ability. A smile appeared on Fang Chun's face when he heard this. Then, with a flick of his wrist, a Tao-level formation was instantly set up. In array formation. Seeing this, the Ice and Sky twin stars sneered. The swords in their hands instantly merged into one. The appearance of this long sword caused the temperature within the array to drop rapidly. Ice Heaven Sword, the weapons that the Ice and Sky twin stars were proud of. The aptitude of the Ice and Sky twin stars was very poor. It was only through the accumulation of time that they were able to cultivate to the 8th level of the genuine martial realm. And ever since they had obtained the Ice Heaven Sword, they had become somewhat famous in the sword burial state. In its normal state, the Ice Heaven Sword could be split into 2 swords. When in danger, they would combine into one and transform into the Ice Heaven Sword. When the Ice Heaven Sword appeared, the surrounding space instantly dropped. Even the Tao-level array was instantly frozen by the Ice Heaven Sword. Cold Chi. Seeing this, Fang Chun sneered. Then, he took out the Jade Moon Pearl. Suddenly, a vast aura shot out from the Jade Moon Pearl and filled the entire formation. Hiss! The Jade Moon Pearl was actually absorbing the cold chi of the Ice Heaven Sword. In an instant, the two confronted each other. What's going on? Seeing this, the Ice and Sky twin stars cried out involuntarily. World of ice and snow. The Ice and Sky twin stars roared loudly and displayed the strongest state of the Ice Heaven Sword. Suddenly, ice appeared in the entire formation. Crack! The Ice Heaven Sword blasted away the attack of the Jade Moon Pearl with absolute strength. Then, it smashed the Tao-level array with an unstoppable force. Fang Chun's figure instantly appeared in front of the Ice and Sky twin stars. Kid, it's time for you to die. The Ice and Sky twin stars said eerily. This Ice Heaven Sword is amazing. I want it, Fang Chun said softly, without any fear on his face. You're courting death. The Ice and Sky twin stars were furious. They immediately controlled the Ice Heaven Sword and launched a fierce, and domineering attack. However, at this moment, the little mouse appeared behind Fang Chun. It instantly displayed its innate ability. An extremely tyrannical attractive force appeared in an instant. The ice heaven sword trembled in the sky, as if it was resisting the vast attractive force. The bodies of the ice and sky twin stars couldn't help but move towards Fang Chun. What's going on? At this moment, the ice and sky twin stars finally sensed a trace of danger. Roar! The little mouse roared towards the sky in anger. Immediately, the terrifying devouring force increased in an instant. Hiss! The bodies of the ice and sky twin stars couldn't be controlled. No! The ice and sky twin stars passed through the place where Fang Chun was and were absorbed by the little mouse's innate ability. Crack! At the most critical moment, one of the ice and sky twin stars suddenly cut off one of his arms. In an instant, his figure flashed and directly grabbed the ice heaven sword in the sky and slashed towards the little mouse. The other person was instantly swallowed by the little mouse. Whoosh! In an instant, the person with the severed arm held the ice heaven sword and disappeared into the void. The little mouse withdrew its innate ability and spat out a mouthful of blood. There was some helplessness on its face. The taste of humans is very bad. But fortunately, the sky-devouring godly mouse had a powerful digestive ability. After swallowing, it would automatically digest it. It's all thanks to you this time. Fang Chun gently stroked the little mouse's head and said softly. At this moment, the little mouse's face was clearly a little pale after using its innate ability once. Its body was extremely weak. The 40,000 purple crystals in the interspatial ring had all been swallowed by the little mouse. Such a huge amount of energy was only enough to support it to use its innate ability once. It seemed that the little mouse wouldn't be able to use its innate ability for a very long time. Fang Chun looked at the void and nodded slightly. Although not both of the ice and sky twin stars were left behind, he had killed one of them. The other one was no longer a threat. On the third floor, in a dark corner, one of the ice and sky twin stars was extremely furious. Damn it, just what race is that little mouse? How can it use such a heaven-defying technique? Bingyu was extremely furious. This time, they had suffered a double loss. Not only did they not obtain Fang Chun's Heart of Darkness, but they had also lost one of the ice and sky twin stars. Fang Chun, I'll definitely make you wish you were dead. After speaking, Bingyu disappeared into the darkness. On the fourth floor, the majority of the Quasi-Kings had found some opportunities. Of course, there were also some who had encountered danger. And on the fifth floor, the 8 peak powerhouses had also stopped advancing, because they had encountered a powerful enemy. It's actually an Abyss Demon Hunter from outside the region. What do we do? Abyss Demon Hunters have extremely strong defenses. Their only weakness is their abdomen. The 8 of us will work together and attack their abdomen. The 8 peak powerhouses were currently discussing a countermeasure. This was because Abyss Demon Hunters were abnormally strong. If it was one-on-one, the 8 peak powerhouses would not dare to face the Abyss Demon Hunters head-on. Fortunately, the 8 of them worked together. This way, killing the Abyss Demon Hunters would be much easier. All right, let's attack together. The 8 peak powerhouses attacked one after another. Their combat power was comparable to a Mystic King. Rumble. Earth-shattering sounds were constantly heard. The 8 ultimate powerhouses unleashed their most powerful techniques to attack the Abyss Demon Hunters. After a fierce battle, the Abyss Demon Hunter's abdomen was hit and its body was penetrated. In the end, it fell to the ground unwillingly. Crash! After the Abyss Demon Hunting beast died, a luminous pearl-like pearl appeared on its forehead. Seeing this, the eyes of the 8 peak powerhouses lit up. It's actually a Demon Hunter pearl. There should be many Abyss Demon Hunters on the 5th floor. It shouldn't be a problem for each of us to have one. Someone suggested that this pearl should be given to one person first, and the rest should be dealt with after killing the Abyss Demon Hunters. The 8 peak powerhouses were extremely strong, but they still needed to be careful on the 5th floor. At this moment, Fang Chun was still on the 3rd floor. Little Mouse went to recuperate, while Fang Chun sat cross-legged and started to devour the 10 middle-grade hearts of darkness. This middle-grade heart of darkness is obviously much stronger than the inferior and low-grade ones, Fang Chun muttered to himself. The middle-grade heart of darkness contained a very strong dark aura. Fang Chun devoured all 10 middle-grade hearts of darkness in one go. Suddenly, a strong dark aura spread out. In Fang Chun's mind, the dark attribute aura was constantly circulating. Chapter 898. 10 middle-grade darkness hearts contained an extremely dense darkness aura within them. When Fang Chun digested all 10 heart of darkness, a majestic dark aura instantly enveloped him. At this moment, the dark aura in Fang Chun's mind was constantly rolling. As time passed, Fang Chun's understanding of the concept of darkness became deeper and deeper. 2 hours later, the dark aura around Fang Chun's body had become slightly thinner. 6 hours later, the dark aura around him completely disappeared as if it had never appeared. At this moment, Fang Chun's mind buzzed, and the concept of darkness instantly filled the air. Fang Chun instantly opened his eyes. With a thought, a majestic dark aura emerged in his mind. The dark aura gathered together and formed the concept of darkness. Is this the concept of darkness? Fang Chun muttered to himself. For him now, the comprehension of the concept was not enough to surprise him. After all, at his level, the most important thing was the true intent. However, being able to comprehend the concept of darkness also meant that he was one step closer to the true intent of darkness. The concept of darkness was one of the more powerful concepts. It could instantly release the dark aura to envelop oneself and hide in the darkness. Moreover, the dark aura had a strong corrosive power. If he could comprehend the true intent of darkness, then Fang Chun's strength would increase a lot in this eerie and terrifying God-burying sword prison. Moreover, even if he encountered dark monsters, he could easily kill them. Fang Chun's potential was unquestionable. To comprehend the concept of darkness in 6 hours, although it was partly due to the heart of darkness, it was still a heaven-defying potential. In the following time, Fang Chun began to comprehend the true intent of darkness. The comprehension of the true intent itself was a relatively difficult thing. However, the God-burying sword prison was the best place to comprehend the true intent of darkness. There was an extreme dark aura here, and it also had a frightening feeling. Time passed bit by bit. After a week, Fang Chun's concept of darkness reached the peak of the first minor realm. After half a month, the concept of darkness reached the second minor realm. In just 1 month, he had cultivated the concept of darkness to the peak of the third minor boundary. This was Fang Chun's unparalleled potential. After his intent realm reached the peak of the third level, he tried to break through to the true meaning realm. Once he succeeded, Fang Chun's strength would greatly increase. Hiss, hiss, his thunder rumbled within Fang Chun's body. This was the vast amount of lightning that had remained in his body when he had gone through the 12th tribulation. At this moment, he was completely drawn out by Fang Chun. The concept of darkness completely enveloped Fang Chun's body. The entire area instantly became incomparably dark. Fang Chun's eyes were filled with a dense aura of darkness. In a month, many things had happened in the God-burying sword prison. Back then, more than 200 martial artists had entered the God-burying sword prison, and countless of them had died. By now, there were only a little over 100 people left. Moreover, most of them were trapped in the 4th level and were unable to enter the 5th level. As for the 8 ultimate contenders, they remained at the forefront. In the 3rd level, there was only Fang Chun alone. He was comprehending the true meaning of darkness. If he succeeded, his strength would reach an unprecedented height. The potential of a 12th tribulation martial artist was unparalleled in the God-burying sword prison. Because of this, it was extremely difficult for Fang Chun to improve his cultivation. However, even if his cultivation was at the peak of LV5 True Martial Realm, he could still kill a martial artist at LV8 True Martial Realm. This was the strength of a 12th tribulation martial artist. The Palace Master of the Sword burying Immortal Palace, had long predicted that Fang Chen's future achievements would not be inferior to his. He was even the most promising martial artist to be recognized by the sword-burying emperor. As for Fang Chen, he was also working hard in this direction. After 3 months in the god-burying sword prison, Fang Chen finally comprehended the true meaning of darkness. At this moment, Fang Chen was shrouded by the aura of darkness. His bottleneck seemed to have loosened a lot. Is this the true meaning of darkness? Fang Chen muttered to himself. It took him a total of 3 months to comprehend the true meaning of darkness. Of course, these 3 months were worth it. The true meaning of darkness was very powerful. Crash! Fang Chen moved his mind, and a ball of black aura suddenly appeared on his palm. It then condensed into a fist radiance and instantly shot out into the distance. Dong! The black fist radiance heavily bombarded the ground, causing the entire earth to tremble. At this moment, a dark demonic beast suddenly appeared. Seeing this, Fang Chen's eyes lit up. He immediately used the true meaning of void and directly appeared in front of the dark demonic beast. Without saying a word, he activated the true meaning of darkness and punched out. Bang! The dark demonic beast body was instantly blasted apart by Fang Chen's fist. A heart of darkness was suspended in the air and was kept by Fang Chen. I killed a dark demonic beast with a low-grade heart of darkness with 1 punch. Fang Chen grinned. After comprehending the true meaning of darkness, his strength had increased a lot. Subsequently, Fang Chen looked around and smiled. It's time to enter the 4th level. In a short while, Fang Chen found the entrance to the 4th level and entered it. The atmosphere on the 4th level was much more oppressive than the 3rd level, causing Fang Chen to frown a little. Bang! Just as he entered, a dark demonic beast sneakily attacked him. However, it was killed by Fang Chen with 1 punch. While Fang Chen was thinking, a figure appeared from afar. When he saw Fang Chen, he instantly walked over. Fang Chen. This figure called out Fang Chen's name. Fang Chen looked over and discovered this person. This person was an expert in the top 10 of the Sword Burial Skywall list. He had met Fang Chen once before. In the blink of an eye, this person arrived in front of Fang Chen. Just as Fang Chen was about to open his mouth to ask, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from this person. In an instant, he launched a fierce attack on Fang Chen. Fang Chen was a little surprised. Why did this person attack him? However, he didn't have time to think about it. He had to solve this problem first. Bang, bang, bang. Fang Chen used the true meaning of void while using the Golden Light Dragon Slaying. The Golden Light Dragon Slaying was a sword move of pure strength. Even an LV8 genuine martial realm martial artist couldn't compare with it. Bang! This person was hit by the Golden Light Dragon Slaying, and his body was instantly split in half. Just as this person fell, a wisp of aura emerged from his mind. Such a perfect body, haha. This wisp of aura emitted a sinister laugh. Fang Chen was startled and immediately understood that this was the resentment of those experts who had fallen. The resentment turned into a stream of light and shot towards Fang Chen. Bang! However, just as the resentment was about to touch Fang Chen, it was suddenly blocked by the true meaning of darkness on Fang Chen. Damn it, you actually have the true meaning of darkness. The resentful spirit roared furiously. When it had fallen here, their resentment was extremely strong. As long as a human martial artist came in, they would let their resentment take over the human martial artist's body. However, Fang Chen had the true meaning of darkness, and they couldn't get close to him. True meaning of darkness. Fang Chen muttered to himself. He instantly understood that this resentment should be afraid of the true meaning of darkness. Swish! Fang Chen clenched his fist, and the true meaning of darkness revolved around him as he punched at the resentment. Bang! The resentment was hit, and it was in a mess. At the same time, it was shouting loudly. Kid, let me go, and I can teach you an absolute art. This resentment roared loudly. Bang! Fang Chen ignored the resentment's words and punched again. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The true meaning of darkness had a strong, corrosive power. The resentment's aura was being corroded, and it let out a miserable cry. No, I can teach you an absolute art that will allow your strength to improve by leaps and bounds. The resentment shouted loudly, hoping that Fong Chun would let it go. However, Fong Chun ignored it. I can tell you a secret about the God-burying sword prison. Seeing that Fong Chun was indifferent, the resentment roared again. What's the secret? At this moment, Fong Chun finally stopped his attack and asked. A powerful existence had fallen in the 5th level. As long as you can get the inheritance of this existence, there will be no danger in the first 10 levels of the God-burying sword prison. The resentment said. How do you know? Fong Chun asked. Chapter 899. Tell me the details, Fong Chun said in a deep voice. Do you know about the Abyss Demon Hunting Beast Clan? Fong Chun nodded. This clan was considered an overlord clan in the extraterritorial realm. They were very powerful. The powerful existence that died on the 5th floor was a king of the Abyss Demon Hunting Beast Clan. He was called the Black Crack King. He was very powerful, the Black Crack King said. We followed His Excellency the Black Crack King to the Sword Burial Prefecture. Who would have thought that we would die here? Black Crack King. Fong Chun's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself. Fong Chun wanted to know more about the Black Crack King, but the Black Crack King didn't. Finally, Fong Chun came in front of the Black Crack King and raised his fist. Darkness intent spread out. You promised not to kill me, the Black Crack King roared. Fong Chun sneered and killed him with a punch. The 4th floor was extremely dangerous. Many almighties had died here. Some almighties had extremely strong resentment. If they weren't careful, their souls would be invaded. The warrior just now had his soul invaded. Whoosh! At this moment, the little mouse jumped onto Fong Chun's shoulder with a whoosh. Seeing the little mouse, Fong Chun smiled. It seemed that the little mouse had recuperated. This way, the speed of exploring the God Burial Sword Prison would be faster. Let's go to the 5th floor, Fong Chun said. While Fong Chun and the little mouse were searching for the entrance to the 5th floor, they encountered countless dark beasts. However, with the darkness intent, it was much easier to kill the dark beasts. The little mouse didn't make a move from beginning to end. According to Fong Chun, the little mouse's innate ability could only be used on the 5th floor. This was a trump card that needed to be used at the last moment. Along the way, Fong Chun killed more than 20 dark demonic beasts. Some of the dark demonic beasts even possessed mid-grade Heart of Darkness. Along the way, Fong Chun also encountered some human warriors who were killing each other. However, Fong Chun couldn't care less. Among these martial artists, there were even some quasi-king level experts. The reason why their souls were corroded by resentment was because they were greedy and their minds were not firm enough. However, after Fong Chun walked for about an hour on the 4th floor, he suddenly stopped. This was because he saw 2 familiar faces, Dugi Yun and Situ Hong. Dugi Yun, Situ Hong. Fong Chun waved at the 2 of them and shouted loudly. However, Situ Hong and Dugi Yun's actions were rather strange and attracted Fong Chun's attention. At this moment, Dugi Yun and Situ Hong were standing on a small hill with their backs facing Fong Chun. Fong Chun quickly arrived in front of the small hill and called out again. However, Dugi Yun and Situ Hong still didn't move. Soon after, Fong Chun turned around to look. He instantly discovered that Dugi Yun and Situ Hong's faces were filled with fear. He followed their gazes and saw that there was a skeleton behind the small hill. On the skeleton, there was a pair of eyes that were staring at Dugi Yun and Situ Hong. Fong Chun's arrival interrupted the gaze of the eyes. The eyes on the skeleton swayed a little. Dugi Yun and Situ Hong instantly woke up. When they saw Fong Chun, they were shocked. Brother Fong, why are you here? Situ Hong asked hurriedly. Brother Fong. When they parted that day, Fong Chun was being chased by the Golden Demon Clan. They didn't expect to meet here 3 months later. What happened to the 2 of you? Asked Fong Chun. Brother Fong, the owner of this skeleton, was an expert in illusions when he was alive. This pair of eyes is his resentment. The 2 of us couldn't enter this place and fell into the illusion created by this pair of eyes, said Situ Hong. Kiki, another human cultivator. The pair of eyes constantly flickered and emitted traces of illusions. A hoarse voice rang out. In an instant, The pair of eyes emitted a strange light that enveloped Fong Chen's group. What a powerful illusion. Fong Chen's heart skipped a beat. The illusion art was much stronger than his illusory sword Dao. Furthermore, this was an illusion created by the resentment of an expert after his death. If this expert was alive, just how strong would this illusion be? What do we do? Asked Dugu Yun hurriedly. They weren't experts in illusions. Once they were targeted by this pair of eyes, there was no way they could escape. Let me. Fong Chen used his illusory sword path. A dense, illusory aura instantly spread out, wanting to resist the illusion of the eyes. Bang, 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 there were countless clashing sounds in the air. This was the result of the two illusions fighting. Crack! Finally, after a series of clashes, a cracking sound rang out. Fong Chen couldn't help but take a few steps back. His face revealed a trace of bitterness. Even his illusory sword path couldn't resist the illusion of this pair of eyes. Is there no other way? Situ Hong said disappointedly. Fong Chen narrowed his eyes and pondered. At this moment, the little mouse strolled in the void. It wasn't affected by the illusion released by this pair of eyes and arrived in front of it. When Situ Hong and Dugu Yun saw this, they were completely stunned. This little mouse wasn't afraid of illusions. However, what the little mouse did next shocked the two of them. Crash! The little mouse's little claws grabbed the pair of eyes and put it into its mouth. Crack! In front of the three people's dumbfounded gazes, it bit by bit crushed the pair of eyes and swallowed them into its stomach. In an instant, the illusion was removed. Situ Hong and Dugu Yun returned to normal. The two of them were shocked. As for Fong Chen, he was a little surprised. The little mouse wasn't afraid of illusions. It directly swallowed the pair of eyes. The little mouse spread its hands and with a whoosh, jumped onto Fong Chen's shoulder. Brother Fong, is this your spirit pet? Situ Hong asked with a smile. This spirit pet is too domineering. It's not afraid of illusions, said Dugu Yun. Fong Chen didn't answer the two of them. If this was considered domineering, then what was the little mouse's innate ability? After rescuing Dugu Yun and Situ Hong, Fong Chen bid farewell to the two of them. I'm going to explore the 5th floor. What about you guys? Asked Fong Chen. Brother Fong, the 5th floor is extremely dangerous. The 8 peak powerhouses should be there. You have to be careful, warned Situ Hong. It said that the 5th floor has abyss demonic beasts. It's incomparably dangerous, said Dugu Yun. Fong Chen nodded. He had learned of the abyss demonic beast's existence from the vengeful spirits he had killed. Right now, Fong Chen's cultivation had reached a bottleneck. If he didn't explore, he wouldn't be able to break through. We're going to look for opportunities on the 4th floor. Once we're strong enough, we'll enter the 5th floor, said Dugu Yun. Situ Hong also nodded heavily. All right, I hope we can meet again. After saying that, Fong Chen turned and left. Looking at Fong Chen's departing figure, Situ Hong and Dugu Yun's eyes shone. In the past 3 months, countless martial artists had died in the God-burying sword prison. Of course, there were also many martial artists who obtained great opportunities and made breakthroughs in their cultivation. Among them were Lu Jingyun and the rest of the younger generation. Lu Jingyun had obtained the inheritance of an almighty in the 4th floor of the God-burying sword prison. His cultivation had made a breakthrough, and his swordsmanship was unparalleled. His strength was comparable to the older generation of true martial realm experts. As for Taoba Yulong and Lu Wudao, they had also obtained some inheritances. Although they weren't swordsmanship inheritances, they were still very precious to the two of them. In the past few months, Lu Jingyun, Taoba Yulong, Lu Wudao, Situ Hong, and Dugu Yun had become famous among the younger generation. The rest had disappeared without a trace. As for the older generation of true martial realm experts, their strength had increased very slowly due to their talents. There weren't any outstanding martial artists. As for the 8 peak powerhouses, other than the 8 of them, no one knew where they were. Ever since they had entered the God-burying sword prison, no one had seen them. The 8 of them formed a group, and their goal was to go deeper into the God-burying sword prison. As time passed, the dangers in the God-burying sword prison were gradually exposed. Even the 8 peak powerhouses were trapped in the 5th floor. The 5th floor was a checkpoint. Overall, the first 4 floors weren't dangerous. However, the 5th floor was abnormally dangerous. The entire 5th floor was filled with abyss demon-hunting beasts. Chapter 900. God-Burying Sword Prison, 5th level. The spacious wasteland had the same style as the first 4 levels. However, the atmosphere here was extremely oppressive. Fang Chun had just entered the 5th level when he was discovered by the Abyss Demon Hunters. Roar! As one of the Abyss Demon Hunters roared, the other Abyss Demon Hunters instantly discovered Fang Chun and attacked Fang Chun. Not good. Fang Chun knew how powerful the Abyss Demon Hunters were. He leaped and hid in the void. Whoosh! The golden light dragon-slaying sword was executed. The hidden star sword carried a majestic black flame and appeared in the void, stabbing the Abyss Demon Hunter that attacked first. Bang! Such a powerful sword was actually unable to injure the Abyss Demon Hunter, which shocked Yishiwen. The strength of this Abyss Demon Hunter is at least LV9 of the true martial realm. Fang Chun said in his heart. His face was filled with a solemn expression. Currently, he could still fight against a LV9 true martial realm martial artist, but he could not fight against a LV9 true martial realm Abyss Demon Hunter. Escape. That was the only thought in Fang Chun's mind. The true meaning of darkness enveloped him, and the true meaning of void was activated to the extreme. Ripples appeared in the sky one after another. Fang Chun's figure disappeared in an instant. On the desolate plain, countless Abyss demon-hunting beasts continuously roared as they chased after Fang Chun. Although the Abyss Demon Hunters were powerful, their speed was their weakness. They could not resist Fang Chun's true meaning of void. After fleeing for a long time, Fang Chun's figure appeared in the void. He was panting. His body could not take it after continuously using the true meaning of void at such a high intensity. Fortunately, the Abyss Demon Hunters did not chase after him. In the 5th level, the Abyss Demon Hunters are too powerful and their numbers are huge. I have to be careful, Fang Chun said to himself. Originally, the little mouse wanted to use its innate ability to deal with the Abyss Demon Hunters. However, it was stopped by Fang Chun. After using the little mouse's innate ability a few times in a row, its energy would be depleted. Thus, he couldn't use it unless it was a critical moment. Boss, what do we do now? The little mouse's eyes flickered as it asked. Find the Black Crack King, Fang Chun said in a deep voice. He was confident that he could use the true meaning of void and true meaning of darkness to find the Black Crack King's remains. Once he could obtain the Black Crack King's inheritance, the Abyss demon-hunting beasts on the 5th floor would no longer be a threat. Whoosh! Whoosh! Fang Chun's figure flickered continuously as he rushed towards the front of the 5th floor. During this time, Fang Chun encountered some demonic beasts from the Golden Demon Clan and killed them in passing. After obtaining the hearts of the Golden Demon Clan's demonic beasts, he kept them in his spatial ring. While Fang Chun was searching for the place where the Black Crack King had fallen, in a certain empty space on the 5th floor, the 8 ultimate contenders stood side by side. Their faces were filled with solemnity. There was a grave in front of them. The surroundings of the grave were extremely dilapidated. There were countless human skeletons. With one look, it was obvious that they belonged to the fallen human geniuses who had entered the God-Burying Sword Prison. What do we do? The one who spoke was the old man holding a folding fan. He was called the Folding Sword Hand, the Black Crack King, the leader of the Abyss demon-hunting beasts. He was extremely powerful. It was said that it already touched the threshold of the peak of the Mystic King realm. Another white-robed old man said solemnly. This old man was also one of the 8 ultimate contenders. His nickname was Dark Sword. He was also the only true martial realm expert who possessed the true meaning of darkness among the 8 ultimate contenders. On the outside, the 8 ultimate contenders were basically equal in strength. However, within the God-Burying Sword Prison, there was a terrifying aura of darkness everywhere. Therefore, Dark Sword's strength had also become stronger. Most importantly, he could ignore the aura of darkness. Dark Sword had put in a lot of effort to be able to reach this place so easily. Dark Sword, do you have any ideas? Daoist Tianhong's eyes flickered as he asked. They weren't afraid of ordinary abyss demon-hunting beasts. However, the 8 of them were trapped here. In front of them was the tomb of the Black Crack King. There was definitely an important inheritance inside. However, above the tomb of the Black Crack King was a resentment that hadn't dissipated since ancient times. This resentment was extremely heavy. Furthermore, after so many years, this resentment had mutated and gained a trace of intelligence. Afterwards, countless human cultivators had died here. The mutated resentment had possessed the body of a dead human cultivator to protect this place. Above the tattered tomb, there was a skeleton sitting cross-legged. The mutated resentment was inside this skeleton. The 8 of them had already fought together. This mutated resentment contained boundless energy. As long as they approached it, their spiritual qi would be devoured. Hearing Daoist Tianhong's question, Dark Sword sank into thought. After a long while, Dark Sword said, "The mutated resentment contains an unimaginable amount of darkness energy. Its corrosive power is something that even mystic kings wouldn't dare face. Even if the 8 of us worked together, we still wouldn't be able to destroy it." Hearing Dark Sword's words, the others frowned slightly. This was only the 5th floor, but they had already encountered such a problem. "Is there no other way?" asked the folding sword hand. "There is one way, but unfortunately," said Dark Sword. "What way?" Daoist Tianhong hastily asked. If there was a martial artist with the true meaning of space, they might be able to use their true meaning of space to enter the tomb without alerting the skeleton, Dark Sword said. "Unfortunately, the 8 of us don't have the true meaning of space." Hearing this, the others fell silent. Spatial true meanings were difficult to comprehend. Although the 8 of them had reached the limit of the true martial realm, their combat power was comparable to an expert who had just entered the Mystic King realm. However, none of them had spatial true meanings. "Can a shadow true meaning work?" asked the ox-nosed old Taoist. Dark Sword shook his head. "Then we can't be trapped here. How about we just directly enter the 6th floor?" said Daoist Tianhong. The others looked at each other. However, just as the few of them were discussing, a spatial ripple suddenly appeared. Instantly, the eyes of the 8 ultimate contenders lit up. On the way, Fang Chun had been using the true meaning of darkness and the true meaning of void to pass through the blockade of countless abyss magical beasts. Finally, they found the Black Crack King's tomb. Before he could even get close to the area, he discovered the 8 ultimate powerhouses. The 8 of them are also here. Fang Chen's heart sank. With the 8 peak experts here, he had no hope of obtaining the Black Crack King's inheritance. Crash! The spatial ripple appeared, and Fang Chen's figure was revealed. The 8 peak experts immediately opened their eyes wide and stared at Fang Chen with burning gazes. Fang Chen was a little surprised when he saw the strange expressions on their faces. "Young friend." Dark Sword stared at Fang Chen and called out. The others were also surprised. They hadn't expected someone to be able to come here alone. "Young friend, you're alone?" asked Daoist Tianhong. Fang Chen nodded and cupped his hands. Junior Fang Chen greets the 8 seniors. After hearing the name Fang Chen, Swordsman Folding and the others burst out laughing. Although they were usually in seclusion, they had still heard of Fang Chen's name. "You're Fang Chen, the monstrous genius who left behind 99 sword scars in the sword burial heavenly wall. Not only that, I heard that he even merged with the 5-element bell and became the city lord of the 5-element sword city. So young, but his talent is heaven-defying." The 8 peak experts had never praised other martial artists, but now they weren't stingy with their praise for Fang Chen. Fang Chen laughed mischievously. There was a slight change in the way the 8 ultimate contenders looked at Fang Chen. Fang Chen's cultivation base wasn't high, but to be able to reach the 5th level was enough to show that his strength wasn't bad. Of course, there was one more important point. That was the 8 ultimate contenders had discovered that Fang Chen possessed a space-type true meaning. "Young friend, did you just use a space-type true meaning?" asked Dark Sword urgently. Fang Chen nodded. There was no need to hide anything in front of the 8 of them. "Ha ha. It really is a space-type true meaning. Hearing this, the 8 ultimate contenders burst into laughter. Chapter 901. Young friend Fong, you've come at the right time, Swordbreaker said with a smile. Fong Chun was a little surprised. Young friend Fong, can you do us a favor? Enlightened Master Tian Hong asked. I'm afraid I can't do something that can stump the 8 of you, Fong Chun said with a smile. What a joke. If the 8 ultimate powerhouses couldn't do it, wouldn't it be suicide to ask him to do it? Although he didn't dare to offend the 8 ultimate powerhouses, he wasn't willing to die for no reason. Young friend, you've misunderstood. The ox-nosed old Taoist straightened his sleeves and said with a smile, let me explain it to you in detail. Then, the ox-nosed old Taoist began to explain the tomb of the Black Crack King to Fong Chun. It took the ox-nosed old Taoist a full 15 minutes to explain the tomb of the Black Crack King clearly. After Fong Chun heard this, he finally understood. Seniors, you want me to use my true intent and enter the tomb? Fong Chun asked. The 8 ultimate powerhouses nodded with smiles on their faces. But even if I go in, what can I do? I can't bring out the inheritance of the Black Crack King, Fong Chun asked doubtfully. Young friend Fong, you don't have to worry about this. There's a heart in the tomb of the Black Crack King. As long as you can bring it out in one piece, you'll be doing us a great favor, enlightened Master Tian Hong said. I'm willing to try, but I can't guarantee success. After weighing the pros and cons, Fong Chun agreed to the 8's request. Hearing this, the 8 of them were full of smiles. Young friend Fong, as long as you can help, you can follow us for the rest of our adventure, Swordbreaker said. Hearing this, Fong Chun was secretly delighted. The 8 ultimate powerhouses were the strongest 8 people to enter the God-burying sword prison. They would only be in danger if they encountered a Mystic King realm monster. Otherwise, it was very safe. If he could follow the 8 of them, it would solve a lot of problems for Fong Chun. Okay, I'll try. Fong Chun nodded and then used the true intent of the void to tear open the void and disappear. What a powerful true intent of the void. Even I can't feel any trace of it, who Space King said slowly. With such a powerful true intent of the void, it will definitely succeed, Swordbreaker said. The 8 ultimate contenders stared intently at the skeleton in the air above the Dark Crack King's tomb for any movement. However, after a long time, there was no movement from the true intent. At this time, the 8 ultimate powerhouses finally laughed. Ha ha ha, Fong Chun went in. Swordbreaker laughed. Taoist Tian Hong shook his head slightly and said, before coming here, Palace Master even specially instructed the 8 of us to do our best to take care of Fong Chun. I didn't expect that Fong Chun would be the one to help us. Fong Chun used the true intent of the void to enter the tomb. The ceiling of the tomb was in tatters. The interior of the tomb was very neat and tidy, but there was something strange about it. Is this the tomb of the Black Crack King? Fong Chun said to himself as he looked around carefully. This was an underground cave. There were many passages in the cave. Which one is it? Fong Chun was puzzled, not knowing which one to choose. At this time, Little Mouse appeared. Boss, choose the one on the left. You can feel it? Fong Chun asked in surprise. After entering the tomb of the Black Crack King, my bloodline is unusually active. It seems that there is something related to me here, Little Mouse said in a low voice. Hearing this, Fong Chun nodded. Then he listened to the Little Mouse and entered the leftmost tunnel. As expected, Little Mouse's choice was correct. There was no danger along the way. They arrived at the end of the passage without any obstacles. There was a huge skeleton here. It was obvious that it was the corpse of the Black Crack King. Roar! Just as Fong Chun arrived, a furious voice suddenly reverberated throughout the entire underground cavern. Then, countless resentment floated out of the Black Crack King's body and bombarded Fong Chun. Not good. Fong Chun shouted in his heart. His true intent of a void surged, and his body instantly disappeared. Countless resentment seemed to have existed since ancient times. A gloomy aura spread throughout the cave. What's going on? Fong Chun was hidden in the void, but these resentment were able to discover him. Crash! Fong Chen's figure was forced to reveal himself. Then, a gloomy voice entered Fong Chen's ears. Damned human. Hearing this voice, Fong Chen's heart trembled. This is the voice of the Black Crack King. Fong Chen's heart was in turmoil. He kept retreating. Another voice came from the Black Crack King's body. Submit to this king. This was the resentment of the Black Crack King. Unexpectedly, it had not completely dissipated. Fong Chen's heart was filled with fear. He kept retreating. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind. Escape from this place. Go! Fong Chen shouted, and his body quickly disappeared into the void. However, at this moment, a trembling sound was heard. The underground cave was instantly sealed. Fong Chen's true intent of the void had lost its effect. Rumble. One after another, abyss demon hunters appeared from the Black Crack King's body and chased after Fong Chen, using the body as a furnace to nurture the descendants. Seeing this, Fong Chen cried out. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of abyss demon hunters appeared and chased after Fong Chen. The underground cave was not big. Hundreds of abyss demon hunters instantly covered the entire underground cave and blocked Fong Chen's path. Golden Light Dragon Slaying. Fong Chen roared and used the Golden Light Dragon Slaying. In an instant, the abyss demon hunters that were close to him were sent flying. However, there was an endless stream of abyss demon hunters that rushed out. I can't go on like this. Fong Chen thought anxiously. I must destroy the Black Crack King's resentment. Otherwise, I will definitely die. Boss, let me try. Little Mouse roared and floated in the underground cave. Fong Chen held the hidden star sword and used all his strength to block the abyss demon hunters that were close to him. Buzz. Purple light surged around Little Mouse's body. In the next moment, it used its gifted ability. Roar. With a loud roar, the huge purple mouse shadow opened its bloody mouth. A vast suction force slowly came. Whoosh! The abyss demon hunters that were closer to Little Mouse were instantly sucked into its bloody mouth. The Black Crack King's body in the distance shook slightly. Roar! Seeing this, Little Mouse increased the power of its gifted ability. The suction force instantly enveloped the Black Crack King. This aura is the sky-devouring godly rat. The Black Crack King's resentment cried out. Didn't the sky-devouring godly rat die with Emperor Zhong Jian? Why would it appear here? At this moment, the Black Crack King's resentment also had a trace of fear. Buzz. The gifted ability was activated to the extreme. Within the Black Crack King's body, a ball of resentment struggled and struggled to leave the Black Crack King's body. It's not Emperor Zhong Jian's sky-devouring godly rat. Sensing this suction force, the Black Crack King's resentment said eerily. Then he laughed wildly. This suction force was not enough to devour it. Little Mouse saw this and shouted crazily. At this moment, the blood in its body kept flowing. The sky-devouring godly rat's bloodline power was instantly activated. Little Mouse's eyes were scarlet. Its body was filled with power. The wave-like purple light instantly poured into the purple mouse shadow. Immediately, the suction force soared. The Black Crack King's body trembled more and more violently. Bang! Just as Little Mouse was desperately activating its bloodline power, Fong Chun was injured by an abyss demon hunter. Then, countless abyss demon hunters rushed over, wanting to kill Fong Chun. No! Little Mouse saw this and shouted crazily. As Little Mouse fell into madness, the power of its gifted ability skyrocketed. The Black Crack King's resentment was originally sneering, but now it was filled with fear. Rip. Chapter 902. Roar. An angry roar came from the Black Crack King's resentment. The deafening roar resounded through the sky. However, when Little Mouse activated its bloodline power, its innate super ability reached its strongest state. The powerful suction force instantly sucked the Black Crack King's resentment into the purple mouse's shadow. Crack! The Black Crack King's resentment dissipated. Dong! The entire underground cave trembled. Countless abyssal demon-hunting beasts that were charging towards Fang Chun were instantly routed within the underground cavern. Fang Chen's face was filled with shock. Then, he saw Little Mouse's body on the verge of collapse as its innate super ability dissipated in the air. Fang Chun suddenly stood up and supported Little Mouse's body. "How are you?" Fang Chun asked. "Boss, I'm fine. This Black Rat King's resentment is a little difficult to deal with. I activated my bloodline power, but my body is a little weak." Little Mouse grinned. Fang Chun was relieved when he heard this. Little Mouse's body was fine, but activating its bloodline power had consumed too much energy. Fang Chun sent Little Mouse back into the interspatial ring and looked into the depths of the underground cave. At this moment, the underground cave was empty. There was nothing but the Black Rat King's body lying there quietly. Hiss! Just as Fang Chun was observing, a black heart suddenly floated out from the Black Rat King's body. Fang Chun's eyes were burning. He shook his wrist and put away the black heart. At this moment, some information appeared in Fang Chun's mind. The Black Rat King's inheritance. Fang Chun's heart was filled with excitement. However, after careful observation, he realized that the inheritance he had received was only a small part of the Black Rat King's inheritance. This small part only introduced the true intent of darkness in detail. Hurry up and digest it. Fang Chun struck while the iron was hot and prepared to digest the inheritance in the underground cave. At this moment, on the wasteland of the tomb, the faces of the 8 ultimate powerhouses were extremely solemn. They had also seen the commotion just now. A series of deafening noises could be heard coming from the tomb as a magnificent aura burst out from it. The 8 of them were a little worried about Fang Chun. With the appearance of such a powerful aura, Fang Chun was most likely doomed. "What should we do?" Swordsman Folding asked. "Let's wait a little longer. Fang Chun has a space-type true intent," Taoist Tian Hong said. The others also nodded in agreement. There was no other way out of this. Just like that, the 8 of them waited for a full 6 hours. Crash! A series of ripples appeared in the void. Seeing this, the 8 of them revealed a surprised smile on their faces. In the next moment, Fang Chun appeared. At this moment, Fang Chun's entire body was emitting a dense aura of darkness. After receiving the Black Rat King's inheritance, his darkness true intent had improved quite a bit. Fang Chun's strength had also increased a little. "How was it? Did you succeed?" The moment Fang Chun appeared, the 8 of them looked nervously at Fang Chun. Dark Sword directly asked. Fang Chun looked at the 8 of them and then opened his palm. A black heart instantly appeared. Seeing this black heart, the 8 of them revealed brilliant smiles on their faces. "Ha ha ha! We really succeeded. Great! If not for little friend Fang, who knows how much more trouble we would have to go through." The 8 ultimate powerhouses were very happy. This black heart was very important to them. Fang Chun handed the black heart to Dark Sword. "Little friend Fang, thank you for your help this time. You can follow us for the rest of the time," Dark Sword said. The other powerhouses all nodded. Clearly, their impression of Fang Chun had improved greatly. Fang Chun was secretly delighted. If he could follow the 8 powerhouses, at least he wouldn't be in any danger. Moreover, the 8 powerhouses didn't care for some of the inheritance treasures and would definitely give them to Fang Chun. In this way, Fang Chun wouldn't be at a loss this time. Just like that, the 8 ultimate powerhouses led Fang Chun out of the 5th level and into the 6th level. Not long after the group left, Lu Jingyun and the others entered the 5th level. They looked a little haggard. Clearly, they had encountered some danger on the 4th level. Lu Jingyun was still a maverick, exploring the god-burying sword prison alone. Tuoba Yulong had chosen to join forces with Lu Wudao. Sidu Hong had also chosen to join forces with Duga Yun. As for the other LV9 true martial realm martial artists, they had already joined forces. Only in this way would their chances of survival be higher. Fang Chun and the others walked quickly on the 6th level. What exactly is the danger on the 6th level? Swordbreaker looked around and asked in a low voice. "I'm not sure," Dark Sword said in a low voice. As he followed the 8 ultimate powerhouses, Fang Chun gradually learned some secrets about the god-burying sword prison. It turned out that the goal of the 8 ultimate powerhouses was the 10th level of the God-burying sword prison. It was said that there was a demon-like almighty who had fallen on the 10th level. If one could obtain his inheritance, they would definitely be able to enter the Mystic King realm. Moreover, according to the 8 ultimate powerhouses, Fang Chun knew that the 10th level was the 10th level. The 10th level seemed to be a hurdle. There was even the legendary heart of Xiantian in the outside world. What was the heart of Xiantian? After every Mystic King realm almighty died, there would be something similar to a heart in their body. This was the heart of Xiantian. This was the condensation of the Mystic King realm almighty's life energy. As long as one could obtain the heart of Xiantian, there was hope for them to enter the Mystic King realm. The legendary heart of Xiantian was in the 10th level. The 8 ultimate powerhouses had lived for thousands of years and were nearing the end of their lives. This time, they entered the God-burying sword prison to fight. Their goal was the heart of Xiantian. The reason why they asked Fang Chun to help them obtain the heart of Black Cracking was because they would need it in the next few levels of the sword prison. The heart of Xiantian. Fang Chun's heart skipped a beat. Just as the 8 ultimate powerhouses were conversing with each other, Fang Chun suddenly felt the earth tremble slightly. The earth is trembling. Dark Sword's expression changed drastically as he said in a low voice. Buzz. The earth trembled again in front of everyone's eyes. Following this, strange rays of light were emitted from the ground. Oh no, it's the earth demon. Suddenly, Taoist Tian Hong let out a loud roar. Immediately, his figure rose into the air. The others also floated in the air. Fang Chun was the last one to float in the air. When he steadied himself, he suddenly realized something. The earth within a radius of 100 meters was floating. After the earth floated to a certain extent, it started to change. Under everyone's gaze, it condensed into a yellow human figure. What is this? Fang Chun was puzzled and asked directly. This is the earth demon, the ox-nosed old Taoist explained. Earth demon. This was the first time Fang Chun had heard of such a creature and was very surprised. The great earth demons are creatures from the outer realm. Their defense is extremely strong. Every great earth demon, after reaching adulthood, will automatically possess the true meaning of the earth. Their bodies can transform into the earth and silently kill their enemies. The broken swordsman continued and explained. Hearing this, Fang Chun took a deep breath. He didn't expect the earth demon to be so strong. The extraterrestrial universe is full of strange things. This earth demon is just a creature in the vast universe, Tian Hong's spiritual master said when he saw Fang Chun's surprise. The earth demon originally possessed the intent of the earth. Once it reached adulthood, it would automatically transform into the true intent of the earth. The true intent of the earth was a defensive true intent. After the earth demon transformed into the earth, its defense was invincible. Even a Mystic King expert would find it difficult to kill an earth demon. However, because the earth demon's defense was very strong, its attack power was insufficient. Therefore, after the 8 ultimate powerhouses discovered the earth demon, they were only slightly surprised for a moment before regaining their senses. Let me deal with this big guy, Swordsman Folding said. Then, he threw the folding fan in his hand into the air. In the next moment, he appeared beside the earth demon and stabbed the long sword in his hand into the earth demon's body. Bang, bang, bang. No matter how Swordsman Folding stabbed the earth demon, the latter's body was not injured at all. Chapter 903. The earth demon ignored Swordsman Folding's attack. Instead, he gathered the power of the earth and punched Swordsman Folding. Bang! Swordsman Folding sensed the earth demon's power and jumped back into the sky. Damn this earth demon. His defense is invincible and he's so strong, Swordsman Folding said angrily. Swordsman Folding was helpless against the earth demon. Fortunately, the earth demon was slow. Otherwise, he would be a nightmare for many human warriors. Let me do it. Suddenly, a tall and sturdy old man stepped forward. This person was the only one among the 8 extreme powerhouses who cultivated his physical body. His physical body had long surpassed the level of a 9-star Great Path physique, and reached the legendary sacred level. Taoist vigor was so strong that he could kill an expert who had just entered the Mystic King realm with one punch. No one in the burial sword state could compete with him in physical strength. The others nodded in agreement when Taoist vigor stepped forward. Earth Demon, let me deal with you. Taoist vigor flashed and appeared in front of the Earth Demon. Before the Earth Demon could attack, he activated his physical strength and punched. Fang Chun saw that Taoist vigor was surrounded by bright starlight when he activated his physical strength. It was as if his entire body was like the stars in the sky. An extremely sharp aura was instantly emitted. Is this the saint-level physical body? Fang Chun muttered to himself. He was shocked. Although he could fight against an LV9 true martial realm martial artist if he used all his strength, he couldn't fight back against the 8 extreme warriors. This time, he was shocked to see 2 extreme warriors attack in succession. Swordsman Folding's attack was extremely tricky and strange. Taoist Vigor's attack was very simple. It was a head-on clash. Roar. Taoist Vigor roared. The power of his saint-level physical body exploded and gathered on his fist. Taoist threw out a simple punch. Dong! Taoist Vigor's fist directly hit the Earth Demon's body. The power was so strong that the Earth Demon's body collapsed instantly. It turned into 100 meters of yellow soil and merged with the earth. Taoist Vigor's strength is really strong. Swordsman Folding and the others praised. The Earth Demon, who was blasted into the earth, began to counterattack. Dong! The earth rose and fell, trembling continuously. Standing on the ground, Taoist Vigor grinned. Compete with me in strength. I don't believe that I can't smash you to death. Taoist, who was very confident in his own strength, declared loudly. Human earthy yellow aura instantly spread out from the ground. The Earth Fiend displayed the true intent of the earth. A thick aura of the earth instantly enveloped Taoist Vigor. Courting death. Taoist Vigor's body was enveloped by the true intent of the earth. His fists were constantly bombarding the true intent of the earth. Not long after, the attacks scattered the true intent of the earth. At the same time, the Earth Devil condensed into a human form once more, and then it suddenly blasted out a punch. This punch was also very simple, but it was much more powerful than the previous punch. Fang Chun, who was watching the battle, suddenly felt an explosion in his mind. Then, he entered a state of epiphany. Power, unparalleled power, simple and violent. Wasn't this the ultimate meaning of his Golden Light dragon slaying technique? Although Fang Chun had already mastered the Golden Light dragon slaying technique, he was still stuck at the stage of lifting a light weight. But now, as he watched Taoist Vigor's battle, he suddenly realized something. Around Fang Chun, traces of aura spread out. The few extreme powerhouses beside him did not notice at all. Their gazes were all focused on Taoist Vigor. This Earth Fiend isn't strong. He shouldn't be a match for Taoist Vigor. Dark Sword laughed. Yeah, luckily, it's a weak Earth Fiend. If he had met a perverted Earth Fiend, he would have been in trouble. Tianhong Sage said. The others nodded in agreement. Bang! The Earth Fiend and Taoist Vigor's fists continuously clashed. As they clashed, cracks continuously appeared on the Earth Fiend's body. His invincible defense was completely useless against Taoist Vigor. Boom! Finally, after a quarter of an hour, Taoist Vigor found an opportunity and punched out. The power of this punch was comparable to an expert who had just entered the Mystic King realm. When the punch landed on the Earth Fiend's body, it instantly shattered the Earth Fiend's body. The dense true intent of the earth dissipated instantly. The Earth Fiend did not even have the chance to transform into the earth before he was killed by Taoist Vigor. Phew! Seeing the Earth Fiend die, Taoist Vigor let out a sigh of relief. His forehead was covered in sweat. I'm so tired. Taoist Vigor raised his head to look at everyone. His battle with the Earth Fiend had almost been a brilliant experience. Fortunately, the Earth Fiend's speed was very slow. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill it. Taoist Vigor, you really are the bane of the Earth Fiends. Everyone laughed. Just at this moment, Taoist vigor noticed that Fong Chun was in a state of enlightenment. This little fellow is in a state of enlightenment. Taoist vigor stared at Fong Chun. Only then did the others react. Turning their heads, they saw that Fong Chun was surrounded by golden light. He was in a state of enlightenment. As expected of the Sword Burial Prefecture's #1 genius. Even watching Taoist vigor's battle with the Earth Fiend caused him to enter a state of enlightenment, said everyone. However, just as the few of them were discussing, the golden light on Fong Chun's body suddenly retracted. Fong Chun awoke from his state of enlightenment. What a wonderful feeling, Fong Chun muttered to himself with joy on his face. Little friend Fong, did you break through? Asked Swordbreaker. Fong Chun nodded slightly. I gained something. Just now, Fong Chun had comprehended the golden light, dragon-slaying sword to the point of lifting something heavy as if it were light. Lifting something light as if it were heavy, lifting something heavy as if it were light. Although the difference didn't seem great, it was actually world apart. If lifting something light as if it were heavy was a child, then lifting something heavy as if it were light was an adult. Now that the golden light dragon-slaying sword had reached the level of lifting something heavy as if it were light, Fong Chun's strength had once more increased. Unfortunately, his cultivation base still hadn't broken through. The golden light dragon-slaying sword really is profound. Fong Chun thought to himself, just who was the master of this golden sword? How could a self-created sword move in the condensing reality realm possess such tyrannical power? Fong Chun sensed that this sword move could last until he broke through to the profound king realm. This was the gap between them. That person had created a sword move in the condensing reality realm, while he himself had been in the true martial realm. After cultivating it, he had been shocked. However, Fong Chun didn't say this out loud. Little friend Fong, your potential is truly enviable, said the ox-nosed old Taoist. The others also looked at Fong Chun enviously. In the eyes of the world, the 8 of them were incomparably high. But who could do it? They had been trapped at the limit of the true martial realm for nearly 1,000 years. If it weren't for their determination, they would have already collapsed. The most urgent thing for them was to obtain the profound heaven heart and step into the profound king realm. Otherwise, when the time came, they would turn into dust. As for Fong Chun, his talent was heaven-defying. He had created 99 sword scars on the sword burial heavenly wall. He was one of the most monstrous geniuses in the history of the sword burial prefecture. Of course, if they knew that Fong Chun had passed the 12th stage tribulation, they would have removed the word one of. Such a genius would step into the profound king realm sooner or later. There was no need to worry. And Fong Chun wasn't even 30 years old yet. With such talent, he could be considered a monstrous genius even in a universe with thousands of races. And this was under the condition that they didn't know that Fong Chun had a transcendent grade true intent. After a round of praise, they continued forward. On the 6th floor, they could encounter earth demons at any time. So, they chose to fly and avoid touching the ground as much as possible. Earth demons could merge with the earth and launch sneak attacks. After flying for a while, they encountered another earth demon. In such a situation, they naturally let Taoist vigor take action. As expected, Taoist vigor used his tyrannical physical strength to kill the earth demon. But because of this, Taoist vigor had consumed too much energy and his body was very weak. We need to find the entrance to the 7th floor as soon as possible. Otherwise, if we encounter a powerful earth demon, we will definitely be trapped here. Taoist Tian Hong said in a low voice. Chapter 904. There were many earth demons on the 6th floor. These earth demons were comparable in strength to the ones they had encountered before. In the beginning, Taoist vigor was able to kill them by himself. But later on, he had used up too much of his strength. So, when they encountered earth demons, the others were responsible for restraining them while Taoist vigor went all out to kill them. Only Taoist vigor's saint-level physical strength was able to break through the earth demon's defenses. The group continued to walk, but at a certain moment, suddenly, the earth began to shake rapidly. Immediately after, everyone saw a towering mountain peak appear in front of them. This mountain peak was surrounded by an earthy yellow aura, which directly blocked everyone's path forward. Not good. It's an earth demon. Dark Sword cried out. The others also stopped in their tracks. Foolish humans. A mocking voice sounded from the mountain peak that reached the clouds. Everyone was greatly alarmed as they stared at the mountain peak. Under everyone's gazes, the mountain peak that reached the clouds instantly transformed into countless traces of Earth's true intent, which then condensed into a human figure. The appearance of this human-shaped Earth demon caused the faces of the 8 ultimate powerhouses to change greatly. Earth Demon King. Taoist Heavenspan cried out involuntarily. Why would an Earth Demon King appear? Swordbreaker asked in confusion. Ox-nosed old Taoist muttered. It seems that this Earth Demon King should be the strongest creature on the 6th floor. Earth Demon King, as its name implied, was the leader of the Earth Demons. Moreover, it was also a mystic king Earth Demon. All of you must die, the Earth Demon King said sinisterly. Controlling its humanoid body, it slowly walked towards the group of people. At the same time, it clenched its fists and punched out. Rumble. A deafening sound directly tore through the void, causing the group to land on the ground. At this moment, Taoist Vigor had more or less recovered his strength. He glanced at the others and said, "Help me restrain it." Hearing this, the others nodded heavily. A blood-red longsword appeared in Taoist Heavenspan's hand. He then used his ultimate skill, Heavenspan's sword technique. Suddenly, countless terrifying sword lights appeared in the sky. The sword lights contained vast sword true intent. Heavenspan's sword technique was able to shoot out countless terrifying sword lights in an extremely short period of time. Its advantage was that it was extremely fast. As for Taoist Heavenspan, he had long cultivated the Heavenspan sword art to the limits. With a flick of his wrist, thousands of sword lights shot out from the blood-red longsword. The power contained in each of these sword lights could easily kill a martial artist who had just entered LV9 of the true martial realm. If tens of thousands of sword lights were to converge and attack a single person, even an expert who had just entered the profound king realm would not be able to withstand it head-on. This was how formidable Taoist Heavenspan was. Taoist Grand Heavens controlled countless sword lights and directly bombarded the Earth Fiend King. Rumble at this moment, the Earth Fiend King's body was enveloped by the true meaning of Earth. Thousands upon thousands of sword lights pierced the Earth Demon's body with majestic power. However, what was shocking was that these sword lights actually didn't break through the Earth Fiend's defenses. Isn't this defense a little too strong? Fong Chun, who was standing in the distance, was quite shocked. The might of the great heavenly sword art was so powerful, but it was actually unable to break through the defense of the Earth Fiend King. Just how strong was the defense of this Earth Fiend King? Seeing this, Taoist Vigor tightly creased his brows. Shortly after, he roared, "Attack together!" All of a sudden, the other experts also made their moves. Taoist Heavenspan's face was gloomy as he once again used the great heavenly sword art. On the other side, Darksword body was also filled with dense dark energy. His aura was raised to the peak. As for the ox-nosed old Taoist and Handbreaker, they also used their full strength. Just as Fong Chan was astonished, he suddenly encountered a gorgeous radiance that rapidly shot out from the body of a certain expert. This brilliant ray of light contained a vast aura. Perilous waves rose in Fong Chen's heart. This was the first time he had seen 8 extreme experts attack at the same time. It was enough to see how strong this Earth Fiend King was. The expert that emitted the gorgeous radiance was the most low-key among the 8 extreme experts. He was also the one with the highest profile. He was low-key because he was clearly very strong, but he rarely interacted with others. He was high-profile because of his name. The Burial Sword Province was formed from the body of the Burial Sword Emperor after his death. And this expert that emitted the gorgeous radiance was called Zhang Jian. After reaching the limit of the true martial realm, he called himself the Burial Sword King. According to Handbreaker and the others, this person's ambition was very big. His life's goal was to become an expert like the Burial Sword Emperor. At that time, his title would also be Burial Sword Emperor. Of course, everyone knew that this was simply impossible, because if one wanted to become an expert like the Burial Sword Emperor, one could not just rely on hard work. This was the first time Zhang Jin attacked, and his strength was too tyrannical. The gorgeous radiance emitted from his body instantly hit the Earth Fiend King. Bang! The other experts' attacks were simply unable to break the Earth Fiend King's defense. But Zhang Jin's attack actually made the Earth Fiend King retreat a few steps. Seizing this opportunity, Taoist Vigor's fist suddenly smashed towards the Earth Fiend King. Bang! Bang! The Earth Fiend King did not expect that these ant-like humans would actually be able to force him to retreat. Damned humans! The Earth Fiend King stabilized his body. Earth intent revolved around his body as he furiously roared. At this moment, the 8 peak experts were standing side by side. Taoist Vigor smiled as he glanced at Zhang Jian. Zhang Jian, how many more times can you use that attack of yours? Asked Taoist Vigor. Zhang Jian muttered to himself for a moment, then said, 3 times. Zhang Jian's attack was too powerful. Thus, it consumed a lot of energy. So, he could only use it 3 more times. After that, he would not be able to support such a powerful attack. We can give it a try. Taoist Vigor looked at the others, then said, whether or not we can kill the Earth Fiend King will depend on everyone. Just as Taoist Vigor was speaking, the Earth Fiend King suddenly roared furiously and punched out. At the same time, Handbreaker took the initiative to attack. Handbreaker was most proficient in breaking swords. He approached the Earth Fiend King and grabbed its arm with both hands. A tyrannical power instantly erupted, wanting to break the Earth Fiend King's arm. Seeing Handbreaker take action, Darksword also took action. Enveloped by darkness intent, he used his strongest attack, Darkness Invasion. Rumble, a dense darkness aura, surged out of Darksword's body and enveloped the Earth Fiend King. Taoist Heavenspan used the Heavenspan sword art. Tens of thousands of sword lights stabbed toward the Earth Fiend King. The ox-nosed old Taoist used his talisman sword. This was the technique that had made him famous, the culmination of his life's work. A short sword appeared in his hand, and he instantly activated it. Talismans were both talismans and sword arts. When the two were combined, their attack power was outstanding. Blizzard Descend. Among the 8 ultimate contenders, the only female contender, Wind Chant, displayed the Blizzard sword technique. Suddenly, the temperature of the world sharply dropped. Snowflakes filled the sky. Then those snowflakes wrapped around the Earth Fiend King, turning it into ice, temporarily freezing it. The Ice Fire King used the Ice Fire sword art. This sword art was formed from the true meanings of ice and fire. With the assistance of the Blizzard sword art, its power greatly increased. Finally, Zhang Jian took action. Fangchen didn't see him take action. Instead, he saw a gorgeous radiance shoot out from his body. Taoist Vigor had been waiting for a long time. Once Zhang Jian took action, he would take action. The dazzling light caused everyone to be shocked. Its appearance directly converged with the attacks of the other people. Boom! The gorgeous radiance heavily bombarded the Earth Fiend King's body. In an instant, cracks appeared on the Earth Fiend King's body. Die! Chapter 905. A world-shaking sound echoed through the horizon. The combined attack of the 8 ultimate powerhouses shocked Fangchen to no end. Even a Mystic King wouldn't dare take such an attack head-on. Even Fangchen believed that the Earth Devil King would definitely be killed this time. Rumble, the 7 peak experts used their strongest techniques, leaving the rest to Taoist Vigor. Every time he punched, his strength was boundless. The might of his fists wasn't any weaker than a newly advanced Mystic King. Bang! 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 The cracks on the Earth Devil King's body grew bigger and bigger. It kept retreating, roaring towards the sky. Still not enough power. Seeing that the Earth Demon King's body was on the verge of collapse, the Earth Demon King started a powerful counterattack, and Taoist Vigor roared loudly. Zhang Jian's eyes flickered. Then he continued to urge the spiritual qi within his body. two magnificent rays of light appeared, intimidating the heavens. These two magnificent rays of light instantly bombarded the Earth Devil King's body. Bang! With these two magnificent rays of light, Taoist Vigor's eyes were filled with excitement, and he once again punched. He directly smashed the Earth Devil King's body that was about to collapse. Crash! The Earth Devil King's body collapsed in the air. Ho! The 8 peak experts let out a sigh of relief, a smile appearing on their faces. This Earth Devil King's defense was too strong. They had exhausted all their power to kill it. Zhang Jian's face was a bit pale. After using his strongest killing move, his body was a bit weak. Careful! Just as the 8 of them relaxed their vigilance, Fang Chun suddenly shouted. Just as Fang Chen's voice fell, the ground they were standing on suddenly changed. The dirt on the ground rapidly gathered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The expressions of the 8 peak experts changed. In the blink of an eye, another Earth Devil King condensed. What's going on? Dark Sword cried out. They had used all their power to kill one Earth Devil King. Why did another one appear? With their current strength, they were unable to deal with this Earth Devil King. Could it be that they were going to retreat to the 5th level? They were unwilling to give up. The 10th level of the heart of Xintian was still waiting for them. What should we do? Taoist Tian Hong asked solemnly. He was prepared to attack at any moment. In the previous battle, Fang Chun hadn't been able to help, but now, Fang Chun was carefully observing the Earth Demon King and suddenly noticed something. There's a crystal on the forehead of the Earth Demon. If I'm not wrong, that crystal is the energy source of the Earth Demon, Fang Chun suddenly said. Hearing this, the 8 ultimate contenders all looked over. The energy crystal provides an endless amount of energy. If we don't shatter the energy crystal, the Earth Demon King will continue to condense, Zhang Jian, who rarely spoke, said in a deep voice. This space was the territory of the Earth Fiend King. As long as there was land, the Earth Fiend King could rely on energy crystals to recondense. This was a very terrifying thing. The 8 of them had unsightly expressions. They had just used all their strength to kill an Earth Demon King. That was the best opportunity to shatter the energy crystal, but they had missed it. Now, if they wanted to shatter the energy crystal, they had to get rid of this Earth Fiend King. But in their current state, how could they kill it? No, the Earth Fiend King is too strong. Our condition isn't good. Let's return to the 5th level. Right? Let's return to the 5th level. After recovering, we'll return to the 6th level. That's the only way. A few of the experts said helplessly. But just as they were about to leave, Fang Chun suddenly opened his mouth. Everyone, I have an idea, said Fang Chun. You? Dark Sword looked at Fang Chun and asked. He clearly didn't believe that Fang Chun had a good idea. If you're willing to believe me, the success rate is at least 80%, said Fang Chun. The other experts fell silent when they heard this. If they failed, they would lose their lives here. What do you need us to do? Asked the only female powerhouse Winchant. You're in charge of restraining the Earth Fiend King. Do your best to confine its body. I'll use my true meaning to go in front of it and take the energy crystal, said Fang Chun. Just as Fang Chun was speaking, the Earth Fiend King had already arrived in front of them. Foolish humans, you'll definitely die at my hands. When the 8 ultimate powerhouses heard this, they quickly pondered for a moment. In the end, they decided to give it a try. All right, let's try again. After saying that, Winchant took the lead and used the Storm Sword Art. A terrifying snowstorm instantly descended from the sky, causing the surrounding temperature to drop to the lowest point. The snowstorm landed on the Earth Fiend King's body and instantly froze it, temporarily freezing it. Seeing this, the Ice Fire King also used the Ice Fire Sword Art. His 2 true meanings instantly surged out to support Winchant. As for the other powerhouses, they also used their strongest skills once more. Only Zhang Jian calmly stood there. After using his strongest killing move several times in a row, he was already powerless to use it again. I hope it'll succeed, Zhang Jian inwardly said. Roar! The imprisoned Earth Fiend King furiously roared, his body unceasingly struggling. At this time, Fang Chen's figure instantly disappeared. The next time he appeared above the Earth Fiend King's head without any warning. Melt the ice on its forehead. Fang Chen loudly roared. Wen Chant suddenly waved her white hand, and the ice on the Earth Fiend King's forehead melted, revealing the energy crystal. Fang Chen extended his hand and directly grabbed the energy crystal. Crash! Fang Chen's hand exerted force, and the energy crystal was instantly pulled out. Success! Fang Chen's face was filled with joy. Then his figure flashed, and he returned to Zhang Jian's side. The energy crystal has been taken, said Fang Chen. Seeing this, the other 7 were overjoyed and immediately attacked the Earth Fiend King frantically. After losing the energy crystal, the Earth Fiend King's defense continuously decreased, and it was finally killed by the 7. Crash! The Earth Fiend King's body directly dissipated in the void. At this time, the gazes of the 8 peak powerhouses were all focused on the energy crystal in Fang Chen's hand. Quickly destroy the energy crystal, or the Earth Fiend King will condense again, said Wen Chant somewhat anxiously. The other powerhouses also nodded one after another. The urgent matter was to destroy the energy crystal. Otherwise, if the Earth Fiend King condensed again, they would have no choice but to retreat to the 5th floor. Fang Chen exerted force in his palm, wanting to crush the energy crystal. But unexpectedly, the energy crystal was abnormally hard, and he was unable to crush it. Let me! Vigorous Taoist exerted all his strength and punched the energy crystal. Dang, dang, dang! Vigorous Taoist's body was sent flying, but the energy crystal was not damaged in the slightest. At this time, the energy crystal was crazily absorbing the earth fragments on the ground. So hard! Seeing this, the others involuntarily cried out. The energy crystal was too hard, and even Vigorous Taoist was unable to destroy it. Furthermore, the energy crystal was absorbing the surrounding earth fragments, and the Earth Fiend King was about to condense again. The 8 of us must join hands to destroy it, shouted Darksword. The 8 peak powerhouses joined hands once more, and their tyrannical attacks collided with the energy crystal. The result was very disappointing, as the energy crystal was not damaged in the slightest. Damn it! How could it be like this? They had originally thought that once they obtained the energy crystal, they would be able to easily destroy it. But now, it seemed that they had been too optimistic. The energy crystal was constantly revolving, and the Earth Fiend King was about to condense again. The 8 of them had gloomy expressions, and Fang Chen was also filled with helplessness. The energy crystal is actually this hard. Fang Chen thought to himself, not good. The Earth Fiend King is about to condense. Quickly retreat. The 8 peak powerhouses turned pale with fright and retreated one after the other. Fang Chen was also preparing to leave, but at that moment, the little mouse appeared with a swoosh. Let me. Chapter 906. Crack. The little mouse ignored the shock of the 8 ultimate contenders and directly crushed the energy crystal that the 8 of them could do nothing about. Then it swallowed it. At this time, the 8 peak experts all stopped in their tracks, their hearts filled with shock. That's possible. Even Zhang Jian, who rarely spoke, said in shock, I'm so full. Too bad there's only one. After the little mouse finished eating the energy crystal, it was very satisfied and grinned. Hearing its words, everyone was dumbfounded. With a whoosh, the little mouse jumped onto Fang Chen's shoulder. At this time, the 8 of them finally reacted. Little friend Fang, is this your spirit pet? When the 8 of them saw the little mouse standing on Fang Chen's shoulder, they were dumbfounded. Fang Chen nodded. The 8 of them were also shocked. This spirit pet of yours is too abnormal. Darksword couldn't help saying. Yeah, even when the 8 of us joined hands, we couldn't break the energy crystal. But your spirit pet directly swallowed it, said Taoist Tianong. Little friend Fang, this spirit pet of yours isn't simple, said the ox-nosed old Taoist. As for the others, they were also shocked. The only female expert smiled as she looked at the little mouse. What a cute little mouse, said Winchanter. In response to their shock, Fong Chen only gave a brief explanation. He said that the little mouse's teeth were relatively hard and then glossed over it. With the little mouse's fighting strength, the 8 peak experts were very excited. The Earth Devil King has been destroyed. The 6th floor is no longer dangerous, said the Ice Fire King. The others were also grinning from ear to ear. They were in a very good mood. They originally thought that they would fail, but they actually succeeded. Furthermore, the one who resolved the crisis was actually a little mouse. Everyone looked at Fong Chen one after another, their eyes filled with satisfied smiles. It seemed that bringing Fong Chen was a wise choice. Thinking about it carefully, if they didn't have Fong Chen's space-related true meaning, the 8 of them wouldn't have been able to obtain the Earth Demon King's energy crystals. If it wasn't for the little mouse, the Earth Devil King would have condensed again, and they would have been forced to retreat to the 5th floor. Fortunately, there was Little Mouse and Fong Chen. Right now, the 6th level is no longer dangerous. Let's look around here and see if there are any opportunities, Dark Sword suggested. The others nodded in agreement. Fong Chen, it's all thanks to you this time. If there's anything suitable for you, we'll keep it for you, said Sage Tianhong. Many thanks, seniors. Fong Chen cupped his hands in thanks. In the end, the 8 of them discussed and prepared to plunder the inheritances on the 6th floor. Fong Chen, be careful. Although the Earth Devil King is dead, the God-burying sword prison is incomparably dangerous. Be careful of other dangers. Wen Chant chuckled. Fong Chen nodded, and the 8 of them instantly disappeared. Fong Chen also left with the little mouse. The entire 6th floor was covered in a dusky haze. The earth was filled with the true intent of the earth. After the Earth Devil King died, the ordinary Earth Devils all hid, not daring to come out. The spacious 6th level was empty. Fong Chen leisurely flew in the air above the 6th floor. From time to time, he could hear some resentful voices. So many skeletons. Flying in the air, Fong Chen saw countless skeletons scattered on the ground. These skeletons were all world-shaking powerhouses when they were alive. However, they fell here and turned into a pile of yellow soil. In the end, who would still remember them? The little mouse stood on Fong Chen's shoulder, constantly looking around. With the little mouse's sense of smell, it could easily discover the inheritance treasures hidden in these skeletons. 1 man and 1 mouse quickly searched. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Everyone discussed that in 7 days, they would gather at the place where the Earth Devil King died, and then head to the 7th floor. Now, 3 days had passed. Fong Chen and the little mouse had some gains, but overall, they hadn't gained much. Boss, I feel that something is wrong. Suddenly, the little mouse said gravely. What's wrong? Fong Chen hastily asked. The little mouse's pitch-black eyes looked at a distant mountain peak. I feel that there's a trace of a strange aura on that mountain peak. Let's go take a look. After Fong Chen finished speaking, he flew rapidly and soon arrived at this place. Climbing the mountain peak, Fong Chen discovered that there were countless skeletons here. These skeletons were scattered all over the mountain peak. At first glance, he didn't discover anything. But after looking carefully, Fong Chen was shocked to discover that the arrangement of these skeletons actually formed a formation. Corpse formation. Fong Chen was incomparably shocked. Why would the skeletons of these fallen supreme experts form such a terrifying formation? The corpse formation was an extremely sinister formation. Although its level wasn't high, it was abnormally sinister. This kind of formation was able to gather the resentment of the dead. The stronger the resentment, the more dangerous it would be when gathered together. Crash! Just as Fong Chen was pondering, a large illusory hand suddenly pounced over. Fong Chen fiercely brandished the hidden star sword, and the golden light, dragon-slaying sword shot out. Bang! The hidden star sword fiercely chopped down on the illusory hand, causing it to directly dissipate. Then, Fong Chen sensed that there was a strange aura that instantly filled the air. The little mouse seemed to recognize this aura and immediately jumped into the formation, crazily absorbing this dense aura. Seeing this, Fong Chen didn't disturb it. He vigilantly looked around, guarding the little mouse. Inside the corpse formation, countless resentment of the dead had gathered together. As the little mouse crazily absorbed, these resentment constantly struggled, but to no avail. The little mouse seems to be transforming. Fang Chen whispered. He didn't expect the little mouse to be able to absorb these resentment. After a full 2 hours, the corpse formation collapsed on its own. The little mouse's body surged with a purple luster, and its eyes emitted a terrifying light. How is it? Fang Chen hurriedly asked. Boss, the resentment in this corpse formation seems to be tainted with the aura of my heaven-devouring divine rat lineage, so I can absorb it, the little mouse said in a deep voice. Fang Chen's heart trembled when he heard this. Where did this resentment come from? Why was it tainted with the aura of the heaven-devouring divine rat lineage? One had to know that in the entire Outerverse, there were only 2 heaven-devouring divine rats, and one of them was the one that followed the Buried Sword Emperor. It had fallen in the Buried Sword Province, so perhaps these resentment had come in contact with it when they were alive. That was the only explanation. The little mouse told Fang Chen that after absorbing the resentment, its strength had skyrocketed, and the number of times it could use its innate ability had increased. Fang Chen was very happy. The little mouse was a heaven-devouring divine rat, and once it fully matured, it would definitely shake the entire Outerverse. Let's go. With that, Fang Chen took the little mouse and left. In the following time, Fang Chen continued to look for opportunities. Finally, one day, he found a wondrous place. This place was filled with the aura of countless lightning bolts, and occasionally, lightning energy would strike down. Fang Chen thought that this was a cultivation place. Soon after, Fang Chen arrived, and his body was instantly filled with lightning energy. Rumble. For some reason, more and more lightning energy struck down, and all of them bombarded Fang Chen's body. Fuck. Fang Chen couldn't help but curse. He had just arrived, and this lightning energy seemed to be repelling him. However, this was just right. He activated his sword body, and sword intent filled his body as he tempered his physical strength. A few days later, Fang Chen left this place. This was because all the lightning energy here had been absorbed into his body. Strangely enough, it seemed that because he had passed the 12th level tribulation, he didn't fear lightning energy. All the lightning energy in this strange place had been absorbed by Fang Chen. Now, Fang Chen's body was filled with countless lightning energy, and at first glance, it was very frightening. However, Fang Chen was also very happy. This lightning energy was stored in his body, and when released at a critical moment, its power was incomparably shocking. According to the agreement, Fang Chen returned to the place where he had killed the Earth Devil King, and the 8 ultimate powerhouses rushed over. Their first reaction when they saw Fang Chen was shock. Chapter 907. I used the power of lightning to refine my body and absorb some of it, Fang Chen said. Taoist Vigor's eyes widened. He looked at Fang Chen and said, Kid, I'm the best at refining my body. You can't refine your body like this. The other 7 people nodded. Taoist Vigor was the best at refining his body among the 8 extreme powerhouses. Furthermore, Taoist Dali had already reached the pinnacle of body refining. His body had reached the saint level. No one could compare to him. Taoist Vigor had observed Fang Chen's body and wanted to take him in as a disciple. Therefore, he said, Kid, are you interested in learning how to refine your body? I can guarantee that your body will reach the level of a 9-star Tao body. Fang Chen shook his head. Why? Are you looking down on me? Taoist Vigor was a little unhappy. At this moment, Fang Chen activated his sword body. Sword intent surged and a vast aura filled his body. Taoist Vigor's eyes flashed with surprise when he saw this. A 9-star Tao body. Taoist Vigor was shocked. Fang Chen was not even 30 years old, but his body had reached the level of a 9-star Tao body. As expected of the most talented genius in the Burial Sword Prefecture. Not only is his sword Tao incredible, but his body is also incredible, Dark Sword said. Yes, a 9-star Tao body at such a young age. I'm envious. Tianhong's spiritual master curled his lips. The others also praised Fang Chen. Daoist Vigor was a little embarrassed. He straightened his sleeves, snorted, and turned to leave. Fangshan also smiled and cupped his hands. Senior Vigor, I appreciate your kindness, but I'll focus on the martial Dao. The 8 extreme powerhouses led Fang Chun to the entrance of the 7th floor and entered. After Fang Chun and the others entered the 7th floor, an earth-shattering event happened in the Burial Sword Prefecture. Of course, this was something that no ordinary martial artist knew except for a few people from the Burial Sword Immortal Palace. At the edge of the Burial Sword Prefecture, in the Endless Ocean, there was a vortex, and within the vortex was the God-burying sword prison. Other than the Palace Master of the Immortal Palace and a dozen Mystic King realm commanders, no one knew that there was a terrifying being suppressed under the God-burying sword prison. Even the Palace Lord of the Immortal Palace could not completely destroy this terrifying existence. If it were not for the existence of the God-burying sword prison, no one would be able to suppress this terrifying existence. At this moment, a dozen or so commanders were standing before the vortex, dragging their mutilated bodies. Before them stood the Sword Burial Immortal Palace's Palace Master. Palace Lord, let us do it. The old ancestor of the Golden Sword City Sword Arena said in a deep voice. Immediately, the other profound King Realm commanders also unleashed their terrifying auras. The Palace Master of the Sword Burial Celestial Palace nodded with a helpless expression. For the Sword Burial Province, kill. The dozen or so commanders roared out as they charged into the vortex. In the next few minutes, the entire Endless Ocean was shaking. The Palace Master of the Sword Burying Immortal Palace floated above the boundless ocean, his heart filled with grief. He wanted to make a move, but he couldn't. For the sake of the Sword Burial Prefecture, he couldn't do anything. Dong! A few minutes later, the Endless Ocean regained its calm. A trembling sound resounded through the sky. During this time, a furious roar could be heard. It was the roar of that terrifying existence. One day, I will destroy the entire Sword Burial Province. The Palace Master of the Sword Burial Celestial Palace reached out his hand and pressed down on the Endless Ocean's vortex. The Endless Ocean regained its calm, but the dozen or so commanders had completely disappeared. The Palace Master of the Sword Burial Celestial Palace floated above the Endless Ocean, his heart trembling. The Sword Burial Province will remember your deaths. After saying that, the Palace Master disappeared. The cultivators of the Sword Burial Province were living a peaceful life. However, the Palace Master of the Sword Burial Celestial Palace knew. Today, more than a dozen Mystic King realm commanders had used their lives to seal the terrifying existence in the whirlpool once more. On the 7th floor of the God-burying sword prison, everyone floated in the sky and looked around. The 7th floor was abnormally calm. There were no dangerous auras. However, the more it was like this, the more abnormal it was. Find the entrance, Daoist Tianhong said. The 8 of them nodded and began searching for the entrance to the 8th floor. 3 days later, they gathered at the entrance. However, their expressions were incomparably solemn. There was a figure at the entrance to the 8th floor. He was sitting cross-legged on the ground and looking at them with a smile. You've arrived a bit earlier than I expected, said the figure with a grin. His smile gave off a sinister feeling. Fang Chun carefully observed this figure. He was not tall and had a head of purple hair. He was wearing plain cotton clothes and looked very simple. Who are you? Asked the ox-nosed old Taoist. I'm the Guardian, said the figure with a smile. Guardian? Asked Winchant. Didn't you notice that there wasn't the slightest bit of danger on the way here? Asked the Guardian. Everyone's expressions changed slightly as they stared at the Guardian with vigilance. That's because I've devoured all the resentment on the 7th floor. As for those life forms, they've all been killed by me, said the Guardian calmly. However, when they heard that, their hearts palpitated. What? Exclaimed Darksword. The faces of the others were filled with shock. All the resentment on the 7th floor had been devoured by the Guardian, and all the life forms had been killed by him. Just what kind of existence was this Guardian? It's been a long time since a human martial artist has come here, said the Guardian with a smile. Everyone's expressions were solemn as they stared at the Guardian. So, I'll play with you properly. I won't kill you easily, said the guardian sinisterly. The eyes of the 8 peak powerhouses flickered. What should we do? Asked Fong Chun in a low voice. He had just used spiritual detection, but he couldn't get close to the guardian. The guardian's strength was too tyrannical. Don't be rash, said Swordbreaker. At this moment, the guardian's gaze turned to Fong Chun. You're the weakest among the 9. I'll start with you, said the guardian with a smile. Suddenly, Fong Chun felt his golden heart rapidly beating. His body seemed to be imprisoned. True meaning of the void. With a thought, Fong Chun displayed the true meaning of the void. His figure instantly disappeared. Seeing this, the guardian's eyes flickered. The guardian noticed Fong Chun's true meaning of the void. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Interesting. As soon as the guardian's voice fell, he flicked his wrist. Suddenly, a terrifying fist radiance shot out. Bang! Fong Chun, who was hiding in the void, was instantly hit by the terrifying fist radiance. With a bang, his body fell to the ground. So strong. This guardian was too strong. There was no way he could resist. Even if he entered the void, he couldn't escape the guardian's attack. Fong Chun quickly stood up. The sword body around him was activated. He held the hidden star sword in his hand and was ready to attack. Too weak. The guardian shook his head slightly. Then, he threw out another punch. Suddenly, Fong Chun's body was sent flying again. Little Mouse whizzed in front of Fong Chun. Don't you dare hurt my boss. Little Mouse roared angrily. Its eyes were scarlet, and its body was surging with purple light. Roar! Using its special ability, a terrifying, attractive force instantly spread out. Seeing this, the gatekeeper's expression finally changed. This aura is so familiar. The guardian looked at the huge purple rat shadow behind Little Mouse and muttered to himself. It felt like déjà vu roar. Using its special ability to the extreme, the terrifying, attractive force shrouded the guardian. After a short moment of shock, the guardian's face returned to normal. Then, a terrifying light burst out from its body and shot directly at Little Mouse. Poochie! This ray of light struck the purple rat's shadow with lightning speed. Boom! The purple rat shadow collapsed. Little Mouse's special ability was broken for the first time. Its body was sent flying and blood splattered all over the sky. Let's attack together. Taoist Master Tian Hong roared loudly. The 8 ultimate powerhouses attacked together, activating their strongest killer moves to surround and annihilate the gatekeeper. Chapter 908. The gatekeeper's strength was simply not what the few of them could imagine. When the 8 ultimate powerhouses joined forces, their power was comparable to a Mystic King Rel powerhouse. However, they were powerless in front of the gatekeeper. Little Mouse's innate superpower had completely infuriated the gatekeeper. His face was filled with coldness. As soon as he finished speaking, his wrist suddenly shook. In an instant, it turned into countless rays of light that shot towards the 9 people. Poochie! At the most crucial moment, Fong Chun unleashed the true meaning of the void and dodged the terrifying rays of light. As for the other 8, they were hit and instantly flew out. Run! The hand of broken swords roared, and the 8 ultimate powerhouses fled one after another. Seeing that everyone was fleeing, the gatekeeper did not stop them. Too weak. The gatekeeper said again. Then he sat down cross-legged and continued to guard the entrance of the 8th level. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 8 ultimate powerhouses were very fast. Soon, they arrived at the edge of the 7th level and were ready to return to the 6th level. Yes, the gatekeeper did not chase after us. Suddenly, Darksword was a little confused and asked. The others also looked at each other before exchanging glances with each other. I'm afraid that the gatekeeper disdains to chase after us, Zhongjian said in a deep voice. At this moment, a deep voice entered everyone's ears. You can cultivate as you wish. As long as you do not come within 100 miles of me, I will not take the initiative to attack. Hearing this voice, the 8 of them relaxed and heaved a sigh of relief. Voila! Fong Chun came out of the void with a pale face. In his arms, Little Mouse was severely injured. The gatekeeper clearly thinks that we are too weak and wants us to cultivate here and increase our strength before challenging him. Enlightened Tianhong said, "The gatekeeper is guarding the entrance of the 8th level. Unless we defeat him, we can't enter the 8th level." Seeing that they had already entered the 7th level, they did not want to give up. Now that things have come to this, we can only bury ourselves in cultivation. There are not many opportunities to enter the God-burying sword prison. If they did not seize this opportunity, they did not know when they would be able to enter again in the future. Moreover, time waits for no one. Their time was coming. All right, let's cultivate. The 8 ultimate powerhouses came to a unanimous decision and set up a formation. They sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. Seeing this, Fangchen also began to cultivate. While the 8 ultimate powerhouses and Fangchen were trapped in the 7th level, Lu Jingyun and the others finally arrived at the 6th level. At this moment, they were in a sorry state. On the 5th level, Lu Jingyun and the others had made some breakthroughs, and even obtained some inheritances. Suddenly, Tooba Yulong asked, "Why is the 6th floor so empty?" Lu Wudao's eyes to the side. To the 4th level? To the 7th level. When they entered the God-burying sword prison, there were more than 200 martial artists. Now, there were only a few dozen left. Just as Lu Jingyun and the others were talking, many quasi-kings suddenly appeared on the 6th floor. "Lu Jingyun, you were the first to come. What did you discover?" asked one of the more prestigious quasi-kings. Lu Jingyun shook his head. "When we came in, it was already empty. It seems that the 8 ultimate powerhouses have already cleaned up this place," another quasi-king said. They discussed for a while and decided to explore the 6th level first. They would look for opportunities to raise their strength before entering the 7th level. The entire God-burying sword prison was emitting an oppressive aura. Outside the God-burying sword prison, the sword-burying prefecture was incomparably peaceful. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. In this half year, the palace master of the sword-burying immortal palace had been paying attention to the God-burying sword prison. However, even he was unable to clearly see the situation within the God-burying sword prison. Ancient Sword Continent, 5 Elements Province, a large country. This large country was not far from the Golden Crown Nation. To be able to be called a large country, it could be considered a powerful faction in the secular world. However, one day, this large country suffered the most tragic attack since its founding. The remnants of the Yellow Spring sect attacked this large country. In just one day, this large country was completely massacred by the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. Then, the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect brazenly suppressed this large country. "Lord, this large country has been conquered. What do we do next?" Within the large country, a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect asked in a low voice. "Take complete control of this large country and then use it as a foundation to massacre the other large countries," the leader said slowly. Because of the Yellow Spring sect master, the Yellow Spring sect was extremely powerful. Because the 5 Elements province did not have a quasi-king, it was in a very difficult situation. The Sky and Demon continents could barely fend for themselves. There was no way they could help the 5 Elements province. The remnants of the Yellow Spring sect also targeted this point and continuously invaded the 5 Elements province. The 5 Elements province was so large that half of it had already been conquered by the Yellow Spring sect. This was unimaginable in the past. The invasion of the Yellow Spring sect caused the people of the 5 Elements province to suffer. Many large sects wanted the 5 Elements Academy to help. However, the 5 Elements Academy's dean was in seclusion and had yet to appear. No one could stop the pace of the Yellow Spring sect's invasion. After resting in this large country for 3 days, the Yellow Spring sect continued to advance towards another large country. This time, their target was the Golden Crown State. Under the powerful attack of the Yellow Spring sect, the Golden Crown State only managed to hold on for a day before they completely lost. The 5 Elements Academy, the main peak of the 5 Elements Peak. The Bloody Spear Man and the others gathered together and stared at the forbidden area of the 5 Elements Academy. Their expressions were extremely grave. Is the Dean coming out of seclusion? Did the Dean make a breakthrough? The few true martial realm experts were puzzled. Their faces were filled with hope. They hoped that the Dean could make a breakthrough. If the Dean could reach the quasi-king realm, then the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect in the Five Elements province will be able to completely leave. Rumble. Dark clouds gathered in the sky above the Five Elements Academy. The power of thunder resounded through the sky. Crack! At a certain moment, the gates of the forbidden area opened and a familiar figure walked out. Dean Wuyun's body was filled with a powerful aura. Dean. Seeing this, the few true martial realm experts cried out and came to the Dean's side. At this moment, the Dean's aura was very special. In his hand, he held a long sword that was 1 zhang long. On the long sword, there was a flowing light. Dean, you made a breakthrough? Elder Han asked excitedly. Dean Wuyun nodded and said, How's the situation in the Five Elements province? Nearly half of the Five Elements province's territory has been occupied by the Yellow Spring sect. Right now, the Yellow Spring sect's attack has already reached the Golden Crown state, the Bloody Spearman said. It's time to end this. After saying this, Dean Wuyun's figure flashed and disappeared. When the other true martial realm experts saw this, they quickly shot over as well. At this moment, the Yellow Spring sect had taken complete control of the Golden Crown country. At this moment, they were sending a small team to the Shengfeng country to massacre the Shengfeng country. Boss, the Shengfeng country is up ahead, a Yellow Spring sect member said with a smile. Oh, this is the Shengfeng country. Yes. Massacre, the leader of the Yellow Spring sect said coldly. Immediately, the Yellow Spring sect member's body flew into the sky. People of the Shengfeng country, listen up. You have 3 minutes to surrender. If you dare resist, kill without mercy. His voice spread throughout the entire Shengfeng country. This caused countless cultivators in the Shengfeng country to be shocked. 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The Yellow Spring sect activated their massacre mode. In the blink of an eye, the imperial capital of the Shengfeng country was covered in rivers of blood. Puny humans, you actually dare to resist? The leader of the Yellow Spring sect said, sinisterly after killing a cultivator with a single punch. Pucci, just as he finished speaking, a sword suddenly tore through the void and pierced his body. The smile on his face instantly stiffened. He wanted to turn his head to see who had attacked him, but he was unable to do so. Bang! The Yellow Spring sect leader's corpse fell to the ground. Remnants of the Yellow Spring sect scrammed from the Five Elements province. After that, a shocking voice instantly spread throughout the entire Divine Wind Nation. This voice contained a soul attack. Pucci, all the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect had their souls instantly collapse. Their corpses fell to the ground one by one. Dean Wuyun floated in the sky like a god of war. He held a sword in his hand, and his robes fluttered without wind. Soon, the situation in the Shengfeng country spread to the Golden Crown country. When a Yellow Spring sect leader guarding the Golden Crown country heard the news, he immediately rushed to the Shengfeng country. Which cultivator dares to kill the people of my Yellow Spring sect? The leader asked coldly as he floated in the sky. Five Elements Academy, Wuyun. As soon as the dean spoke, a sword light greeted the leader. After a year of silence, the people of the Five Elements Academy finally began their counterattack under the lead of their dean. The remnants of the Yellow Spring sect in the Golden Crown country were wiped out by the Five Elements Academy. Other places were also wiped out one after another. When a Yellow Spring sect leader learned of this, he was furious and immediately went to the battlefield. In the sky above a certain country, the Yellow Spring sect leader appeared. Wuyun, you dare kill the people of my Yellow Spring sect, said the Yellow Spring sect leader coldly. The Yellow Spring sect has invaded my Five Elements province and massacred innocent people. It's time to pay back the debt, said Dean Wuyun. I'm afraid you don't have the ability to do so. The Yellow Spring sect leader's aura instantly erupted. At this time, the aura of a quasi-king also erupted from Dean Wuyun's body. Quasi-king? Is that what you're relying on? Asked the Yellow Spring sect leader sinisterly. Although they were all quasi-kings, there were still differences in strength between them. Moreover, he was once a genuine Mystic King expert. Chapter 909. Ever since the Devil Cloud Lien province invaded the ancient Sword Continent, the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect were incomparably rampant in the Five Elements province. And now, Dean Wuyun could finally go all out and fight. Is this what you're relying on? Sensing the aura around Dean Wuyun, a sinister smile appeared on the Yellow Spring sect master's face. Voila! Dean Wuyun didn't say anything else. His figure flashed, and the long sword in his hand suddenly danced. The battle between quasi-kings shook the heavens and the earth. The numerous true martial realm experts of the Five Elements Academy retreated one after another and watched from afar. Boom! Seeing Dean Wuyun take the initiative to attack, killing intent shot out from the Yellow Spring sect master's eyes. Old thing, after killing you, the Five Elements province will belong to my Yellow Spring sect, said the Yellow Spring sect master sinisterly. Once, the Yellow Spring sect almost ruled the entire ancient Sword Continent, but it was encircled and annihilated by the ancient Sword Continent. In the end, the profound king realm experts of the Yellow Spring sect had no choice but to die with grievances. But now, it was an excellent opportunity. The Devil Cloud Lien province only wanted to refine the ancient Sword Continent's realm core. He couldn't be bothered with other things. And the Yellow Spring sect master, who loved overflowing power, wanted to gradually devour the ancient Sword Continent and then complete the unification. In the eyes of the Yellow Spring sect master, this battle was the final battle. From now on, there would be no Five Elements Academy in the Five Elements province. There would be an absolute overlord power, the Yellow Spring sect. Originally, the Yellow Spring sect master wanted to recover his cultivation to the profound king realm before launching the final attack. But Dean Wuyun broke through to the quasi-king realm, forcing him to come out of seclusion early. Bang! Facing Dean Wuyun's attack, the Yellow Spring sect master clenched his fist and punched out. Instantly, with the two of them as the center, the space within a 100-mile radius became incomparably chaotic. A deafening rumble resounded through the sky. The longsword in Dean Wuyun's hand was forced back by the Yellow Spring sect master's fist. Dean Wuyun's body continuously retreated. After he stabilized his body, he coldly stared at the Yellow Spring sect master. Although it was only a small exchange, the Yellow Spring sect master absolutely suppressed Dean Wuyun. Old thing, you dare to embarrass yourself with just this little bit of strength? You're really courting death. The sect master of the Acheron sect sneered. An evil aura surrounded his body. He was just one step away from recovering to the profound king realm. His strength was not what Dean Wuyun could compare to at all. Today is the day you die. Hearing the Yellow Spring sect master's words, Dean Wuyun's eyes flickered. Then he sighed. Looks like I still have to use it. As he spoke, Dean Wuyun looked at the sword in his hand. At this moment, the long sword in his hand seemed to have a mind of its own. It trembled nonstop and emitted a series of sword cries. At the same time, the aura of Dean Wuyun was rising rapidly. In the distance, the true martial realm experts of the Five Elements Academy saw this scene, and their expressions changed greatly. The Dean is using a taboo sword technique, the Bloody Spearman said in a low voice. Damned Yellow Spring sect. Elder Han roared furiously. Even though he had broken through to the quasi-king realm, he was still no match for the Yellow Spring sect master. Dean Wuyun seemed to have thought of this long ago. His face was filled with a cold smile. Old dog of the Yellow Spring sect, you will undoubtedly die today. Just as Dean Wuyun's words left his mouth, the long sword in his hand suddenly shot out a terrifying sword light. Then, the sword light merged into Dean Wuyun's body. Swish! Dean Wuyun's body was like a sharp sword. Carrying unimaginable power, he shot towards the Yellow Spring sect master. Amen. When Dean Wuyun approached him, the Yellow Spring sect master finally realized that something was amiss. His body retreated continuously. Boom! Even though the Yellow Spring sect master tried his best to defend, Dean Wuyun's attack was too powerful. It was comparable to a profound king realm expert. The Yellow Spring sect master did not manage to dodge. The The longsword in Dean Weiyun's hand pierced into his body. Have you gone mad? Sensing the aura within the longsword, the Yellow Spring sect master roared madly. Soon after, he gathered all of the power in his body into the area where the sword was struck. Then he forced the sword out. Pucci. Blood splattered across the sky. The Yellow Spring sect master's body was battered and exhausted. His face was pale. It seemed that his injuries were not light. Old bastard, the day I reach the profound king realm will be the day you die. After saying that, the Yellow Spring sect master used the blood escape technique and fled. After the Yellow Spring sect master fled, Dean Weiyun's body also fell from the sky. Several true martial realm experts caught him. Quickly, send the Dean back to the Five Elements Academy. The bloody spearman roared. Dean Weiyun used a forbidden sword technique and paid the price to heavily injure the Yellow Spring sect master. Before he fainted, he did not forget to issue an order. While the Yellow Spring sect master was fleeing, he took advantage of the fact that the Yellow Spring sect master was heavily injured to eliminate the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect in the Five Elements province. Fang Chun naturally did not know about the situation in the Five Elements province. He had been in the Sword Burial province for almost 2 years and had been diligently cultivating. The heavens did not disappoint those who worked hard. Fang Chen's cultivation was steadily increasing through his own efforts. At this moment, on the 7th floor, Fang Chun and the others were cultivating with all their might. On a certain day, a month later, a vast aura suddenly shot out from someone's body. This shocking aura startled everyone, causing them to open their eyes one after another. Zhang Jian broke through. Everyone looked at Zhang Jian. The shocking aura just now came from Zhang Jian. Zhang Jian nodded slightly and said, I made a slight breakthrough. Hearing this, everyone was delighted. Zhang Jian, how many times can you use your strongest attack now? The broken sword hand asked. I can use it 6 times in a row, Zhang Jian said. Hearing this, the others were overjoyed. Then, they discussed with each other and prepared to try again. Try again, Taoist Tianhong said. At this moment, Fang Chen spoke. 8 seniors, this junior has something to say, but I don't know if it's appropriate, Fang Chen said. Oh, what do you want to say? Asked the ox-nosed old Taoist. Fang Chen pondered for a moment and then said, The Guardian is too strong. Even if Senior Zhang Jian breaks through, I'm afraid it's impossible for him to defeat the Guardian. Then what do you mean? Asked the Ice Fire King. Fang Chen looked around at the 8 of them and said, The Guardian is so strong. It's impossible to fight him head-on. We should find his weakness. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the others nodded one after another as they came to a realization. Any expert would have a weakness. However, once a martial artist reached a certain level of strength, their weakness would be much stronger than an ordinary martial artist's strength. So there was no such thing as a weakness. That's right. If we can find the Guardian's weakness, we might have a chance, said Yinfeng. Not long after, they came to a conclusion and prepared to give it a try. The 9 of them arrived in front of the Guardian in a grandiose manner. It's been a long time since someone played with me. I won't kill you easily, but every time you fail, I will kill one of you. The Guardian grinned. Attack. Following the Ice Fire King's roar, the 9 of them suddenly launched their strongest attacks. Wind Chant displayed the Blizzard Sword Art. The Berserk Snowstorm instantly enveloped the Gatekeeper and froze him. Before the Guardian could react, the Ice Fire King's dual True Intent instantly enveloped him. Then, Broken Sword Hand, Dark Sword, Grand Sky Taoist, Ox-Nosed Old Taoist, and Great Strength Taoist all launched their strongest attacks. Rumble. In a flash, everyone's attacks had already bombarded the Guardian's body. However, they didn't break through the Guardian's defense. Whoosh. At this moment, rays of dazzling light shot out from Zhang Jian's body. 6 rays of light floated in the air in a row, shaking the heavens. Go! Zhang Jian roared and controlled the 6 rays of light to stab 6 parts of the Guardian's body. You're courting death. At this moment, the Guardian shattered the ice and snow and said sinisterly, Bang! Bang! When the 6 rays of light shot towards the Guardian, they were directly blocked by the Guardian. However, At this moment, Fang Chun used the true intent of the void and silently appeared beside the guardian. Then, the hidden star sword stabbed towards the guardian's armpit without hesitation. Bang! After blocking the 6 rays of light, the guardian sent Fang Chun flying with a backhand punch. Retreat! The 9 of them scattered and fled. Chapter 9-10. As soon as the gatekeeper finished speaking, he split into 9 clones and chased after the 9 people. Not good. Seeing this, Fang Chun cursed inwardly. His figure flickered as he pushed his true meaning of the void to the extreme. The gatekeeper's clones chased after Fang Chun. This gatekeeper has actually split into 9 clones. I wonder which one is the real one. Fang Chun thought to himself as he fled. Just a moment ago, Fang Chun thought that he had discovered the gatekeeper's weakness. The gatekeeper's defense was extremely strong. Even the all-out attacks of the 8 ultimate powerhouses couldn't break through his defense. However, Fang Chun's hidden star sword easily pierced through the gatekeeper's armpit. The gatekeeper's armpit is his weakness. Fang Chun took the opportunity to send a voice transmission to the others. However, Fang Chun continued, "Everyone, don't expose yourselves. Once the gatekeeper finds out, it will be impossible for us to launch a sneak attack." Hearing Fang Chun's words, the other people who were fleeing all became extremely anxious. Then what should we do? At this moment, Ancestor Braun spoke. The gatekeeper has used the doppelganger shadow technique. His true body strength has been greatly weakened. This is your only chance. Ancestor, can you find the gatekeeper's true body? Fang Chun asked anxiously. At this moment, some of the clones had already caught up and were caught in a chaotic battle. The others were also extremely anxious. Bang! The gatekeeper's clone was the first to catch up to Darksword. He held Darksword in his hand and launched his strongest attack. Bang! Bang! Darksword and the gatekeeper's clone fought fiercely. However, everyone knew that Darksword was at a disadvantage. It was only a matter of time before he was defeated. At this moment, Fang Chun noticed that one of the clones chasing enlightened Master Tian Hong had unknowingly approached Darksword. Not good. The gatekeeper's target is Darksword. Fang Chun shouted. Immediately, he used his true meaning of the void. In the next moment, the void tore apart, and he appeared in front of the gatekeeper's clone chasing enlightened Master Tian Hong. Swoosh! The golden light dragon-slaying sword pierced directly into the armpit of the guardian's clone. A miserable shriek could be heard as the other 8 clones collapsed. The guardian's true body, which had been stabbed by Fang Chun, instantly appeared. Die! The gatekeeper shook off Fang Chun's star-hidden sword and roared in anger. The heart of the Black Crack King. Upon hearing Fang Chun's roar, one of the 8 ultimate powerhouses flicked his wrist, and the Dark Crack Monarch's heart shot towards Fang Chun. "You guys go first," Fang Chun bellowed. Then, he fused the Black Split King's heart into the hidden star sword and stabbed at the Guardian once more. The Guardian's armpit was pierced, and his strength seemed to have weakened a lot. Fang Chun displayed the true meaning of void, but the Guardian was actually unable to detect the existence of Fang Chun. Swoosh! Fang Chun's star-hidden sword once again pierced into the keeper's armpit. Roar! The Guardian let out a furious roar, and the aura around him instantly increased. However, the Dark Crack Monarch's heart in the star-hidden sword drilled directly into the Guardian's armpit. Hiss! The Dark Crack Monarch's heart, which contained a vast amount of power, instantly exploded. Crack! One of the Guardian's arms was directly smashed, and blood splattered across the sky. He was completely enraged. "All of you must die." Although the Guardian had lost one of his arms, it was still not something that the crowd could withstand. At this moment, the 8 ultimate powerhouses had already arrived at the entrance of the 8th level. They glanced at Fang Chun, then gritted their teeth and entered the 8th level. Boom! Just as the 8 ultimate powerhouses entered the 8th level, Fang Chun was directly sent flying by the Guardian. Die! The Guardian's figure flashed and appeared in front of Fang Chun, wanting to kill Fang Chun. However, at this moment, a vast amount of thunderbolt energy gushed out from Fang Chun's body. Rumble! The thunderbolt energy instantly blasted towards the Guardian as if it was a real martial realm lightning tribulation. Damn it! The Guardian waved his fist to block the thunderbolt energy. Fang Chun used this time to easily enter the 8th level. At this moment, on the open space of the 8th level, the 8 ultimate powerhouses' faces were ashen and the atmosphere was extremely solemn. Young friend Fang, Dark Sword said. This time, it's all thanks to young friend Fang, but Swordbreaker also said, I'll young friend Fang a favor. If he doesn't die, I will definitely repay this favor. Zhang Jian, who had been silent all this time, said in a deep voice. That's right, the 8 of us owe young friend Fang a favor. A favor from the 8 ultimate powerhouses was extremely important. However, just as the 8 of them thought that Fang Chun was doomed, a figure suddenly rushed into the 8th level. Young friend Fang. Seeing this, the 8 of them were overjoyed and surrounded Fang Chun. Young friend Fang, are you all right? Dark Sword asked. Young friend Fang, that guardian couldn't have been killed by you, right? Daoist Tianhong asked. Young friend Fang, what happened? The 8 ultimate powerhouses were very curious as to how Fang Chun had managed to escape. Seniors, do you still remember that my entire body was covered in lightning? Fang Chun said. Of course I remember. After I destroyed the Guardian's life gate, I directly activated the Thunderbolt energy and blocked the Guardian for a moment before I entered the 8th level. Hearing this, the 8 ultimate powerhouses all nodded. The Guardian of the 7th level was too strong. It was simply impossible to defeat him. Young friend Fang, no matter what, we owe you a favor this time. If you need anything in the future, don't hesitate to ask, Wind Chant said. The other 7 also nodded heavily. Hearing this, Fang Chun revealed a trace of a smile. If I have any trouble in the future, I will have to trouble you 8 seniors. Fang Chun cupped his hands. The 8 of them laughed heartily. After the 8 of them entered the 8th level, the experts of the second group finally entered the 7th level. There were only 5 people in total. As for the other quasi-kings, some had died, while others had been trapped. At this moment, Lu Jingyun and the others' auras were incomparably terrifying. As expected of the god burying sword prison, Tuoba Yulong grinned. They had all obtained important inheritances from the previous level. Lu Jingyun's strength had already reached the quasi-king realm. As for Tuoba Yulong, Lu Wudao, Dugiyin, and Sido Hong, they were a bit weaker, but their cultivation had also reached the 9th level of the true martial realm. Perhaps they would really be able to step into the profound king realm this time. Quickly find the entrance to the next level. Lu Jingyun's goal was very simple. He wanted to follow the footsteps of the 8 ultimate powerhouses and then fight alongside them. With their current strength, they were qualified to join hands with the 8 ultimate powerhouses. Not long after, everyone discovered the gatekeeper. The guardian only had one arm. Blood was constantly flowing out from under his armpit. His face was pitch black, as if he had been heavily injured. Yes, seeing this, Lu Jingyun and the others stared warily at the guardian. You humans quickly leave, the gatekeeper said coldly. He's injured. Let's join hands and charge over. Lu Jingyun said. Indeed, as Lu Jingyun had guessed, the guardian was heavily injured. The Black Crack King's heart was a fatal blow. When the Black Crack King's heart was heavily injured, his strength was still at the profound king realm. But after such a long time, his strength had been declining. At this moment, he was actually unable to resist the combined attack of Lu Jingyun and the others. Bang! Lu Jingyun sent the guardian flying with a slash of his sword. Then, the 5 of them quickly entered the 8th level. Damned humans. Wait until I'm fully recovered. I'll definitely kill all of you. Seeing this, the guardian roared furiously. On the 8th level, Fang Chun and the others were adjusting their condition. They had gone through a fierce battle on the 7th level and had expended a lot of energy. They didn't know what dangers awaited them on the 8th level, so they had to be careful. Lu Jingyun and the others entered the 8th level and instantly discovered the 8 ultimate powerhouses. It's the 8 ultimate powerhouses. Lu Jingyun's face was filled with joy. Lu Wudao and Tuoba Yulong were also very excited. They had finally caught up to the 8 ultimate powerhouses. But at this moment, Duge Yun and Situ Hong's faces were filled with shock. Brother Fong, why is he here? Hearing the two shocked voices, Lu Jingyun and the others' gazes all turned to Fong Chun. Chapter 9:11. Lu Jingyun and the other four were surprised to see Fong Chun here. However, he was only slightly surprised for a moment before he greeted the 8 ultimate contenders. Greetings, seniors. The 8 ultimate contenders were of great seniority and had lived for nearly 10,000 years. Even a monster like Lu Jingyun had to be extremely respectful when facing the 8 ultimate contenders. The 8 ultimate contenders nodded slightly when they saw Lu Jingyun and the other 4. The 5 of them had great potential and would definitely surpass the 8 of them in the future. Since all of you are here, let's go together, Tian Hong's spiritual master said. After the battle with the gatekeeper of the 7th level, the 8 ultimate contenders were even more cautious. Now that Lu Jingyun and the other 4 had joined them, their overall strength had increased. After chatting for a while, Lu Jingyun and the other 4 officially joined the team of the 8 ultimate contenders. At this time, the number of people in the team increased from 9 to 14. Among them, the other 13 warriors were all at LV9 of the true martial realm. Only Fong Chun was at LV5 of the true martial realm. However, even the 8 ultimate contenders did not dare to underestimate Fong Chun. His space-related true meaning was extremely terrifying, and his combat strength was also extraordinary. What dangers are there in the 8th level? Lu Jingyun asked after chatting for a while. In his opinion, since the 8 of them were the first to enter the 8th level, they should know the situation here. We haven't been here for long and haven't had the time to explore. Ox-nosed old Taoist grinned. Since everyone is here, let's start exploring the 8th level, Zhang Jian said. Everyone nodded. In the end, the 13 of them walked side by side and explored the entire 8th level. The 8th level of the God-Burying Sword Prison was extremely spacious. Even with the speed of the 8 ultimate contenders, it took them 3 days to complete the exploration. After 3 days, the 8 ultimate contenders gathered at the center of the 8th level. The entrance to the 9th level was close at hand here. The 8 ultimate contenders looked at each other, and their eyes were filled with surprise. There's no one in the 8th level. Dark Sword was the first to speak. He possessed the true meaning of darkness, and within the God-Burying Sword Prison, his perception surpassed that of other infinite powerhouses. However, no matter how he probed, he was unable to detect anything. It's too strange. There are no corpses or living creatures. Sword Master Folded was shocked. Starting from the first level, every level would more or less contain the resentment of some creatures or powerful beings. However, there was no one on the 8th floor, which shocked them to the core. Whoosh, whoosh. Right at this moment, Lu Jingyun's group of 5 appeared. What did you find? Win Chant asked softly. Serene Fong, the 5 of us didn't find anything. Lu Jingyun cupped his hands and replied. As expected, the faces of the 8 ultimate contenders turned solemn when they heard this. The more it was like this, the stranger they felt. Not only were there no living creatures, but there were also no inheritances. It was as if the 8th level did not belong to the God-Burying Sword Prison. After thinking for a while, the Ice Fire Monarch suddenly said, "Why do we care so much? Since the 8th floor is empty, let's go directly to the 9th floor. This way, we'll be closer to the 10th floor." Hearing the Ice Fire King's words, the others were also moved. Their goal was the 10th floor of the God-Burying Sword Prison. As long as they could enter the 10th floor, they would be able to obtain the legendary Heart of Xiantian. With the Heart of Xiantian, they would have a great chance of advancing to the Xiantian realm. That's right. Our goal is the Heart of Xiantian. Since there are no obstacles here, there's no need to waste time. Taoist Vigor said. The others nodded heavily. Zhang Jian took the lead and prepared to enter the entrance of the 9th floor. However, right at this moment, Sword Master Folded suddenly realized that Fong Chun was no longer there. Little friend Fong hasn't returned yet. Hearing Hand of Broken Swordsman's words, everyone realized this point, and their faces were immediately filled with doubt. With little friend Fong's speed, he should have arrived here long ago. Why is there no sign of him? Taoist Tian Hong asked doubtfully. Could it be that little friend Fong found some inheritance? Sword Master Folded said in a deep voice. Should we wait for little friend Fong? Zhang Jian asked. Let's wait. After all, if it wasn't for Fong Chun, they would definitely not have been able to step into the 8th floor safely. Now that Fong Chun had not appeared, how could they just leave like that? After the 8 ultimate powerhouses discussed, they decided to wait for Fong Chun for 3 days. Lu Jingyun and the other 4 basically had no right to speak. Time passed by second. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Fong Chun still did not appear. At this moment, the 8 ultimate powerhouses finally realized that something was wrong. Immediately, the 8 ultimate powerhouses decided to look for Fong Chun. The 8 ultimate powerhouses exerted all their strength and spread out in the vast space of the 8th floor to look for Fong Chun. After another 3 days, the 8 ultimate powerhouses returned one after another. Each of them was shaking their heads. Fong Chun had disappeared. They had searched every nook and cranny of the 8th floor, but they couldn't find him. What's going on? Where did little friend Fong go? Sword Master Folded asked in a deep voice. Could it be that little friend Fong entered some ruins and blocked our soul search? Dark Sword said. The others looked at each other and then shook their heads. Seniors, what should we do next? Lu Jingyan asked. Zhang Jian said, I believe that little friend Fong must have entered some ruins and is temporarily isolated from the outside world. With little friend Fong's strength, he should have no problem protecting himself. Right now, even if we are here, we can't help much. Let's enter the 9th floor. When little friend Fong comes out, he will look for us. Everyone agreed with Zhang Jian's words. In the end, the 13 warriors entered the 9th floor in a single file. Indeed, just as the 8 ultimate powerhouses had guessed, Fong Chun had entered a magical area that was isolated from the outside world. That day, when Fong Chun separated from the other powerhouses, he explored the 8th floor. Unknowingly, he came to a strange place. Why was this place strange? This was a canyon. The canyon was filled with lush greenery and was filled with small grasses. From the outside, this looked like an ordinary canyon. However, Fong Chun had entered the canyon as if he was possessed. When he entered the canyon, he realized that the canyon was isolated from the outside world. What he saw outside was an illusion. Rumble. The entire canyon was bathed in lightning. Above the canyon, there were thick thunderclouds. Under these thunderclouds, majestic lightning dragons were constantly swimming. Fong Chun was shocked when he saw the lightning dragons swimming in the thunderclouds. The aura released by the lightning dragons made Fong Chun feel oppressed. The strength of this lightning dragon is already comparable to the 6-9 heavenly tribulation, right? Fong Chun looked at the sky and said in a deep voice, Boom! Just as Fong Chun was thinking, a lightning dragon as thick as an arm suddenly shot out from the thunderclouds and swooped down. With a boom, it directly hit Fong Chun's body. Lightning radiated in all directions, and Fong Chun's body was surrounded by dense lightning power. It hurts. Fong Chun couldn't help but say. Fortunately, he had activated the sword body. Otherwise, the power of the lightning dragon would have been enough to injure him. Hiss! Countless lightning power quickly drilled into Fong Chun's body. It was also at this moment that Fong Chun suddenly sensed that his strength was actually increasing as the power of the lightning entered his body. Fong Chun looked at his own body with a dumbfounded expression. At this moment, the only spiritual spiral in his Dantian Sea of Qi was constantly expanding and spinning crazily. The lightning power that drilled into his body entered the spiritual spiral one after another. Rumble. Above the sky, within the thunderclouds, countless lightning dragons were swimming crazily, as if they would give Fong Chun a fatal blow at any time. The spiritual spiral was still expanding, and in the end, it occupied the entire Sea of Qi. At this moment, Fong Chun finally realized that something was wrong. His eyes widened as he stared at the spiritual spiral. Splash! Under his gaze, a pool of water appeared in the spiritual spiral that occupied the entire sea of qi. What is this? Fang Chun cried out involuntarily. Chapter 9:12. The spiritual spiral expanded and occupied the entire sea of qi. Rich spiritual qi instantly filled the air. What shocked Fang Chun the most was that a pool had appeared in his spiritual spiral. This pool was suspended above the spiritual spiral, and water flowed out of it continuously. Fang Chun looked at the pool in surprise. He did not know what had happened to his spiritual spiral. However, what happened next shocked Fang Chun even more. Boom! A terrifying thunder dragon bombarded Fang Chun. This time, Fang Chun did not feel any pressure at all. The thunder dragon collapsed immediately. After that, Fang Chun was shocked to discover that after the thunder dragon dissipated, it turned into a dense thunderbolt energy and actually all entered the pool. Boom! The water in the pool had absorbed the power of thunder. Thunder pool! Fang Chun cried out involuntarily. No one could understand the shock in his heart at this moment. How could this be? Fang Chun's heart was in turmoil. When did a thunder pool appear in his spiritual spiral? He had thought that it was just an ordinary pool. However, when the power of thunder after the thunder dragon collapsed entered the pool, it caused a complete change in the pool. Fang Chun could clearly feel that the water in the pool in his spiritual spiral was formed by thunder. Could it be that the legend is true? Just as Fang Chun was shocked, a voice suddenly sounded. It was full of surprise. Ancestor, do you recognize this thunder pool? Fang Chun asked hurriedly. Legend has it that in ancient times, there were some extremely talented martial artists who could trigger the 12th tribulation when they crossed the thunder tribulation of the real martial realm. Ancestor Bronze said in a deep voice. Every martial artist who crossed the 12th tribulation would have a thunder pool hidden in their spiritual spiral. What? It was hidden in my spiritual spiral when I crossed the 12th tribulation? Fang Chun was shocked. The 12th heaven tribulation of an ancient martial artist is already extremely heaven-defying. During the tribulation, the heavens and earth will lose their color. The associated thunder pool of the 12th heaven tribulation will also quietly enter the ancient martial artist's spiritual spiral. Some martial artists cannot activate the thunder pool even if they have it. However, some martial artists can activate it easily. Any martial artist who can activate the thunder pool will have his strength improved by leaps and bounds. Hearing this, Fang Chun's heart was completely astonished. He looked inwardly at the thunder pool in his spiritual spiral and could not calm down for a long time. The 12th tribulation was to seize the fortune of heaven and earth. This thunder pool was the fortune of heaven and earth in legends. Boom! While Fang Chun was talking with Ancestor Bronze, countless thunder dragons bombarded him. However, Fang Chun did not have any intuition because the lightning pool was completely activated, automatically absorbing the power of the lightning dragon. That terrifying lightning dragon that was comparable to a 6-9 or even a 9-9 lightning tribulation was actually unable to harm Fang Chun at all. If there was an almighty present, he would definitely be shocked. This is an excellent opportunity. Perhaps you can use this thunder pool to enter the mysterious king realm, Ancestor Bronze said in a low voice. Even he had never seen a thunder pool before. This was the first time he had seen one. The thunder pool was the fortune of heaven and earth. The appearance of the thunder pool meant that he was blessed by the heavens. This was an opportunity. Although Fang Chun's cultivation was only at LV5 true martial realm, he could not be judged by common sense with the thunder pool. What should I do? Fang Chun asked hurriedly. If what Ancestor Bronze said was true and the thunder pool could help him enter the mysterious king realm, it would be great. You don't have to do anything. You just have to stand in the center of the thunderclouds, Ancestor Bronze said. Fang Chun nodded and went to the center of the canyon. At this time, the thunder pool was fully activated. Countless thunder dragons above the canyon were spinning wildly. Boom! Streaks of lightning dragons continuously bombarded Fang Chun's body. However, what was strange was that such a terrifying attack could not even leave a scratch on Fang Chun's clothes. As the thunder dragons bombarded Fang Chun continuously, the thunder pool in his spiritual spiral emitted a majestic power of thunder, which transformed Fang Chun's body. In the past, Fong Chun had experienced the thunder body tempering, but this time was the most shocking. Lightning dragons rained down from the sky. Fong Chun did not know how much time had passed. In short, Fong Chun felt that his physical strength was increasing. It seemed that his cultivation was about to break through the bottleneck. Ancestor Bronze was very excited when he saw this. A martial artist who has passed the 12th heaven tribulation is indeed incredible. This thunder pool is definitely a rare treasure. Half a month later, the thunder dragons in the sky suddenly became stronger and their strength increased several times. The power of the thunder dragons increased to the level of the 9-9 thunder tribulation. For half a month, Fong Chun had been bombarded by the thunder dragons. His physical body had reached the peak of the body-tempering realm. He was not far from the legendary sacred level. At this time, the power of the thunder dragons increased. Fong Chun was looking forward to it. Come on. Fong Chun's eyes were burning as he roared. Boom! The power of the 9-9 thunder tribulation was very terrifying. When it bombarded Fong Chun's body, the thunder pool in a spiritual spiral spun even more wildly. The rich power of thunder spread to every corner of Fong Chun's body, transforming his body. Fong Chun's bones were cracking, and he felt a faint pain. However, compared to the legend of the thunder pool, this pain was nothing. After overcoming the 12th layer tribulation, it took Fong Chun until now to activate the lightning pool. He was extremely excited. Fortunately, he had come to this strange place. Otherwise, when would he be able to activate the thunder pool? After the power of the 9-9 thunder tribulation bombarded Fong Chun for half a month, the power of the thunder dragons finally increased again. The power of the 12th heaven tribulation. At this moment, Fong Chun's eyes were filled with passion. He was extremely excited. Boom! Above the canyon, in the thunder clouds, hundreds of thunder dragons gathered together and turned into a thunder dragon that was several feet thick. Its aura was very terrifying. This thunder dragon suddenly swooped down and bombarded Fong Chun's body. After feeling this aura, Fong Chun could not help but exclaim, "It is indeed the power of the 12th heaven tribulation." The power of this thunder dragon was unprecedentedly strong. Before it bombarded Fong Chun's body, the thunder pool in a spiritual spiral shot out a terrifying light and shrouded the thunder dragon. Then, it was forcibly refined. Boom! After refining only one thunder dragon, the power of thunder in the thunder pool had decreased greatly. After 2 months of lightning baptism, half of the power of thunder in the thunder pool had been depleted. Now that the power of the 12th heaven tribulation had appeared, the power of thunder in the thunder pool was being depleted faster and faster. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. Fong Chun was bathed in lightning, and the thunder pool emitted a beautiful light. At this time, in the 9th level, the 13 experts were in an unprecedented crisis. Bang! Strongman Taoist cursed loudly as he killed a dark creature with a punch. They had been trapped here for 2 months and had been crazily killing the dark creatures here. Each day felt like a year. This was an array that seemed to have surpassed the category of a Tao array. Even if the 13 experts joined forces, they could not destroy it. Why are there so many dark creatures? Broken Swordsman asked. The dark creatures themselves were not strong, but there were many of them. When added together, they were very strong. The 13 powerhouses continued to kill the dark creatures within the array formation. Fortunately, it was only the few of them. If it were other quasi-kings, they would have died long ago. At this rate, we can only hold on for another month at most, and this is if the leader of the dark creatures does not appear, Tianhong's spiritual master said grimly. Their situation was not good. There were many dark creatures, but the leader had not appeared. They were in imminent danger. If they couldn't break this dam formation within a month, they would all die here. Fight! Ox-nosed old Taoist roared. His clothes were tattered and his eyes were scarlet. He was clearly anxious. Bang! Bang! After a short discussion, the 13 experts continued to kill the dark creatures. At the same time, they were also studying the array's flaws. The entire 9th level was dark and filled with dark creatures. And the goal of these dark creatures was surprisingly consistent. Chapter 9:13. On the 8th level, in the Thunder Canyon, Fang Chun was still bathed in lightning. In the thunder clouds above the canyon, the power of the Thunder Dragon had been raised to its peak. The bombardment of the Thunder Dragon, which was comparable to the power of the 12th tribulation, made Fang Chun experience the scene of the 12th tribulation. Back then, he had almost died, but now he could deal with it easily. In his Chi Sea, in the huge spiritual spiral, the vast thunder pool was constantly emitting the power of thunder. As the power of the 12th tribulation was being consumed, the power of thunder in the thunder pool was quickly dissipating. At this time, more than half of the power of thunder in the thunder pool had been consumed. According to Fang Chun's estimation, if he continued to temper his body through the 12th tribulation, he would be able to last for about a month. 2 months had passed. Although his cultivation did not increase, the power of thunder in the thunder pool was constantly spreading to Fang Chun's limbs and bones. This allowed Fang Chun's power to increase rapidly. At this time, Fang Chun was very confident. After he consumed all the power of thunder in the thunder pool, even if his cultivation did not increase, he would be able to easily defeat a martial artist at LV9, genuine martial realm. Boom! In the sky above the canyon, the thunder clouds were dark. The thick Thunder Dragon was constantly fusing together to form an even thicker Thunder Dragon, which bombarded Fang Chun's body. Bathed in the thunder, Fang Chun's face was full of smiles. Time passed in the blink of an eye. After another month, there was only a small part of the power of thunder left in the thunder pool. At this time, Fang Chun's physical strength had reached the highest level. Boom! At a certain moment, a thick lightning dragon came crashing down. When this thick thunder dragon bombarded Fang Chun's body, the latter's body emitted a bright light. Fang Chun's physical strength had reached the peak, and his aura was majestic. Is this the saint level? At this time, Fang Chun opened his eyes, and his face was full of excitement. After 3 months of continuous tempering, his physical body had finally reached the saint level. A saint-level sword body was definitely comparable to a great strength Taoist. The current Fang Chun was unprecedentedly powerful. Although his cultivation had not broken through and he was limited by the spiritual Qi, Fang Chun was confident that he could kill a martial artist at LV9 of the genuine martial realm with one punch. Saint-level sword body, so powerful. When Fang Chun's sword body broke through to the sacred grade, the golden heart in his body started beating rapidly. The majestic sword Qi emanating from the sword was all absorbed by the golden heart. The power of thunder in the thunder pool continued to strengthen Fang Chun's body. At this moment, the thunder clouds in the sky suddenly began to spin, while a strong, oppressive aura instantly spread out. The entire canyon was filled with the vast power of lightning. The thunder clouds in the sky gathered together in the blink of an eye. Fang Chun raised his eyes and stared at the thunder clouds in the sky. He was horrified. Just as Fang Chun was in shock, the majestic thunder clouds in the sky turned into a thick purple thunder dragon. Purple. Although he didn't know what the purple lightning dragon represented, Fang Chun could sense that the purple lightning dragon contained a power that made his heart palpitate. Dong! The thunder dragon swayed its body, and the space seemed to be shaking. What a powerful thunder dragon! Fang Chun thought to himself. He activated his saint-level sword body to the extreme, and his defense reached the peak. Boom! At this moment, the purple lightning dragon swooped down with a loud rumble. When the purple thunder dragon bombarded Fang Chun, it directly blasted him into the ground. A large pit appeared in the center of the canyon. At this moment, the last trace of power of thunder in Fang Chun's thunder pool dissipated instantly. Voila! The huge thunder pool dissipated into Fang Chun's spiritual spiral in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the spiritual spiral quickly shrank and the Qi Sea calmed down. At this moment, Fang Chun was blasted into the ground. His clothes were tattered, and his whole body was filled with pain. It hurts! Fang Chun could not help but curse in his heart. Just now, he had activated his saint-level sword body to the extreme, but he was still in such a sorry state. The power of the purple thunder dragon's attack had exceeded the power of the 12th heaven tribulation. Just as Fang Chun was about to stand up, the spiritual spiral in his chi suddenly spun at high speed. In the next moment, Fang Chen's face was filled with joy. He felt that after being stuck at LV5 of the true martial realm for so long, he was finally going to break through. Am I going to break through? Rumble. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, before he could steady himself, a rumbling sound came from his body. In the next moment, the spiritual chi in his chi gushed out like a flood breaking a dam. The aura around his body rose rapidly and finally reached the peak. Voila! In the blink of an eye, his cultivation broke through the bottleneck and reached LV6 of the true martial realm. However, at this moment, Fang Chen's aura was still rising. Good preparation? Fang Chun muttered to himself as he sensed his own situation. After 3 months of baptism by the power of thunder, he had absorbed all the power of thunder in the thunder pool. At this time, his cultivation finally began to rise. Rumble. Lightning flashed around his body. The spiritual chi in his body continued to rise. In less than a minute after reaching LV6 of the true martial realm, his cultivation rose again. LV7 of the true martial realm. Fang Chen's face was full of excitement. This time, he had risen by 2 realms at once. After reaching LV7 of the true martial realm, Fang Chun thought that the breakthrough would stop. However, to his surprise, the spiritual chi was still rising. It's still rising. Fang Chun was shocked. Was this the heaven-defying aspect of a 12th tribulation realm martial artist? At this moment, Fang Chen's breakthrough was as easy as drinking water. In the blink of an eye, he reached LV8 of the true martial realm. LV8 of the true martial realm. Fang Chen's heart was filled with astonishment. Even old Ancestor Bronze was shocked and cried out involuntarily. It's still rising. As soon as Ancestor Bronze finished speaking, Fang Chen's cultivation rose again. LV9 of the true martial realm. From LV5 of the true martial realm to LV9 of the true martial realm in one breath. No one in the entire Sword Burial Prefecture could compare with this speed. This was the power of a 12th heaven tribulation warrior. After activating the thunder pool and absorbing all the power of thunder, Fang Chen's cultivation began to rise by leaps and bounds. Rumble. After reaching LV9 of the true martial realm, Fang Chun had calmed down. He was looking forward to seeing if he could break through to the mysterious king realm this time. The spiritual chi continued to rise. When it reached the peak of LV9 of the true martial realm, it finally slowed down. It's slowing down, Fang Chun said to himself. It seemed that he could not break through to the mysterious king realm this time. After another minute, the spiritual chi finally stopped rising. At this time, Fang Chun looked inside his body. The spiritual chi in his chi was tumbling, and the spiritual spirals were spinning. His body was full of power, and his cultivation was fixed at the peak of LV9 of the true martial realm. I didn't break through to the mysterious king realm, Fang Chun said with some regret in his heart. Kid, you should be content. With your current strength, even an ordinary mysterious king realm expert is no match for you, Ancestor Bronze said. From the initial excitement to the subsequent shock, Fang Chun had calmed down. After all, he was the only warrior who had passed the 12th heaven tribulation in the past 10,000 years. It was not too exaggerated to be able to reach LV9 of the true martial realm in one breath. I'm afraid that I'm the real extreme martial realm expert now, Fang Chun said. Although the previous 8 extreme martial artists were called extreme martial artists, there was still a certain gap between them and Fang Chun. After Fang Chen's cultivation reached LV9 of the true martial realm, his strength had increased comprehensively. Thump, thump, thump. The golden heart was beating abnormally. Fang Chun hurriedly looked inside himself and found that the golden heart was emitting rays of golden light. These rays of golden light all flowed into his soul. In the next moment, Fang Chun found that he could actually see the sword essence that filled the world around him. Chapter 9:14. After 3 months of lightning body tempering, Fang Chun had not only completely absorbed the lightning pool, but also transformed his golden heart. The more the golden heart transformed, the more powerful Fang Chen's understanding of sword principle became. After pondering for a moment, a bright smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. After 3 months of hard work, he had broken through from LV5 to LV9 of the true martial realm. Boom! Suddenly, Fang Chun threw out a punch. With just the strength of his physical body, he shattered a small hill in the canyon with just one punch. Seeing this, Fang Chun withdrew his fist and nodded with satisfaction. With a sacred-level sword body, I can kill a martial artist at the peak of LV9 of the true martial realm with just one punch. Fang Chun muttered to himself. His physical strength had reached an unprecedented level, completely surpassing that of Daoist strength, one of the 8 extreme experts. If he used his spiritual chi together with his swordsmanship, he could even kill a mysterious king realm expert. Of course, only a martial artist who had just entered the mysterious king realm. After all, a mysterious king realm expert had an indestructible physical body. Let's try the golden light dragon slaying. Fang Chun thought to himself. Then, he shook his wrist, and the hidden star sword appeared in his hand. Swoosh! Fang Chen's body was filled with terrifying power. He then injected it into the hidden star sword. Golden sword light instantly shot out from the hidden star sword. The golden light dragon slaying was as light as a feather. In the sky, a golden sword light cut through the air and shot directly to the cliffs around the canyon. Boom! A deafening sound instantly reverberated throughout the entire canyon. Then, a crack appeared and countless stone chips fell out. Fang Chun looked at the 3-meter-wide sword mark and was quite surprised. What a strong power! Fang Chun found that his use of the golden light dragon slaying had reached the peak. It must be because of his continuous breakthroughs. Putting away the hidden star sword, Fang Chun looked at the sky with his dark eyes and said, "It's been 3 months. I wonder how the others are doing." After Fang Chun finished speaking, he stood up and left the canyon. Then, Fang Chun floated in the air and stood there, his soul instantly spreading out. And, at this moment, a look of shock appeared on Fang Chun's face. His soul has reached the late stage of the green level. Fang Chun was quite surprised. Who would have thought that not only would he be able to achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation, he would be able to achieve a breakthrough in his soul as well. My soul has reached the late stage of the green class, and my soul cultivation has reached the late stage of the 4th class. I can fight against a LV9 true martial realm martial artist with my soul cultivation alone. It's just a pity that the God Attraction art can no longer unleash its full power, Fang Chun muttered to himself. By the time his soul had reached the middle stage of the green level, the God Attraction technique was already starting to lose its power. Now that his soul had reached the late stage of green class, the God Attraction technique was completely useless. I hope I can obtain a soul cultivation method in the God Burying Sword Prison, Fang Chun muttered to himself. After his soul had reached the late stage of the green class, Fang Chun's soul could instantly spread to the entire 8th level of the God Burying Sword Prison. Everyone is no longer on the 8th level. They should have entered the 9th level, Fang Chun said softly. Then, Fang Chun arrived at the entrance of the 9th level and entered the 9th level. As soon as he entered the 9th level, Fang Chun's soul scanned the area and found a terrifying array in a certain open space. Around the array, there was a black mass of dark demonic beasts. So many dark demonic beasts. Fang Chun frowned slightly. Then he found the 8 ultimate powerhouses in the array. At this moment, the 8 ultimate powerhouses and Lu Jingyun's group of 5 were all injured in the array. Bang! Zhang Jian killed a dark demonic beast closest to him with one strike. He was panting. Zhang Jian, how many more times can you use your ultimate move? Spiritual Master Tian Hong asked anxiously. For 3 whole months, the 8 ultimate powerhouses had taken turns to use their ultimate moves. Now, they were exhausted. As for Lu Jingyun's group of 5, they were already powerless. Their injuries were very serious. They couldn't be counted on. If it weren't for the 8 ultimate powerhouses, Lu Jingyun's group of 5 would have died long ago. I could still use it one more time. Zhang Jian clenched his teeth and said, Zhang Jian, let's try again, said spiritual master Tianhong. Hearing that, the other powerhouses nodded. This was their last chance. If they couldn't break the array, they would definitely die here. Okay, let's attack together, said Handbreaker. His eyes were scarlet. He had already entered a state of madness. Whoosh! As soon as he said that, the Ice Fire Monarch and Wind Chant joined forces, and a violent snowstorm appeared within the array formation. Then, the countless dark demonic beasts that rushed over were all frozen. In the next moment, spiritual master Tianhong used the heavenly great sword art. With a slash of his sword, countless sword lights instantly killed a large number of dark demonic beasts. Handbreaker went crazy and tore apart the dark demonic beasts with his bare hands. Taoist vigor activated all the strength in his body. Wherever his fist passed, the frozen dark demonic beasts instantly exploded and died. Ox-nosed, Old Taoist, and Dark Sword were also attacking the dark demonic beasts with all their strength. In a flash, all the dark demonic beasts that entered the array were killed. At this moment, everyone's gaze was on Zhang Jian. Kill! Zhang Jian roared. The aura around him rose to the peak. In the next moment, 6 brilliant lights appeared in succession from his body. Rumble. These 6 brilliant lights emitted a terrifying radiance as they heavily bombarded the Peerless Formation. Dong! The Peerless Formation wobbled, but it eventually stabilized. On the other hand, the 6 brilliant rays of light from the Zhang Jian instantly dissipated. Seeing this scene, the 13 people's faces instantly darkened. Are we going to die here? Taoist vigor suddenly punched out and roared at the sky. He was unwilling to accept this. The others also sighed one after another, their eyes filled with unwillingness. Give up. Inside the array, a large number of dark demonic beasts once again rushed into the array. Zhang Jian's face was extremely pale. His body was weak, and he directly gave up resisting. No, we will never give up. Handbreaker had completely gone crazy. His eyes were scarlet as he roared loudly. Hearing Handbreaker's roar, the others were slightly moved. That's right. We are ultimate powerhouses. Even if we die, we will die standing. Perfected Tianhong gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice. At this moment, the atmosphere in the array was very solemn. The 13 powerhouses were unafraid of death. Son of a B***, even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Taoist vigor killed a dark demonic beast with a punch and laughed wildly. At this moment, Fang Chun was flying over quickly. They can't hold on any longer. Fang Chun was also very anxious. At this moment, he was moving forward at his fastest speed. However, halfway through his flight, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. It's too late, Fang Chun thought to himself. Then, the hidden star sword appeared. Fang Chun's aura rose to the peak, and he instantly performed the Golden Light Dragon Slaying. This time, Fang Chun performed the most powerful Golden Light Dragon Slaying. Whoosh! After the Golden Light Dragon Slaying was performed, it instantly tore the space apart. Countless golden lights turned into a golden sword light and shot into the array at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. In the array, the 13 powerhouses were unable to resist. Seeing the large number of dark demonic beasts in front of them, their hearts were filled with sorrow. At this moment, Taoist vigor suddenly screamed in agony. Everyone immediately turned their heads to look. They saw a dark demonic beast biting Taoist vigor's arm. If Taoist vigor's physical body had not reached the sacred level, his arm would have been broken. Vigor. The other 7 ultimate powerhouses roared and rushed towards Taoist vigor in an attempt to save him. However, it was too late. Taoist vigor had also given up. His heart was filled with unwillingness. Swoosh! Just when everyone was in despair, a shocking golden sword light suddenly pierced through the array and exploded in the array. Rumble! All the dark demonic beasts in the array exploded and died. Even the dark demonic beasts outside the array were momentarily intimidated. The sudden turn of events shocked the 13 powerhouses. Chapter 9:15. The 13 powerhouses, who had already given up all hope, were shocked by the sudden appearance of the golden light. The power of this golden light was too tyrannical. With absolute strength, it directly killed all the dark demonic beasts that had entered the formation. Roar. However, the number of dark demonic beasts on the 9th floor was too large. After the first batch died, another batch of dark demonic beasts rushed into the array. The expressions of the 13 powerhouses changed drastically. The dark demonic beasts that had rushed into the array roared furiously and madly rushed towards the 13 powerhouses. Whoosh! Another powerful golden sword light instantly penetrated the array and exploded within it. The dark demonic beasts that had rushed into the array were once again annihilated. Someone has come to save us. At the sight of this, the 13 powerhouses cried out in excitement. 2 consecutive powerful golden sword lights had pulled the 13 experts back from the brink of death, causing them to be extremely excited. Whoosh! In a short period of time, Fong Chun used the true meaning of the void to enter the array. Little friend Fong. Seeing Fong Chun, the faces of the 8 powerhouses were filled with excitement. Never in their wildest dreams would they have imagined that the one who would come to save them would be Fong Chun. Little friend Fong, Dark Sword was so shocked that he was speechless. Roar! The dark demonic beasts outside the array were crazily shouting. Fong Chun did not have time to communicate with the 13 powerhouses. With a flick of his wrist, the hidden star sword danced violently. A golden sword light shot out from the hidden star sword and crazily exploded inside the array formation. Its power was so strong that it shocked the 8 ultimate powerhouses. Let me break the array, Fong Chun said softly. Then, the aura of a LV9, true martial realm, instantly erupted, and the golden light dragon slaying was displayed once again. Destroy. As Fong Chun unleashed his full power, the peerless formation immediately shattered into pieces. The array that had troubled the 13 powerhouses for 3 months was actually easily destroyed by Fong Chun at this moment. The 13 powerhouses were completely shocked. Fong Chun, how can he be so strong? My friend Fong's cultivation has reached LV9 of the genuine martial realm. Could it be that little friend Fong obtained a fortuitous opportunity? The 13 martialists were elated when they saw the peerless array shatter. At this moment, Fong Chun was like a god of war. He held the hidden star sword in his hand and continuously used the golden light dragon-slaying sword. Wherever the hidden star sword passed, countless dark beasts died instantly. Poochie Fong Chun was caught up in the slaughter. With his current strength, the dark demonic beasts simply couldn't approach him. The dark demonic beasts were mercilessly slaughtered by Fong Chun. In just a minute, Fong Chun had killed thousands of dark demon beasts. Roar! At a certain moment, Fong Chun slashed out with his sword, instantly killing a large number of dark demonic beasts. At that moment, a furious roar rang out. Following that, countless dark demonic beasts retreated like a tide. They retreated. Seeing this, Fong Chun put away the star-concealing sword. My friend Fong, your strength has really exceeded our expectations. Perfected Tian Hong laughed heartily. Yes, my friend Fong, we haven't seen each other for 3 months. Your strength is really amazing. My friend Fong, I admire you. Zhang Jian had never praised anyone, but this time, he wasn't stingy with his praise for Fong Chun. Fong Chun had single-handedly killed a large number of dark demonic beasts. Even the 8 extreme powerhouses were ashamed of their inferiority. Perhaps only Fong Chun himself knew how strong he was. In addition to the 8 extreme powerhouses, Lu Jingyun and the other 4 were also shocked. Especially Lu Jingyun, who had previously challenged Fong Chun to a battle at the Sword Burial Skywall a year later. He hadn't expected that the kid he had looked down on back then would actually surpass him in strength in such a short time. Fong Chun, I admire you, Lu Jingyun said in a deep voice. Behind Lu Jingyun, Lu Wudao, Tooba Yulong, Duggyun, and Sido Hong all nodded heavily. From now on, Fang Chun was fully deserving of the title of number one among the younger generation in the Sword Burial Prefecture. No one could shake his position as number one. Even Lu Jingyun could do nothing about it. Damn humans! Just as the 8 extreme powerhouses were shocked, a furious roar suddenly rang out. Then, a huge figure instantly appeared in the sky. When the crowd looked over, they discovered that this enormous body was actually a darkness demonic beast. Dark demonic beast leader. The 8 extreme powerhouses cried out. Lu Jingyun and the other 4 were also shocked. After 3 months, the leader of the dark demonic beast finally appeared. The dark demonic beast leader looked exactly the same as an ordinary dark demonic beast, but its body was much larger. This dark demonic beast leader stood on the ground, its dark eyes emitting a terrifying light. The aura around it made everyone feel extremely stifled. Damn humans! The dark demonic beast leader roared furiously. As soon as Lu Jingyun and the others had entered the 9th floor, the dark demonic beast leader had already known. It had sent its subordinates to kill these humans. But it hadn't expected that this human cultivator would cause so much damage to its subordinates. All of you die, roared the dark demonic beast leader. The dark demonic beast leader's strength is comparable to a profound king. We're not its match, said Dark Sword. That's right. We can't fight it head-on. If we work together, we might have a chance, said Broken Sword. Hearing the words of the 8 ultimate powerhouses, the leader of the dark demonic beast sneered and said disdainfully, "You think you can escape from me with your strength?" The dark demonic beast leader didn't place them in its eyes at all. Fang Chun turned to look at them and said, "Leave it to me. Young friend Fang, don't be rash. Young friend Fang, the dark demonic beast leader is extremely powerful. You can't fight it head-on." In their eyes, Fang Chen's potential was heaven-defying. If he didn't die prematurely, his future achievements would be limitless. There was no need to fight the dark demonic beast leader head-on. However, Fang Chen shook his head and said, "I'm confident." Then, Fang Chen didn't say anything else. He turned around and took a step forward, staring at the dark demonic beast leader. "You're the dark demonic beast leader on the 9th floor?" asked Fang Chen. "That's right. I control all the dark demonic beasts on the 9th floor," said the dark demonic beast leader. Fang Chen's eyes flickered and he asked, "Then if I kill you, will I be able to enter the 10th floor? Kill me? That's the funniest joke I've heard in all these years," sneered the dark demonic beast leader. "With your cultivation of the 9th stage of the true martial realm." Obviously, the dark demonic beast leader looked down on Fang Chen. It didn't think that Fang Chen could defeat it. Fang Chen had already gotten his answer from the dark demonic beast leader's words. If he killed the dark demonic beast leader, there wouldn't be any danger on the 9th floor. Since that's the case, let's fight. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, his figure instantly disappeared. Seeing this, the dark demonic beast leader snorted, and the aura around its body rose to the extreme. Whoosh! Fang Chen's body suddenly appeared above the dark demonic beast leader's head. Then, he used the golden light dragon slaying sword. Poochie! The dark demonic beast leader clenched its claws into fists and resisted with all its strength. With a bang, the golden light dragon slaying sword was blocked. Fang Chen's figure jumped back to the ground. "Your strength is only SOSO, said the dark demonic beast leader with a grin. Its smile was filled with cruelty. In the next moment, the dark demonic beast leader rushed towards Fang Chen. An extremely powerful aura instantly enveloped the area. At this moment, Fang Chen also withdrew the hidden star sword and activated his saint-level sword body. Bang! Fang Chen punched out and directly hit the dark demonic beast leader's body, instantly sending the dark demonic beast leader's body flying. Saint-level physical body. Seeing this scene, Daoist Li, who was at the side, cried out involuntarily. His heart was filled with shock. He had cultivated for thousands of years, and his physical body had barely reached the saint level. However, Fang Chen's physical body had not reached the saint level 3 months ago. In 3 months, his physical body had reached the saint level. Even Daoist Li was shocked by his talent. This child's talent is too heaven-defying, said Zhongjian in a deep voice. The other extreme powerhouses also nodded. Chapter 9:16. While everyone was still in shock, Fang Chen's fists continued to land on the dark demonic beast leader's body. With Fang Chen's current strength, even an expert who had just entered the Mystic King realm wouldn't be able to block his punches. However, this dark demonic beast leader wasn't an ordinary Mystic King realm martial artist. It was a dark creature. After several punches, the dark demonic beast leader finally stopped charging at Fang Chen. Instead, it stared at Fang Chen with its scarlet eyes. Brat, your physical strength is very strong. However, it's impossible for you to break through my defense, the dark demonic beast leader coldly said. In the next instant, a black aura appeared around the dark demonic beast leader's body. Its strength was raised to its peak. Seeing this, Fang Chen once again threw out a punch. Then he took out the hidden star sword and executed the golden light dragon slaying. Combined with the true meaning of the void, he directly charged at the dark demonic beast leader. The following battle caused the 13 people to be stupefied. Poochie, every time a sword light cut through the sky, a sword mark would appear on the dark demonic beast leader's body. In just a short hour, the dark demonic beast leader was already unable to block Fang Chen's attacks. The dark demonic beast leader was completely suppressed by Fang Chen. The dark demonic beast leader roared. It was unwilling to accept that it was actually suppressed by a puny human martial artist. I want you to die. The dark demonic beast leader executed a taboo technique. Its power was extremely tyrannical. And, seeing this, Fang Chen's expression slightly changed. Then, he executed the true meaning of the void. His figure flickered endlessly. Just as the dark demonic beast leader's taboo technique was about to touch Fang Chen, the aura of the true meaning of the void flickered. Then, a trace of a strange aura silently appeared. The next scene caused Fang Chen to be extremely shocked. Only he knew that when the dark demonic beast leader's attack was about to touch him, it actually paused for a short moment. It was this short pause that gave Fang Chen the opportunity to execute a fatal attack. Whoosh! The strongest golden light dragon slaying directly struck the dark demonic beast leader's head. Crack! The dark demonic beast leader's head was instantly split into two halves, and its body slowly fell to the ground. Dead! The 13 martial artists all exclaimed in shock. The leader of the dark demonic beast was a dark creature at the Mystic King realm, and it was actually killed by Fang Chen with a single strike. Fang Chen's strength was too strong. This is a true expert at the limit of the true martial realm. A trace of a complicated expression appeared on Wen Yin's face as he muttered to himself. The other ultimate contenders shook their heads as well. What a joke. They actually claimed to be at the limit of the true martial realm. In Fang Chen's eyes, they were nothing. The current Fang Chen was truly invincible in the genuine martial realm. With a flick of the hidden star sword, the dark demonic beast leader's heart instantly appeared. Then, the little mouse swallowed it in one gulp. At this time, Fang Chen put away the hidden star sword and turned to look at the 13 people. The 13 people finally woke up and praised Fang Chen one after another. Little friend Fang, your potential makes this old man admire you. Only now did they realize the potential of the number one expert on the buried sword heavenly wall list. How monstrous was he? Why are you trapped here? Fang Chen asked doubtfully. The dark sword told Fang Chen everything that happened after Fang Chen disappeared and then came to the 9th floor. Little friend Fang, how did your strength increase so quickly? Suddenly, the broken sword hand asked. The others looked at Fang Chen with burning eyes. They also want to know how Fang Chen's strength increased so quickly. Fang Chen smiled faintly and brushed it off with one sentence. By chance, I obtained a sliver of opportunity. Everyone saw that Fang Chen didn't want to say, so they didn't ask anymore. After learning about Fang Chen's strength, everyone was overjoyed. With little friend Fang's strength, it should be easy to enter the 10th floor and get the heart of Xiantian, the ox-nosed old Taoist said with a smile. Yes, little friend Fang is comparable to a low-level Xiantian king with a cultivation of LV9 true martial realm. You're really amazing, the Ice Fire King said with a smile. This time, if not for little friend Fong, I'm afraid we would have died here, Tianhong's spiritual master said. Hearing this, the others nodded and said, Little friend Fong, we owe you a favor. If you need anything, just tell us. Fong Chen also grinned. Because they had been in a difficult situation for the past 3 months, the 13 people had more or less injuries. In the following time, the 13 people began to cultivate and recover from their injuries. As for Fong Chen, he was waiting quietly. It wouldn't be too late to enter the 10th floor after they were all healed. There were a total of 18 floors in the buried Godsword prison. The deeper one went, the more dangerous it was. More fighting power meant more hope. What Fong Chen didn't expect was that after cultivating for half a month, Zhang Jian was the first to break through the bottleneck and reach the Xintian King realm. I finally broke through. Zhang Jian was overjoyed. He didn't expect to reach the Xintian King realm after experiencing life and death. Originally, Zhang Jian had already given up and was prepared to go to the 10th floor to seize the heart of Xintian and step into the Xintian King realm. He didn't expect to break through this time. Congratulations, Senior Zhang Jian. Fong Chen cupped his hands and congratulated him. The others were cultivating, and only Fong Chen knew about Zhang Jian's breakthrough. At this moment, Zhang Jian's eyes were burning as he stared at Fong Chen and said, Little friend Fong, I want to fight with you. Zhang Jian's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. After stepping into the Xintian King realm, he believed that he was qualified to fight with Fong Chen. Moreover, Zhang Jian was very bellicose. You're not a match for my boss, the little mouse said on Fong Chen's shoulder. Okay, I promise you. Fong Chen nodded. The little mouse jumped to the side and watched the battle between the two. Little friend Fong, I'm going to attack, Zhang Jian said in a deep voice, and then the aura around him instantly rose to the extreme. Is this the aura of the Xintian King realm? The Xintian King realm and the true martial realm had a fundamental difference. If one wanted to step into the Xintian King realm, one had to fuse their physical body with their Dharma power. At this moment, Zhang Jian's body was emitting a resplendent light. This was the symbol of the Xintian King realm, an indestructible physical body. After the physical body fused with the Dharma power, it formed an indestructible physical body. Even if it was shattered by the enemy, it could be reconstructed in the shortest amount of time. Of course, even a Xintian King realm expert wouldn't be able to reconstruct his physical body if he was killed in one move by a top-notch almighty, causing his soul to be severely injured. Ancestor Bronze was such an example. It was also Fong Chen's first time fighting a Xintian King realm expert. Boom! Zhang Jian didn't use his ultimate move. Instead, he used his physical strength to attack Fong Chen. Seeing this, Fong Chen activated his saint-level sword body, gathered his power on his fist, and punched out. Bang! The two fists fiercely collided with each other. The vast power instantly spread out, causing the entire ground to tremble. Fong Chen and Zhang Jian both retreated a few steps. Little friend Fong, your strength is really powerful. If I wasn't in the Xintian King realm, I wouldn't be your match, Zhang Jian said directly. Fong Chen grinned and didn't say anything. Next, Zhang Jian once again used a tyrannical attack. However, Fong Chen was able to deal with it smoothly. The battle lasted for an hour. After a failed attack, Zhang Jian finally stopped attacking. I'm not fighting anymore. Zhang Jian's face was filled with helplessness as he said directly. Fong Chen cupped his hands towards Zhang Jian. In this battle, Zhang Jian didn't use his ultimate move, but Fong Chen didn't either. The more they fought, the more Zhang Jian knew that Fong Chen's strength was too terrifying. Although there was no clear victor, Zhang Jian believed that he had lost. 3 days after the battle, Yin Feng was the first to wake up. Zhang Jian, you've broken through to the Xintian King realm. Yin Feng's face was filled with envy as he asked. Zhang Jian nodded in response. After Yin Feng woke up, the other ultimate powerhouses also woke up one after another. When everyone found out that Zhang Jian had broken through to the Xiantian king realm, they were all envious. Zhang Jian, congratulations. I didn't expect you to break through first. Zhang Jian's breakthrough has increased the strength of our team again. I feel that I've also touched the threshold of the Xiantian king realm. I only need an opportunity to break through. I feel that my Dharma idol and physical body have already begun to fuse. The few ultimate contenders chatted amongst themselves. They were all very happy. However, at this moment, Handbreaker's eyes suddenly flickered as he asked, Zhang Jian, your cultivation has reached the Xiantian king realm. Should you fight with little friend Fang? Chapter 9:17. Everyone present had lived for a long time. When they saw Zhang Jian's expression, they guessed it. Zhang Jian, could it be that you've competed with little friend Fang? Darksword grinned and said, looking at Zhang Jian's expression, not only did he compete, he even lost. Swordbreaker laughed loudly. The others also looked at Zhang Jian. The latter lowered his head and turned to leave. Seeing Zhang Jian's departing figure, everyone laughed. Only Fang Chen could make Zhang Jian so sullen. Zhang Jian's cultivation had reached the mysterious king realm, so everyone was in a good mood. Since everyone has recuperated, let's head to the 10th floor, Taoist Tian Hong suddenly said. Hearing Taoist Tian Hong's words, everyone's expressions changed slightly and became solemn. The heart of Mystic Heaven was on the 10th floor. Once they obtained it, they would have hope of stepping into the mysterious king realm and wouldn't have to worry about the end of their lifespan. The 10th floor. Thinking of this, everyone's eyes were filled with passion. The 9th floor is so dangerous. I think the 10th floor must be incomparably dangerous, someone said. The others also nodded. However, since they had already reached the 9th floor, they had to enter the 10th floor no matter what. For safety's sake, everyone enter the 10th floor. Don't go too far. Once you encounter danger, retreat to the 9th floor immediately, Wind Chance said slowly. The heart of Mystic Heaven is right in front of us. We have to get it no matter what. Taoist Li clenched his fists and said in a deep voice. Then, the group of people walked together. There was no longer any danger on the huge 9th floor. As for the inheritance treasure on the 9th floor, under the temptation of the heart of Mystic Heaven, everyone no longer cared about it. Crash! In the quiet 10th floor, 14 figures suddenly appeared. Fang Chun and Zhang Jian were in the lead, while the other powerhouses followed behind. Among the crowd, Fang Chun and Zhang Jian were the strongest. With the two of them leading the way, it was safer. Is this the 10th floor? Fang Chun looked around and said in a low voice. His soul spread out and instantly scanned the entire 10th floor. Yes. Fang Chun discovered that his soul couldn't cover the entire 10th floor. This also meant that the space on the 10th floor was several times stronger than the 9th floor. There's no danger for the time being, Fang Chun and Zhang Jian said at the same time. Be careful, the swordsman said. The group of 14 people quickly moved forward. Soon, they discovered a strange place. There seems to be the resentment of a dead almighty here, Zhang Jian suddenly said. Just as Zhang Jian finished speaking, the resentment of an almighty figure suddenly appeared from the ground and attacked everyone. Swish! The golden light dragon slaying was deployed. Instantly, a single attack cleaved down on the resentful spirit of the Almighty. Kacha! The resentment of the Almighty immediately dissipated. At this moment, a crack appeared on the ground, and the remains of an Almighty appeared. The remains of a powerful existence. Seeing this, the teachers and students cried out. Of course, what shocked everyone was not the remains of the Almighty Being, but the heart of Xiantian. At that moment, there was a resplendent, heart-shaped object floating in the remains of the Almighty. It was emitting a terrifying aura. Everyone's eyes were filled with excitement when they saw this scene. The heart of Xiantian. I didn't expect to encounter the heart of Xiantian so soon. The 8 extreme powerhouses laughed crazily. Fang Chen also stared at the heart of Xiantian. The heart of Xiantian, condensed from the death of a Xiantian king, was actually like this. Crash! Zhang Jian shook his wrist, and the remains of the Almighty shattered. Then, He grabbed the heart of Xiantian. Who wants this heart of Xiantian? Among the 14 people present, other than Zhang Jian, the heart of Xiantian was tempting to everyone else. Hearing Zhang Jian's question, the others looked at each other. Seniors, our time is coming soon. The 5 of us won't get involved, Lu Jingyan said. Lu Wudao, Tuobi Yulong, and the others also nodded. Although the heart of Xiantian was incomparably precious, the 8 extreme powerhouses had priority. Little friend Fong has contributed the most to entering the 10th floor. This heart of Xiantian shall belong to little friend Fong, the only female powerhouse, Yin Feng said. Hearing this, the other powerhouses nodded. Little friend Fong, the heart of Xiantian shall belong to you, said Swordbreaker. Fong Chen shook his head. It won't take long for me to reach the Xiantian King realm. I'll leave it to the 7 seniors. Hearing this, the 7 of them were moved. They were quite touched by Fong Chen's words. In the end, after some discussion, the 7 of them gave the heart of Xiantian to the oldest of the 8 extreme powerhouses, Dark Sword. Dark Sword, your time is earlier than ours. This heart of Xiantian shall belong to you. Once you reach the Xiantian King realm, help us obtain even more hearts of Xiantian, said Daoist Tianon. Dark Sword didn't say anything else. His face was filled with gratitude. Dark Sword swallowed the heart of Xiantian on the spot. Immediately, resplendent light shot out from his body. Soon, Dark Sword's aura rose to the Xiantian King realm. At this moment, Dark Sword opened his eyes. His face was filled with an excited smile. The 8 extreme powerhouses had already touched the threshold of the Xiantian King realm. Now that he had swallowed the heart of Xiantian, his physical body and Dharma idol instantly merged, allowing his cultivation to step into the Xiantian King realm. The moment he stepped into the Xiantian King realm, Dark Sword felt a tremor in his mind. Immediately, the feeling of impending death disappeared. I can't thank you enough. From now on, I, Dark Sword, will do my best to obtain the heart of Xiantian for everyone, said Dark Sword in a deep voice. Everyone's faces were filled with joy. Then, they hurriedly left to find the next heart of Xiantian. At this moment, on a mountain peak on the 10th floor, there was a figure. This figure was wrapped in a black aura, making it impossible to see his face clearly. Interesting. You've all reached the Xiantian King realm, which makes me want to fight even more, said the figure eerily. It turned out that Fong Chun and the others' every move after entering the 10th floor was in the eyes of this figure. However, I can't let you have it too easy, continued the figure. Then, the figure issued an order and instantly disappeared. The 10th floor of the God, Burying Sword Prison. On the 3rd day after Dark Sword broke through to the Xiantian King realm, everyone once again found the heart of Xiantian. This time, the heart of Xiantian was given to the only female expert, Wind Yin. Wind Yin had successfully stepped into the Xiantian King realm, and her strength had once again skyrocketed. The entire team was very happy. It was as if they could see everyone stepping into the Xiantian King realm. Continue searching. Dark Sword grinned. However, just as everyone was happy, dust suddenly flew up from the ground in the distance. An evil aura instantly spread out. There's movement, Fong Chun said in a low voice. He spread out his soul, wanting to probe, but his soul was blocked. After discovering the commotion, Wind Yin, Fong Chun, Zhang Jian, and Dark Sword stood side by side at the very front. As for Hand Broken Sword and the others, they stood at the back and stared ahead with full concentration. Rumble. The dust in the sky gradually dispersed. The evil aura corroded the ground. What's that? Everyone's hearts were filled with shock. Within the gradually dissipating dust, there were over 100 golden devil demonic beasts. Heavens, over 100 golden devil demonic beasts. Why were they so shocked when they saw the golden devil demonic beasts? That was because the golden devil demonic beasts were immune to physical attacks. Ordinary physical attacks were unable to cause any harm to them. The only exception was a soul attack. Damn it, why are there so many golden devil demonic beasts? Cursed Dark Sword. At this moment, Win Chan acted as the temporary commander and said in a low voice, the Golden Devil Clan's demonic beasts are immune to physical attacks. The four of us will use our strongest attacks to see if we can kill the Golden Devil Clan's demonic beasts. The rest of you, use your soul attacks. Fang Chun and the others nodded. Over 100 Golden Devil demonic beasts rapidly charged over. Just at this moment, Wind Yin used the Storm Sword Art. After reaching the Xintian King realm, the Storm Sword Art's power had reached its peak. With a slash of his sword, the world turned white. Countless snowflakes enveloped the Golden Devil demonic beasts and then froze them. Kill. Chapter 9:18. Wind Chant's Storm Sword technique froze over 100 Golden Demon Clan monsters for a short time. At the same time, the darkness intent of the Dark Sword instantly spread out. The tyrannical Dark Sword technique suddenly blasted towards the Golden Demon Clan monsters. Zhang Jian's body continuously emitted 12 brilliant rays of light. Fang Chun used the Golden Light Dragon Slaying. A powerful golden light rushed into the horde of Golden Demon Clan monsters. Suddenly, a large number of Golden Demon Clan monsters exploded. In the sky, countless brilliant rays of light, carrying tyrannical power, rushed into the horde of Golden Demon Clan monsters. Countless Golden Demon Clan monsters died directly. Seeing this scene, Handbreaker and the others were shocked. It wasn't that the Golden Demon Clan monsters' physical immunity wasn't strong enough, but that the attacks of Fang Chen's group were too abnormal. If it was before, Wind Chant's Storm Sword technique absolutely wouldn't have been able to freeze over 100 Golden Demon Clan monsters at the same time. But now, she was able to do it. As for Zhang Jian, his strength had increased even more. 12 brilliant rays of light gushed out of his body, more than doubling his strength. Fang Chen's Golden Light Dragon Slaying was still incomparably sharp. After a round of joint attacks, the four of them had killed over 30 Golden Demon Clan monsters. Continue attacking. The four of them discovered that their attacks were effective against the Golden Demon Clan monsters, so they immediately continued fighting. Rumble. After 3 rounds of battle, more than half of the Golden Demon Clan monsters had been killed. Soul Attack. Fang Chen's group of 4 had continuously used their ultimate moves at a high intensity. They had consumed too much energy. At this moment, the Ice King roared. Immediately, the other 10 experts used their soul attacks one after another. In the sky, countless resplendent souls transformed into streaks of attacks that once again charged into the horde of Golden Demon Clan monsters. Roar! The Golden Demon Clan monsters at the front were surrounded by the 10 people's soul attacks and were instantly annihilated. The Golden Demon Clan monsters at the back were still charging forward. The 10 people's soul attacks were clearly a little weak. They only killed a dozen or so Golden Demon Clan monsters. There were still over 30 Golden Demon Clan monsters charging towards Fang Chen's group. What should we do? Winding glanced at Fang Chen and asked. The 4 of them no longer had the strength to continue using their most powerful attacks. The 30-odd Golden Devil Clan monsters were a fatal blow. Fang Chen pondered for a moment, then said, "I'll trap them. You guys attack." As soon as Fang Chen's voice fell, his figure flashed, and he appeared above the Golden Demon Clan monster. With a flick of his wrist, countless light spots appeared, while a formation was set up in an instant. Dao-level arrays were considered top-notch arrays. The trapped demonic beasts of the Golden Demon Clan attacked madly. "I can only maintain it for 1 minute," Fang Chen roared. When the other warriors saw this, they desperately unleashed powerful attacks to kill the Golden Demon Clan's monster beasts inside the array. Bang, 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 the demonic beasts of the Golden Devil Clan were killed one by one. However, as time passed, everyone's spiritual chi was consumed too much, and they were a little overwhelmed. Soul attacks consumed too much soul power. "We can't hold on any longer," someone shouted. Bang, bang. At this moment, the Dao-level array controlled by Fang Chen instantly shattered. Fang Chen's expression changed greatly. He raised his hand and waved his sword. A golden sword light slashed at the Golden Demon Clan monster. Bang, bang. However, to everyone's surprise, the Golden Demon Clan monster did not die. Instead, it resisted Fang Chen's attack. "The consumption is too great." My attack power is no longer enough to break through the Golden Demon Clan's defense, Fang Chun said in a deep voice. Everyone's expression changed greatly. They did not expect to encounter such a terrifying Golden Demon Clan monster on the 10th floor. What should we do? Everyone's expression was gloomy as they coldly said. Whoosh! The little mouse's figure appeared in an instant. Boss, I haven't fought in a long time. Let me do it. Be careful. Seeing the little mouse blocking the path of the Golden Demon Clan monsters, Fang Chun reminded him. Roar! Facing the remaining dozen or so Golden Demon Clan monsters, the little mouse did not show the slightest fear. With a loud roar, a purple light appeared around its body. Then a huge purple rat phantom condensed behind it. An innate ability. A wild, attractive force instantly enveloped the dozen or so Golden Demon Clan monsters. Roar! The Golden Demon Clan monsters were immune to physical attacks, but they could not resist this terrifying, attractive force. More than 10 demonic beasts roared in fear, but they could not change their fate. Voila! Under the little mouse's terrifying innate ability, the Golden Demon Clan monsters were unable to resist at all. They were all sucked into the purple rat phantom's bloody mouth. Crack! Just like that, the Golden Demon Clan monsters that made everyone feel helpless were easily swallowed by the little mouse. The atmosphere in the sky returned to normal. The wasteland was completely silent. It was as if the Golden Demon Clan monsters had never appeared. All the cultivators stared dumbstruck at the little mouse. It swallowed the Golden Demon Clan monsters just like that. Lu Jingyun and the others were shocked. Only the 8 extreme powerhouses could see that the little mouse was using an innate ability. An innate ability. Little friend Fang's spirit pet actually has such a heaven-defying innate ability. Daoist Tianhong sighed. Little friend Fang, your spirit pet is too overbearing. With little friend Fang's spirit pet, we don't have to be afraid of the Golden Demon Clan monsters anymore. The ox-nosed old Taoist grinned. Fang Chun shook his head slightly. The more heaven-defying an innate ability, the greater the restriction. It can't continuously use its innate ability, Fang Chun explained. Hearing this, the 8 ultimate powerhouses nodded in agreement. They also knew that the more heaven-defying a monster was, the greater the restriction. The little mouse's innate ability was incomparably heaven-defying. If there were no restrictions, wouldn't it be invincible? In a way, the heavens were fair. Of course, this fairness was based on a certain foundation. The monstrous beast from the Golden Demon Clan suddenly appeared. Is there a leader in the 10th layer as well? Zhang Jian suddenly asked. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed drastically. They hadn't thought about this at all, but now they finally realized the danger. Doesn't that mean that we can encounter Golden Demon Clan monsters at any time? Swordbreaker said in a deep voice. Hundreds of demonic beasts from the Golden Demon Clan appeared at once. Even their team was a little afraid of this number. No matter what, the most important thing for us now is to increase our strength. As long as all of us reach the Mystic King realm, even if we encounter Golden Demon Clan monsters and can't fight them, we can safely return to the 9th floor, the Ice Fire King said. The others agreed with the Ice Fire King's words. Immediately, everyone stopped chatting and quickly moved forward in search of the heart of Xiantian. At this time, on a certain mountain peak, the figure shrouded in an evil aura looked into the distance as if he could see the void. After a long time, a sinister smile came from his mouth. Interesting. This is interesting. Fang Chun and the others were very fast. In 6 hours, they found a heart of Xiantian. This heart of Xiantian was given to the Ice Fire King. The reason why it was given to the Ice Fire King was because the Ice Fire King's true intent of ice and fire combined with the Blizzard Sword technique could make the freezing effect even stronger. At this time, there were already 4 Mystic King Realm experts in the small team. There was also Fang Chun, who was not weaker than a Mystic King Realm expert. The team's combat power was also steadily increasing. As for the first 9 floors, because the team of 8 ultimate powerhouses was leading the way, there was no danger at all. They were able to enter the deeper levels of the God-burying sword prison without facing too much danger. The God-burying sword prison had been open for almost a year, and there were countless deaths and injuries during this time. Up until now, most of the warriors had perished here. Only a few warriors were still persevering. However, just as the remaining quasi-kings were about to continue their advance, a voice suddenly rang out. Suddenly, danger shrouded them. In an area filled with resentment on the 6th floor, a voice sounded. I didn't expect to wake up after being asleep for so many years. As soon as this voice sounded, it discovered some human warriors. These ants have disturbed me. A shocking giant hand suddenly appeared and pressed down. Instantly, countless miserable shrieks rang out. The remaining quasi-kings on the first 9 levels were all annihilated by this gigantic hand, their souls dissipating into nothingness. After all this, the ground shook and countless cracks appeared. Chapter 919. One author. Cat Eyes Like Moon Paranormal Mystery 12561 2 words. 540,000 readers. As a reporter, Su Tong happened to have a special physique that was easy to provoke spiritual beings. Fortunately, there was a gifted and stylish male neighbor living next door. He exorcised evil spirits and nurtured the baby spirits, and in the process, saved her, a young and single woman, at the same time. 2 author. Dong Chinchuan Time Travel 374672 words. 1.09 million readers. Once she transmigrated, she was sent to the bridal sedan and became the substitute princess of a foolish king. But she didn't want to achieve a good match. 3 author. Duan Moon Watching Time Travel 488430 words. 1.01 million readers. She is the poison immortal purple charm who hides poison in her smile, and also the famous great judge in Jianghu. He is the only imperial grandson of the emperor of Dongchu. He is noble and arrogant, both good and evil. When she meets him, love blossoms everywhere, and they fight for the world hand in hand. For author, Zhangji in Ancient Rebirth 412336 words. 1.01 million readers. She is the descendant of a famous family, but she was infatuated with the wrong person and died an innocent death. After being reborn, she is unparalleled. She stands tall in the midst of conspiracy and intrigue, facing layers of murderous intent. 5 author. Shi Huan Palace Aristocrats 762239 words. 1.64 million readers. In her previous life, she was cut open and her child was taken out. She was reborn as a fair, rich, and beautiful woman. But what is going on with this prince who suddenly appeared? 6 author. Step-by-Step Time Travel 68757 words. 990 million readers. The celebrity killer transmigrated twice. In the first life, she was used by others and died a tragic death. In the second life, she was careful and swore to take revenge. 7 author. Yijiang President's Rich 1112374 words. 1.05 million readers. He doesn't love her, but insists on marrying her, who is openly abandoned by her boyfriend at the engagement banquet. She doesn't love him, but in order to take revenge, she needs to find a powerful backer. She originally thought that they would only marry without love, but she didn't expect their love to be so deep. 8 author. Yiqianqian President's Rich 1029427 words. 1.45 million readers. He squeezes her labor, attends the company's high-level meetings, and serves tea. That's not all. He even wants to deprive her of her remaining value. She must marry the president, or else her parents will tell her that she abandoned him. 9 author. Sleeping When Drunk President's Rich 1195874 words. 1.35 million readers. I promised you a grand marriage and let you marry in glory. I thought what you wanted was my love, but it turned out that what you wanted was my life. 10 author. Nalen Haiying President's Rich 1072699 words. 1.11 million readers. Chapter 920. No one knew about the abnormality that happened on the 6th level. In the entire God-burying sword prison, there were only 14 people, including Fong Chun, who were still alive. The 14 of them were trying their best to find the heart of Xintian. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed since the opening of the God-burying sword prison. This was the longest opening of the God-burying sword prison ever. On the 10th level of the God-burying sword prison, Fong Chun and the others were working together to kill the Golden Demon Clan monsters. In the beginning, there were hundreds of Golden Demon Clan monsters appearing together. Now, there were thousands of Golden Demon Clan monsters appearing at once. Of course, the strength of Fong Chun and the others was also gradually increasing. Bang! After killing the last Golden Demon Clan monster, Fong Chun put away the hidden star sword. There was a bloodstain on his sleeve. During this time, the speed at which they were searching for the heart of Xiantian was getting slower and slower. This made Fong Chun and the others very confused. Find the heart of Xiantian, the dark sword said in a low voice. Then, the 14 of them quickly left. As they continued to fight with the Golden Demon Clan monsters, Fong Chun and the others kept looking for the Golden Demon Clan monsters' weaknesses. Finally, one day, half a month later, they developed a combined attack formation. Once this combined attack formation was used, the Golden Demon Clan monsters within the formation would be instantly killed mercilessly. Roar! Inside the formation, the 14 of them surrounded thousands of Golden Devil Clan monsters, and the cries of countless monsters could be heard. Poochie! The combined attack formation was too powerful. Even though the Golden Demon Clan monsters were immune to physical attacks, they could not resist the attack of the combined attack formation. In the blink of an eye, the thousands of Golden Demon Clan monsters were all killed. Seeing this scene, enlightened Master Tianhong's face was full of smiles. Although some of them had not stepped into the mysterious King realm, the appearance of this combined attack formation gave them hope. This is so satisfying. The combined attack formation is too powerful. Swordsman Folding grinned. Everyone's eyes fell on Fong Chun. Fong Chun was the one who contributed the most to the creation of the combined attack formation. Fong Chun was an array sage master, so he could easily set up a Dao-level array. As the pressure against the Golden Demons increased, Fong Chun began to research how to attack the souls of the Golden Demons. If it was just Fong Chun alone, there was no way he could complete this combined attack array. However, there was Fong Chun's spiritual pet, the magical little mouse. When the 14 of them used the joint attack formation, the little mouse needed to be at the center of the formation to provide energy. Furthermore, the little mouse could use its innate abilities at the same time to increase the power of the joint attack formation. Young friend Fong is the #1 genius of the sword burial state in the past 10,000 years, Zhang Jian said. That's right. It's all thanks to little friend Fong in the God-burying sword prison, Yin Feng said with a smile. Originally, before entering the God-burying sword prison, Fong Chun's strength was inferior to a martial artist at LV9 of the genuine martial realm. At that time, the 8 ultimate powerhouses did not know Fong Chun at all. However, later on, Fong Chun helped the 8 ultimate powerhouses obtain the heart of the Black Crack King. In order to express their gratitude, the 8 ultimate powerhouses allowed Fong Chun to follow them. However, they did not expect Fong Chun to help them time and time again. It was no exaggeration to say that without Fong Chun, they would not have been able to successfully enter the 10th level and obtain the heart of Xiantian. After chatting for a while, they continued to move forward. In a certain valley, they found several hearts of Xiantian. Haha, so many hearts of Xiantian. Seeing the corpses of the Almighties, everyone's faces were filled with excited smiles. About an hour later, everyone had obtained the heart of Xiantian. At this point, except for Fong Chun, everyone had stepped into the mysterious King realm. Moreover, to Fong Chun's surprise, there were still some hearts of Xiantian. There are still 3 hearts of Xiantian here. How should we distribute them? Dark Sword suddenly asked. I've already stepped into the mysterious King realm. I don't need the heart of Xiantian, said Swordbreaker. The others also spoke up. Fong Chun's contribution is the greatest. Why don't we give these 3 hearts of Xiantian to Fong Chun? Asked Lu Jingyun. Lu Jingyun's words received everyone's approval. That's right. I have no objections to giving these 3 hearts of Xiantian to Fong Chun, said Taoist Tianon. Fong Chun did not refuse. Although he did not need the heart of Xiantian, he could give it to his friends. Thinking of the ancient sword continent situation, Fang Chun became extremely anxious. He had to step into the mysterious king realm during this trip to the god-burying sword prison. In truth, Fang Chun's current strength was already enough to fight against a mysterious king realm expert. Among the 14 people present, Fang Chun's strength was indisputably the strongest. However, as soon as Fang Chun put away the 3 hearts of the arcane heavens, a huge swarm of people swarmed toward the canyon. Demonic beasts of the golden demon race. Dark Sword was the first to sense it. His expression changed slightly as he shouted. "So many golden demon race demonic beasts," said Broken Sword with a gloomy expression. The others all looked into the distance. In the blink of an eye, a huge number of black gold demon race demonic beasts had surrounded the entrance of the valley. They originally thought that these golden demon race demonic beasts would charge into the valley, but they did not expect that they would only surround the entrance. "What's going on?" asked Fang Chun. Crash! The black mass of golden demon race demonic beasts spread out in the middle, and a path appeared. Then, a black figure appeared. A human cultivator. Seeing this black figure, the faces of Fang Chun and the others were filled with shock. How could there be a human cultivator here? And from the looks of it, these golden demon race demonic beasts were very respectful to him. To be able to make thousands of golden demon race demonic beasts so respectful, who was he? Could it be that a fallen almighty had revived? "Who are you?" asked Zhang Jian coldly as he stared at this person with his pitch-black eyes. "Is it important?" The black figure sneered. As he spoke, the black figure gave off a feeling of superiority. Fang Chun could sense that this person's cultivation was at least at the mystic king realm. However, what puzzled everyone was why there was a human cultivator in the 10th level of the god-burying sword prison. "Are these golden demon race demonic beasts under your control?" asked Dark Sword in a deep voice. Roar. The black figure did not speak, but the countless golden demon race demonic beasts behind him roared furiously. "Could it be that you are the legendary person?" asked the ox-nosed old Taoist anxiously. "Who is he?" The others all looked at the ox-nosed old Taoist. "After so many years, there are still people who remember me," said the black figure after being slightly stunned. At this moment, the ox-nosed old Taoist's heart was also in turmoil. He did not expect this person to really be the legendary person. "Do you remember the most outstanding genius in the history of our Tao cultivation sect?" asked the ox-nosed old Taoist slowly. The Tao cultivation sect was a Tao cultivation holy land. The ox-nosed old Taoist was a member of the Tao cultivation sect. "Are you talking about the person who is said to be able to destroy the heavens?" Zhang Jian cried out. The ox-nosed old Taoist nodded heavily. Fang Chun, Lu Jingyun, and the others were a little confused. Who exactly was this black figure? However, after hearing the ox-nosed old Taoist's next words, Fang Chun and the others knew who this person was. The Tao cultivation sect was one of the strongest sects in the Sword Burial Prefecture. It was said that the Tao cultivation sect had a very large sect in the Outer Realms. The Tao cultivation sect in the Sword Burial Prefecture was only a branch. Back then, the most outstanding disciple of the Tao cultivation sect had the potential to shock the entire Sword Burial Prefecture. Even Fang Chun did not have the qualifications to be called a genius in front of an 18-year-old Mystic King Rel powerhouse. Back then, he was the idol of all the cultivators in the Sword Burial Prefecture. His every move would cause a storm in the Sword Burial Prefecture. Of course, the most eye-catching battle was when he was at the limit of the true martial realm. He fought a 5th-level Mystic King realm powerhouse to a draw. At that time, the entire Sword Burial Prefecture was shocked. Back then, he had reached the peak of the Sword Burial Prefecture. He felt that the Sword Burial Prefecture stage was too small. Moreover, he believed that with his talent, he was qualified to enter the Tao cultivation sect in the Outer Realms. He had threatened to destroy the heavens and charge out of the Sword Burial Prefecture. But then he had mysteriously disappeared. No one knew why such a genius had disappeared. Chapter 921. If it had been 10,000 years ago, Qin Yang would have been a household name in the Sword Burial state. At that time, Qin Yang was so popular that even the palace master of the sword burial immortal palace sighed. Qin Yang was a genius, a super genius. Even in the outer verse, he was considered a genius. However, such a genius did not receive the recognition of the sword burial emperor. Of course, Qin Yang was the genius most likely to receive the recognition of the sword burial emperor. 10,000 years ago, Qin Yang had entered the god burial sword prison. Moreover, he had almost received the recognition of the sword burial emperor, but he had failed in the end. Qin Yang had obtained a supreme treasure in the god burial sword prison. With this supreme treasure, he was almost invincible in the mystic king realm. However, Qin Yang did not give up after one failure. In the following years, Qin Yang had entered the god burial sword prison several times, but he had not obtained anything. Later on, after Qin Yang experienced a great battle, he disappeared without a trace. But now, Qin Yang had appeared here. Why would Qin Yang appear here? Dark Sword and the other experts of the older generation cried out. The 8 extreme realms had only heard of Qin Yang's name from the older generation of experts in the sect. As for Lu Jingyun and the others of the younger generation, they did not know who Qin Yang was at all. However, after hearing the ox-nosed old Taoist words, everyone was shocked. The ox-nosed old Taoist stepped forward and asked respectfully, "Senior Qin Yang, why are you here?" "Oh, the people of the Tao cultivation sect are really interesting." Qin Yang sneered when he learned that the ox-nosed old Taoist was a cultivator of the Tao cultivation sect. A trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. The people of the Tao cultivation sect are ungrateful. They all deserve to die. Qin Yang's wrist shook as soon as he finished speaking. Immediately, a stream of spiritual energy formed and shot toward the ox-nosed old Taoist. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Qin Yang's casual attack was so powerful that it shocked Fang Chun and the others. Combined attack formation. If they did not help, the ox-nosed old Taoist would definitely die. With his strength, there was no way he could block Qin Yang's attack. Crash. The 14 cultivators instantly formed a combined attack formation. At this moment, the stream of spiritual energy heavily bombarded the combined attack formation. Crack. The power of the spiritual chi waterfall was extremely tyrannical. In the blink of an eye, the combined attack formation was broken. However, the spiritual chi waterfall also dissipated in the void because of this. Upon seeing this, Qin Yang's eyes flickered as his face was filled with astonishment. Combined attack formation. With the cultivation of Fang Chun and the others, it was quite surprising that they could perform such an ingenious joint attack formation. Since you know that I am Qin Yang, then do you think that the people that I want to kill will be able to leave alive? Qin Yang calmly said. He wasn't angry because Fang Chun and the others had blocked his attack. This was because Qin Yang was invincible here. In Qin Yang's eyes, Fang Chun and the others were just ants. Ants were ants in the end. Even if they had some ingenious joint attack formations, it was useless. What should we do? Dark Sword's expression was gloomy. He was quite wary of Qin Yang. How unlucky. Why do we meet Qin Yang here? Sword Breaker also said helplessly. As for the ox-nosed old Taoist, his eyes flickered as he glanced at Qin Yang and continued, "Senior Qin Yang, we are all members of the Tao cultivation sect. Why do we have to kill each other?" All members of the Tao cultivation sect deserve to die," Qin Yang said gloomily when he heard the words Tao cultivation sect. Fang Chun carefully observed Qin Yang and realized that this person seemed to hate the Tao cultivation sect very much. Could it be that he appeared here because of the Tao cultivation sect? It was useless to think about this now. It was better to think about how to leave this place. However, when he thought of Qin Yang's strength, Fang Chen's scalp went numb. Kill. Qin Yang didn't seem to want to waste any more words with the ox-nosed old Taoist and directly ordered. Behind him, a large number of golden demon beasts rushed into the valley. Roar. The roars of countless demonic beasts were incessant. The combined attack formation appeared once again. Puchi. This combined attack formation was especially targeted against the golden demon beasts. Therefore, with the combined attack formation, the golden demon beasts couldn't get close to Fang Chun and the others at all. Although there were a large number of golden demon beasts, they were constantly killed by the combined attack formation. In the blink of an eye, thousands of golden demon beasts were killed. A bunch of trash, Qin Yang said coldly, but he still didn't intend to make a move. Through observing the combined attack formation, Qin Yang noticed Fang Chun. This person is the most important point of the combined attack formation. Qin Yang directly ordered the golden demon beasts to concentrate their strength and attack Fang Chun. Immediately, Fang Chun felt the pressure. Bang, bang, bang. Fang Chun used the true meaning of the void to dodge the golden demon beasts while using the golden light, dragon slaying, to kill the golden demon beasts. What's going on? Why are the golden demon beasts attacking young friend Fang? Seeing this, Zhang Jian and the others were puzzled. Help young friend Fang. Zhang Jian roared loudly. Immediately, the other warriors activated the combined attack formation to help Fang Chun share the attack of the golden demon beasts. Puchi Fang Chun killed hundreds of golden demon beasts with a single sword strike. Then, the true meaning of the void appeared and his body disappeared into the void. Just like that, he continued to kill the golden demon beasts. As for Qin Yang, he had no intention of making a move from the beginning to the end. Fang Chun and the others were not worthy of him personally making a move. After continuously using the true meaning of the void for an hour, Fang Chun finally couldn't hold on any longer. Bang bang. Caught off guard, Fang Chun was struck by one of the golden demon clan monsters, and his body fell to the ground. Boom. Countless golden demon beasts swarmed over. I can't be surrounded, or I'll die. Fang Chun's eyes were burning, and the aura of the void filled his body as he forcibly used the true meaning of the void. Crash! Every time the true meaning of the void was used, Fang Chun could feel that his consumption was too great. Puchi. After using the true meaning of the void several times, he still couldn't avoid the attacks of the golden demon beasts. At this time, Zhang Jian and the others also knew that the situation was not good. Once Fang Chun was seriously injured or killed, the combined attack formation would collapse. At that time, they would definitely die. Save little friend Fang. Everyone desperately tried to save Fang Chun. Rumble. A huge number of golden demon beasts continued to attack. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chun was surrounded. Fight! Fang Chun roared and used the last bit of strength in his body to display the true meaning of the void. Swoosh! When Fang Chun unleashed the true intent of the void, the situation that had originally been a sure death situation was suddenly resolved. At the same time that Fang Chun displayed the true meaning of the void, the aura of the void filled his body to the extreme. At the critical moment, the true meaning of the void broke through to the third grade. The realm of 3 bottles? Fang Chun's face was filled with joy as he cried out excitedly. When the true meaning of the void broke through to the third grade, the golden demon beasts that were close to Fang Chun's body actually stopped for a short time and became motionless. Kill! Fang Chun roared and instantly displayed the golden light, dragon, slaying sword in his hand. Wherever the sword light passed, a large number of golden demon beasts would be killed. Strangely enough, whenever the golden demon beasts got close to Fang Chun, their bodies would stop for a few seconds. Although the time was very short, it was enough for Fang Chun to kill them. How is this possible? Seeing Fang Chun kill thousands of golden demon beasts by himself, Zhang Jian and the others were completely shocked. At this time, Qin Yang's face finally became gloomy. Time stop, Qin Yang said in his heart. Seeing Fang Chun continuously killing the golden demon beasts, Qin Yang finally couldn't hold back and was ready to make a move. Crash! Qin Yang's wrist shook and a stream of spirit energy shot out in an instant. This time, the spirit energy stream was different from before. Its power was countless times stronger. When the spirit energy stream approached Fang Chun, it paused for a short second before bombarding Fang Chun's body. Bang! Although he displayed the true meaning of the void, he was still hit. Fang Chun was seriously injured and fell to the ground with a weak aura. Kill them all, Qin Yang said. The hearts of Zhang Jian and the others sank. They were already prepared to die. A large number of Golden Demon Clan monsters charged at them aggressively. Dong!